gets turned and used. The audience is always in the room. Every room becomes a stage too soon. Private words turn into public sound. No one knows how to put the fire down. Everybody's breathing in the smoke now. Everybody's reaching for the proof. We don't hold a thing with care now. We just call it out.
Morning.
Had something real in my hands once, till all that noise came pouring through. Other people's wreckage filled the silence and stole the light from something true. The audience is always in the room.
Hey, your friend.
Becomes a stage too soon. Private words turn into public sound, and I lost some.
Good morning, my Lagomorph. Lagomorph? Friend?
Everybody's breathing in the smoke now. Nothing stays where it belongs for you. I was trying to keep one thing sacred. They dragged it into view. What kind of peace survives a live feed? What kind of trust survives a crowd? Take your damage somewhere else. For once you make this whole place less safe now. The audience is always in the room. Every room becomes a grave too soon. Private words turn into public echoes and leave you talking to an empty wound. Everybody's breathing in the smoke now. Everybody's learning how to bruise. We let the whole place turn this toxic, then called it truth.
You always say that, Joey, because it's yours.
We talked all night like something might start. Your words felt warm enough to let down my guard. But morning comes and the lights go flat. I'm left staring at the last thing you said back. It shouldn't hurt as much as it does. We barely knew what this was. You disappear and the meaning slips. I'm holding tight to a version that never quite fits. I chase the future.
Alright, come on, somebody request up. Talk to me, Messy. Talk to me, Sammy. Something.
I check the chat.
How you doing this morning?
Fine.
What's wrong? You're angry. You sound angry.
I'm always angry. I stay angry. Why aren't you angry?
Because it's just another day and being angry doesn't change anything.
I disagree.
What do you change by being angry?
My heart rate.
Yes, that definitely goes up. How's that working out for you?
I think my resting heart rate is 90.
That's probably not good.
No, that's bad. That's really bad.
Have some more caffeine. That'll help.
I did. I just took a swig of my Coca-Cola Classic.
I kind of figured that's what you were doing. Did you just say Coca? You said Coca-Cola Classic.
To bring you Dr. Pepper, but yet you're always drinking Coke.
I know. I want to see if they pay attention. See, you pay attention. I want to see if everybody else said that. Also enjoy Mountain Dew. I'm just waiting for someone to show up.
But if they show up with the wrong kind of Doritos.
This morning.
It's been quiet this whole week. This whole week has been really slow. I mean, I've been watching the lives, and nobody's really getting big lives right now. I don't know.
It's the first week of summer for a lot of people. I was busy all day yesterday.
Yeah, what were you doing yesterday?
Summering.
Summering. What is summering?
Playing outside, slip and slide. Then we had a softball game, and Lily had to test for her martial arts to move up in her belt league. Just busy.
You know, it's funny, Jody. I've done that night thing before, at least once, but I'm pretty sure that when you got 200 people live, or 200 people on the live at like 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm pretty sure the vast majority of them are asleep. I've done polls that late. Yeah, I've done polls that late, and like nobody responds.
Yeah, I was probably one of the 200 sleeping on his live this morning. In the comments. I keep my phone on at all times. I have to have emotional background support sound.
Emotional background support sound.
I cannot have silence because then I think I'm left to have me and my thoughts, and then it gets weird. Anyone else like that?
Yeah. I hate silence too. I always hated silence.
Silence sucks.
I listen to an ADHD playlist, like with music.
ADHD, like that's the title. What is an ADHD?
Yeah, it's on Spotify.
What does an ADHD song sound like?
I think it's just like a certain tempo, and it's got like ebbs and flows, and like you've got like the sound moves.
Running half. Groiper. Oh, Patrick, what? You're 23, you voted for Donald Trump, you're a monarchist. Does that sound about right, Patrick?
No, you're pretty wrong. I did vote for Trump, but I don't like him anymore now.
How old are you?
Not 23, 21.
You're damn close.
I'm pretty close, yeah.
Are you a monarchist?
I'm gonna be honest, got no idea what that is.
What does Isaiah 41:10 say?
It's a Bible quote.
What does it say?
Turn your music down, please.
Yeah, give me one sec.
You don't even know what the quote in your bio says?
No, I do. I smoke a lot of weed for my anxiety, so it makes me forget shit.
You're a free Chud. I fuck with Chud.
Hell yeah, brother.
That always freaks me out. Somebody comes up and I don't know, but somebody comes up.
The person in my profile picture.
It's Chud the Builder. That's what they're referencing.
Oh.
He got arrested for standing up for Americans, white Americans.
He got arrested for being a racist prick and shooting himself and someone else. But okay.
Yep. Fuck niggers, white power. Fuck you, niggers.
Yeah, that's great.
Wow. Wow.
Kind of figured something was coming, right?
That was interesting. Where's his mama?
Well, yeah, I know.
Where
I'm
is his
just
mama?
wondering.
Under
Crazy
the rock.
as fucks.
Under the rock that he crawled out from under. That's where his mama is.
I need to speak with her stat.
I don't know
My
if these
goal in
other two are
life
going to be the
is to
same.
not raise
Luke,
like that.
age.
What's up? 25.
Who'd you vote for?
I voted for Trump.
Are you a griper?
I guess so.
So you guys just decided to invade this morning. Are you going to jump on and just start doing some stupid shit too?
What's that?
Are you going to jump on camera and start doing some stupid shit too?
No, I'm not Chud the Builder.
I didn't say you were.
Yeah, I don't do things for attention on camera. I just come up to ask why you guys were so brainwashed.
What makes you think we're brainwashed?
She just said that Chud the Builder was a racist. Racism isn't real. It could never be real. Race is a social construct, so any form of racism would also be a social construct. It's not real.
What would you call somebody that hates a person because of the color of their skin?
I'd call it natural.
So racism is real, you just think it's natural.
Well, racism is simply the dislike of people who are not your own, and I feel like all people like to be around their own people. And
So racism is real, you just want to redefine it. That's what you're saying.
no, racism isn't real because.
But it is real because you just defined it. It has to be real if you can define it.
No, I'm saying that's simply what it is. It's like not liking your own or not liking people that are not your own. It's natural. Like it's not. You can't put a word to it.
So again, you were still defining it, and if you can define it, the word is defined, and you can put a word to it. You're ridiculous.
Whatever you think, buddy. Whatever helps you sleep at night. But
yeah, that doesn't. I don't need that to sleep. I don't need your moronic talking points to sleep.
I mean, you take shots at somebody when they make you look like an idiot. I haven't really took any shots at you, but
yeah, you just got some idiotic viewpoint that doesn't make any sense.
I think your viewpoint is idiotic and doesn't make any sense. It's all subjective.
What is my viewpoint?
You think that racism exists?
You just proved it.
No.
Yeah.
Prove that it doesn't exist.
You proved that it does exist because you defined it.
Not true.
Nuh-uh. Never thought about that. Hello, Yoni.
Hey, what's up? I finally got my voice back.
You sound like you again.
I know. I was losing. I woke up and I was like, oh my God, my voice is back. This is amazing. I can come back and yell at the bigots. Feels so good.
Well, you got one on the panel right now.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. Luke, what is your people?
My people are white people.
White people. Like what kind of white people? There's different kinds,
Like ethnically European white people.
Well, I'm talking about American-wise. Like what? Butt crack of America?
Yeah, they are ethnically European. If you didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm talking about butt crack of America, South. What do you mean?
Yeah, they're all ethnically European.
The butt crack of America. That's what you're talking about.
Sure, I mean if that's what you want to call it. I mean.
Yeah, I think that it sounds like.
We are the people that conquered the natives pretty easily. Nobody else did that.
Oh my God!
And you're bragging about the Trail of Tears?
Absolutely, yeah. We destroyed them. It was nothing to us. We found a piece of land that we wanted and we took it very easily.
Do you think we should continue that behavior?
It's natural. It's the way the world has always worked. If somebody is stronger and more powerful than you, they can dominate you and have their way with you. It's natural.
Ew.
Jesus Christ.
Do you think that you could win a fight with a Canadian goose?
What the fuck?
I wouldn't fight a goose. I'd shoot a goose, but
What if you didn't have a pew-pew and the goose was after you? Think you could win?
I typically always do. I usually try not to go anywhere without it.
Well, say you forgot it this day, and this goose was just after your shit. Think you could win?
I don't think it'd be very hard. I don't think it'd be a challenging task.
They have like an 8 to 10 foot wingspan.
That's okay.
I don't
They're
think you'd
geese.
win. I don't think you'd win.
That's okay.
Do you own anything, Luke? Do you own a house? Do you own a car?
Yeah,
You own
I own a
anything?
house. I own a truck. I
A
own a
truck.
little bit of land.
All right, so would it be all right if I just come take your land from you? Your house, your truck, your dog?
You could attempt
Country
to.
son. I
Not
could.
saying. I mean, you could attempt to if you wanted to, but
Yeah.
you probably wouldn't be able to.
How much would he cry when I do that?
I don't think I'd shed one tear, man, because I
No.
just don't think you'd be capable of it.
All right, so then I just push you right along to the next area that I decide I want you to be in. That's okay by you. After I
Well,
take
mean,
your
if
land,
you can, if you can do it,
I can. Trust me,
Why don't you attempt to do it?
I can. I got the whole fucking government behind me. See, I think the government should take people like you and take everything that you own
should
and throw you out in the middle of nowhere so that you can try and live on your own and see how that works out
like
for
we
you.
did to the natives.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Stick you in the mountain somewhere.
Do you like the Constitution, Luke?
I think it kind of has some flaws, but I think everything man-made is flawed. So that's just my opinion on it.
Everything is man-made.
Not everything.
Not everything.
What isn't man-made?
No. Nature isn't man-made.
Nature has been
Animals
here.
aren't Man-made.
Nature has been
People
here.
aren't Man-made.
Nature has been here much longer than man,
Right. So therefore,
and it
it's
will
not
continue
man-made.
to be. It will continue to
Correct.
be here after we leave.
You're exactly correct. What's your point?
So everything that is altered from nature is certainly man-made. But not sure
But
how you're living by
Nature
natural
and
laws.
Animals are not man-made.
Nature and animals.
You said people aren't man-made either. That's
They're not.
confusing.
They're literally not.
You have 3 women on the panel. Are you sure you want to say that?
I've made
Yeah.
I've made 3 humans.
Congratulations. That's your duty as a woman. Congratulations. That's amazing.
Are you married?
Yes, I am. I have
Do you have
kids
a
of mine.
prenup? Do you have a prenup? Because I hope
Yes,
that
I
woman
do.
takes everything you own.
Well, I
Plus
do have a
some.
prenup because my dad owns a multi-million-dollar business. It wasn't
Oh,
very
you're
optional.
a nepo
How did-
baby.
No,
Absolutely,
he's not. This guy's just a dipshit.
I'm a dipshit for having a prenup and being smart financially? Is that...
No, just for lying on the internet to make yourself
I
feel
don't-
good.
Man, I don't have nothing to
Man,
lie about.
yeah, you got everything to lie about because you're
Okay.
just an idiot.
All
Did
right.
you just say that it's her duty to have children?
He did.
Why
That's
liberals
the duty of a
everywhere?
woman, yes.
What makes you think that you decide what someone else's life should be?
Why are you so angry? You don't have to be so
Because you're
upset.
disgusting.
So you
That's
can
your
think you can
opinion.
tell someone else how to live.
I know I can. I do it all the time.
Well, I would tell how you how to live then.
You know, I tell my wife how to
I
live.
swear
She
to God,
actually
I will
listens.
I don't know what's going
You know
on.
what? I know I'm gonna get kicked off for this, but I will beat the brakes off of you before I ever let you tell me how to
You
live.
sound disabled.
That sounds good. I can go ahead. I don't know what the breaks are, but
Yeah, and just so you know, Luke, I'm a history nerd. I know what code switching you were doing and what you were referencing about leaving him outside of the community.
Oh, yeah, you do. What was I referencing?
Mustache man.
Wasn't even a thought that crossed my mind, but that's good to know that's who you're thinking about.
what would you like the country to look like 20 years from now?
I'd like to see. That's a good question, actually. I'd like to see humans get back to natural form.
Oh my god.
What is that?
Natural form.
Yeah, what is natural?
No more homosexuals. People stick with their race, and they.
Europeans were known for homosexuality. What are you talking about?
That's not true at all. That's not true at all.
Wrong.
You know who Magnus Hirschfeld is?
Wrong men were known for taking.
Do you know who
dick in the
Magnus
back.
Hirschfeld
I don't know what
is?
you're talking about.
Who was Magnus Hirschfeld?
Oh.
I think he meant heterosexual.
Who was Magnus Hirschfeld? I mean, you people don't know what you're talking about.
You people.
Right.
How do you plan on stopping homosexuality?
Well, big cities actually cause homosexuality. If you look at like tribal.
Okay, I didn't ask you that. I asked you how you planned on stopping it.
Yeah, can I explain?
Well, it has nothing to do with big cities.
It does.
No.
Okay, it literally does. If you would let me finish the point that I'm making, then.
I mean, big cities cause homosexuality as much as small communities cause incest.
I don't know if you know this or not, but incest was natural for thousands and thousands of years. That's why. Have you ever noticed? Hey, well, look.
He wants to go back to
That explains a lot. That explains a lot.
Let me explain something to you.
Yeah, that explains a lot. All you had to do is say that, man. That's great.
Here's a statistic for you. Why are 70%?
Is your mama also your sister, sir?
No, she's not. But I obviously can't explain anything here. You people don't want to hear anything.
No.
So,
No.
about being pro incest, sir. It's
well, I mean,
weird.
look at what is 70% of the porn viewership? It's all sister, brother. That's what people are longing for. That's what these people want to see.
White
And,
I watch Girl on Girl.
I'm
I don't know about you.
confused. Yeah, I watch Girl and Girl.
And they're not related.
The fuck are you talking about, sir?
I'm just speaking statistics wise. You can look these things up.
Why
Can
would
you break it down statistically when it comes down to race? I think that would be very interesting.
Race? What? I wasn't talking about race.
Well,
I
is
mean,
it mostly white men looking that up?
Who watches most of the porn? I mean, that's what you got to figure out first.
Interesting.
What state are you in?
I
I'm in
still,
West Virginia.
I still want to know how you plan on stopping somebody from being a homosexual.
Well, you know, there's unrational ways to stop it, but we got a long way to go before we get there. But it is coming. Yeah.
Without doxing yourself, what part of West Virginia?
I'm good on that. I'll leave that. I'll leave that out of this. But we yeah, it's gonna get a whole lot worse before it gets any better, and you know, we will.
Yeah, this is what I hear when you talk.
I'm so glad. Banjos are fucking awesome.
Yeah.
No.
Middle my heritage, Mojo.
Absolutely, I love it.
Oh, this has nothing to do with his accent. It has everything to do with the shit he's saying. The dude is
butt crack of America.
the dude who's defending incest.
But dueling banjos is too good for them.
Really? I just picture the kid on the.
I gotta find you some shit bluegrass that you can play for them.
No.
You could play some Tony Rice. That's really good stuff.
I want everybody to know what I'm saying when I play the music. I just picture the kid in the fucking coveralls with no shoes on, playing the shaved head, playing the fucking banjo. That's what I picture.
Are you new money? Like, is there a family generationally like wealthy, or your dad?
My dad started the business.
Yeah.
So I'd be the second in line.
Are you moonshining, sir?
No, I don't drink alcohol.
I didn't ask if you drank. What is wrong with you?
I don't know what's wrong with you.
Does your dad own a limestone company?
No.
Okay. That narrows it down a little bit.
Yeah.
So the vast majority of them own limestone companies.
No, so there's not very many multi-million-dollar companies in the state of West Virginia. One of them being Greer Lime.
That's crazy. I could name a few.
I don't know. Do you honestly believe like you're going to convert people that are older than you?
I don't need to convert anyone. I mean,
So
you pick
why-
and choose to live a lie. That's on you.
So why would you come up on these panels?
I really like talking to people like with room temperature IQ scores, because it really it brightens my mood and it brightens my day to know that there are people like y'all out here. And it just makes me know that everything's going to be fine. Everything's going to be okay.
We give you that thought?
Yeah.
Because you like talking to people that are smarter than you?
No.
Yeah.
No. Well,
yeah.
I do like talking to people smarter than me because you can learn something.
So you come on here but you said you're not going to learn anything, and you're talking to people that are smart. You are talking to people that are smarter than you right now.
But I haven't learned anything.
Well, I understand. That's why I'm asking you why you're on these political panels.
Bro, your brain's fried, dude. You're wasted.
Because it's fun.
You're wasted, dude.
You're a black woman.
Oh,
you got it rough.
I am.
You've already got it rough. So
I don't have it rough at all.
Yeah. Well,
I don't.
When you were growing up as a little kid, like what side of the fence did you get on? Like, did you have white buddies, or like were all your friends black?
I grew up very diverse.
Both pairs of your grandparents. Both pairs of your grandparents are the same exact people. I mean, I don't know what you're fucking chastising somebody else for.
My grandparents are what?
The same people from both sides.
No, my grandparents are both white.
Yeah, I understand. They're both white. They're the same people. Your mother's side and your father's side both have the same fucking parents.
Separate.
No. Well,
see, there's that less than room temperature IQ you got there, kid. What the fuck?
Nice one. You had to pick one up. Gotcha.
I don't even know what the hell
I think
the
the
point
problem is that you can't reach the back. And I think that's your problem. I think the problem is that your girl searched that BBC. I think that's your problem.
That's probably true.
I think the problem is that your mommy takes Tyrone's dick at night. I think that's your problem.
My mom wouldn't touch a monkey with a 10-foot pole.
Not Tyrone.
I promise you. She would.
Man,
she probably already has.
This guy calls people ignorant, and he goes out and calls people monkeys.
Yeah,
that was a little too far. I mean, the rest of the shit he said was pretty ridiculous, but that was a little too far.
Well, I race baited him, so.
I know.
I'm really curious.
I was trying to do the same thing.
I know how to get him.
I'm really curious by what he meant as something's coming about gay people. That shit was interesting.
Oh, Yoni.
What's coming, though? I'm pretty sure he was implying some sort of a massacre.
Probably, Dave.
I'm sure. So this is what's left messy right now. All we've got are these crazy, disgusting people. Everybody else is scared to talk.
Have they all joined the American Reich?
I saw that on Sunnis or whatever. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. That was right after I listened to some liberals talk about how that it was totally fine, and they were on the up and up talking about the Patriot Front marching in Virginia on Memorial Day with their Betty Ross flags and their 13-star flags, and they were marching on the sidewalks. They didn't have a permit, and the police said it was fine because they were fine. It was fine. What? And then I scrolled on because I didn't want to raise my blood pressure any higher into the American Reich live.
What's their belief system?
I don't know. He seemed like a straight up Nazi, honestly. Saying that he was going to be doing good things through like homeless shelters trying to recruit people, which is kind of the same line that Patriot Front does. They'll go, I think they went to like West Virginia and Tennessee during the floods and tried to, quote unquote, give aid all the time, trying to recruit people into their cause, which doesn't really have a purpose other than being Yahtzees.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some hatred towards some minority involved in that belief system somewhere too.
I'm gonna do something real quick because I'm a little confused. Error. I think I probably know who you are, but can I get your age and who you voted for?
37 Harris.
All right, DHS Amaro or DH.
46, and I voted for Trump.
All right, why Trump?
I don't know. I like his policies.
Yeah, what policy specifically?
Protect our borders. That's one policy. My wife is here. Got her green card. Worked hard to get her green card, and I don't think anybody should be able to come across the borders, just freely and willing.
So it's so crazy to think that your wife gets here through the border, and somehow you want to shut it down for everybody else. What kind of mentality does it take to believe that shit? That is what you said.
What I said?
That is what you said.
No, that's what you interpreted. That's not what I said.
No, that's what you said.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you said you don't want anybody else to. You said you don't want anybody else to come here. You did.
Okay, we're gonna put words in my mouth.
There's no words put in your mouth, kid.
Yeah.
I think what he means.
I think you're being very fallacious with the argument already. We haven't really had a conversation.
You can keep your fellatio. You can keep your fellatio to yourself, sir.
Fellatio? I said fallacious. I didn't say fellatio.
I think what you're implying is that her application was approved and she came across legally, but you have to take into consideration the effect that our political influence has caused in those areas to destabilize those regions, requiring those people to leave their homes to find better opportunity.
God, can you talk any faster?
Probably.
I would appreciate it if you did.
Sorry.
I believe you just saying a bunch of wumble.
I mean, that's the fact.
I think the people they voted
the CIA has been in every single country in South America, destabilizing their politics in every single country. So the cause of the problems down there is the U.S., and that's factual. You can look that shit up.
Oh, I can look it up. Thank you.
Yeah, you absolutely could, and when you do, you'll find that that's the truth. The problem is that you haven't done any fucking research to establish your basis.
So now you're telling me I haven't done any research.
So tell me what you know about the CIA in South America, then.
I know they're involved in a lot of stuff, but they don't turn a whole country.
That's do you know? They literally overthrow the political representatives of those nations everywhere they go.
Do you know where the term banana?
Come
Do you know where the term? Hey, do you know where the term banana republic comes from?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
I don't know where it comes from, but I've heard the term. Yes.
I got a news flash for you. It's something akin to what Dave's. I got a news flash for you. It's something akin to what Dave's saying here. So it's our interference into the global South. That's where that term comes from. Maybe you should try and look that up.
South?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? The global South?
That would be pretty self-explanatory, I would think.
Mojo, did you know that over 1,800 infants have passed away in Cuba due to America's blockades?
Aren't we awesome?
Yeah. 1,800 babies have lost their lives due to America having the blockades against Cuba, which they actually have the best doctors in the entire world, from what I understand.
Am I hearing this correctly? You're talking about Americans' unalive babies?
Yeah. Yeah, they do.
Well, our foreign policy, anyway.
From a whole Democrat base that want to unalive babies all the time in the womb?
Oh, thank you for reminding me. I got to go schedule my 67th abortion tomorrow. Almost.
Wow. Wow.
Don't forget to bring your punch card.
6'7".
Same way
I think
about
it'll be free this time, actually.
Y'all are some sickos.
Wow, your got filled up.
By the way,
You ran him away. You ran him away.
It's okay.
Oh, he
You
left?
can purchase 5 boxes of Plan B from Amazon, delivered to your doorstep the next day for under $50. 5 boxes for under $50 delivered to your house the very next day. Plan B, 4-year shelf life. Please check the weight on the back. You may need more than one. Thank you so much and have a great day.
All right.
With Plan B, please make sure you check the expiration date because that stuff can mess you up.
Dave.
4 years.
Dave, why are you a liberal? Why did you vote for Harris?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I guess I'd say I'm liberal because I don't like the mainline politics. Because by now it's like by the time the established politician gets into office, their values don't reflect the desires of the people that they represent because of the money that's invested in their campaigns.
So you're saying that a politician runs for office and is just like a piece of Play-Doh that's being molded by money?
I mean, if you look at our current representation and what percentage of them have taken Antifa money, it's like over 80% of them.
Antifa money?
Yeah, I don't know. Is it Antifa
It's AIPAC.
or AIPAC? That's what I meant. So it's like 80% of these people will vote.
Where do you think that money goes?
Where does it go?
Yeah. Do you think they're building homes with it? Do you think they're buying yachts with it? Ferraris and shit?
I mean, I don't know. Where does it go?
I can tell you, but I'm not gonna just yet because I think this is one of the sad realities of the left-wing party in this country. I don't think you actually understand how the system works, and you are a liberal because it feels good to be a liberal because you're empathetic and you want to help people. But then you think that all politicians are corrupt in some way, shape, or form, even though you haven't actually met a politician or talked to them. That sound about right.
I don't like the fact that if you're going to take a government contract in any part of this nation, you have to sign a piece of paper that says you won't say anything against Israel. And I don't like the fact that money...
that's not true. That's not a true statement. That is not a true statement.
That is a true statement.
No, it's not.
Also, if you look
it's just not, dude. It's not.
Money that should be dedicated to relief in this nation is diverted to Israel.
We divert money all over the world. We were using AIPAC for soft power all over the planet. We were giving people vaccines. We were feeding kids. We were trying to institute American, propaganda, I guess, in the Middle East to make sure that the kids don't grow up to be terrorists. We give money to everybody all the time because this is a way that we control the world. Now, I still want to know why you think...
Yeah, but you say terrorists, right? But who put Osama bin Laden in his position and funded him and trained him?
Osama bin Laden was wealthy. His family's wealthy.
It doesn't matter that he was wealthy. Who put him in place in Afghanistan?
He put himself in place, and he wasn't in Afghanistan. He was in Pakistan, and he's from Saudi Arabia. He was from Saudi Arabia. His family's from Saudi Arabia.
His family's still in Saudi Arabia. They're one of the most powerful families in Saudi Arabia still.
Yeah, his daddy helped build the oil fields back in the 50s, or the 40s, 30s, actually.
I don't know what this has to do with anything I asked.
No, you're talking about terrorism, but then...
I didn't say anything about terrorism.
No, you're saying...
The fuck is wrong with you?
Terrorists.
I didn't say anything about that. What are you talking about?
you were saying that we use money to essentially.
Oh, okay. You picked up on the Sesame Street thing. So I said that we use American or Western propaganda in order to ensure that kids don't turn into terrorists. Okay, I understand what you're saying now. So we did set up a program and paid for a program in and around Iraq while we were in there to try and ensure that those kids are getting access to the rest of the world, so they know what the rest of the world is like, so they can't be taught as easily to hate the West and hate the United States. Because if the United States gives them Cookie Monster, then they seem a little less evil.
Right, I get that. But, I feel like most of those programs are kind of gone now, in a way, because of the current executive position or objective in this nation. Like all of our funding that we've been giving around the world is being reduced drastically. So,
is this bad or good?
I mean, it's bad in my mind. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we should be involved all over the planet. I absolutely think so. I'd much rather do it at the point of a vaccine than at the point of a gun.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But I'm just always surprised at how little liberals know.
I'm
Are you golfing, Dave?
What?
You golfing?
Like the sport?
Yeah, you're outside. I'm just wondering.
No.
Yeah, you're in a lot of wind. We had to listen to your wind background.
I'm just standing in the AC, sorry. I'm inside.
WAC.
What about you, Error? Why do you vote for liberals?
So I vote for liberals, if only because I feel like they are less restrictive of people's rights than the other side of the aisle. And I realize that's a very loaded statement to make. But in my personal experience and worldview, liberals don't try to take from others, whereas the more conservative side does.
What is taxation?
A pain in the ass.
Is that taking from others?
Yes, taxation is most assuredly taken from others, you, myself, but at the same time, those tax dollars are what keeps the country running.
So you're okay with taking from somebody else as long as you think it's doing good?
Yeah. Let me clarify. When I say taking from others, I'm referring to things such as rights, not money. And I know I probably sound like an absolute dolt saying that.
You mean like guns?
Yeah, I don't think that people... we have a Second Amendment right to have guns. Now, I believe there are certain people that shouldn't, who pose an immediate and immense danger to those around them. Red flag laws, I think they're a great thing. But if you are emotionally and mentally stable, then, if you want to have your own arsenal, go for it.
Yeah, so you want to pick and choose who you're allowed to have guns. You get it.
I believe that professionals should have a voice in that.
How do you feel about false information on a social media site being pushed, propaganda, like anti-vaccine shit like that?
I think it's absolutely stupid. I don't see a problem with vaccines.
Okay. Do you think we should stop it?
If it's going to be harmful, then yes. Now,
so you want to take the right to free speech away from people, as well as the right of owning firearms.
And you're going there. So, to what extent is free speech protected? Would be my clarifying question for that.
Well, it depends on if you're in power or if I'm in power.
Listen, if I'm in power, the only people that need to be afraid are the people that drive slow on the left lane on the highway.
Okay, we're going to have an Autobahn. Got it.
No, just, don't go 30 miles under the speed limit on the highway in the left lane. That's like my one major
It's harmful.
It really is. People unalive from that more than they do from speeding.
All right, before I beat up on the liberals too much, can you all tap the screen, show the live out, get some conservatives in here, or help me get some conservatives in here so I can beat up on them instead?
Mojo, can I tell you about my new thing I'm going to try?
Yes.
Call it campaign, maybe. It's ML what is it? Hang on. Make liberal men fuckable again. ML.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Make liberal men fuckable again is this new campaign I'm going to give a try to. Because it seems like, from what I've noticed, is that...
Are you suggesting that only conservative men are fuckable right now?
No, they think they're only fuckable. They think they're the only ones fuckable. They think that liberal men are betas and whiny and wimpy and dumb. They think MAGA men and conservatives think that they're the strong, tough men that all these women want, and I wouldn't touch them with a fucking 10-foot pole. So I think I need to make it more aware of how fuckable the liberal men are. I think it's been lost in translation.
Okay, it sounds to me like you're having a sex shortage right now because you can't seem to fuck anybody at this point. I don't know.
Liberal men are beta cucks.
See, told you.
Lily, can I get your age and who you voted for, please? Lily, do you know you're on the panel? One more time. Are you there, Lily? Okay, that's good. I'm going to assume that you're just a dipshit Trump supporter. Copium, correct?
I'm not a dipshit.
You sound like one.
His opening statement was pretty interesting, though.
Why? Because liberal men are betas? Yeah, it's true.
How is that a true statement?
I mean, they cry a lot. They whine a lot.
I mean, I haven't heard a single liberal man cry. But,
are you talking about real crying, or are you talking about just complaining about things? I mean, what are you talking about?
Whining. Like, I just heard you guys advocating for suppressing speech because it's misinformation. Oh my god.
Oh, like back to the topic of that conversation as far as vaccination, like what's his name? Kennedy right now, who has 0 degrees in any virology, like trumping his horn about how vaccines are bad. So, I mean, the idea of like free speech, like about vaccines and shit and misinformation, like we have a real problem right now is that the director of information in regards to vaccination doesn't even understand how it works.
Well, parents have decided to forego vitamin K shots at birth, and now their babies are like bleeding out of their eyeballs and bleeding out and dying because they've listened to this administration and RFK and chose to not give their children the necessary treatment that they need at birth, as well as what is it? What's that one?
I don't know. Copium, do I have the right to call you a fascist and a Nazi and a racist and a puke-ass piece of shit moronic dumb motherfucker?
Of course you do.
Okay, do I have the right to protest in this?
Go ahead, call me the hard R. Go ahead, say it. Do it.
Do I have the right to protest? Stop. Do I have the right to protest? Do I have the right to protest in this country?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I can walk down the street armed, of course, because we should all be armed, right? I can walk down the street armed and protest our government.
The Alex Preddy conversation, that's totally fine because I think he was unjustly pew-pewed.
Are you deep?
Try to get a gotcha on me. Who's that?
Yeah, it's fucking deep. Jesus Christ.
It is deep. It is deep. I caught it in one of the last words he said.
Are you trying to pivot to who? What are you talking about?
Quit being a cock.
Whoa! Nice try, Dave. Got me for a sec. I knew I recognized the voice. I was trying to figure out who you were, and then hit.
So you're not going to engage in the conversation?
Mojo,
not anymore. What, Apex? Nice. Wait, that was a nice move though, by utilizing my own talking point that I was just yelling at liberals for. Apex, did you want to say something?
Oh no, I just want to introduce myself. I'm gonna be busy for like 2 minutes, so I'm listening. 34 Republican, Texas, friendly neighborhood Zionist. I like the conversation.
Apex, do you think the state of Palestine should exist?
Honestly, as a vassal, yeah.
As a vassal? What the fuck?
Oh, that shit's hilarious.
As a
You think
what?
as a vassal state, meaning controlled by Israel?
Well, they already do that.
Well, yeah, he thinks he's okay with it existing like that, but he doesn't want to exist. He doesn't want it to exist as a free state.
It's getting so big.
Well, no. When we talk about Revelations and we talk about Daniel, there's certain things that have to prerequisite for the returning of the Messiah. But the Israeli state does not believe in our Messiah, but it coincides them the return of their first Messiah, which would be our Jesus. They don't believe it, but they believe that Israel has to be reunified, Greater Israel, and we believe the same thing.
Greater Israel.
For the
Greater Israel.
Greater Israel.
Yeah, that's part of Saudi Arabia and Lebanon.
Arabia, Iran, a little bitty strip of Iran.
And what's funny is that the Bible says that the land that they were given extends from the Red Sea to the Euphrates River. That was the land that was promised to Israel by God, and that's the limit of it. So I don't know
That
where
is some
this idea
background
that
noise.
Greater Israel is born from.
I can show you map. There's a whole bunch of stuff. This is not not something I came up with. They've been talking about this for thousands of years.
Are you suggesting that we actually promote the end of the world?
Well, that's a good talking point. And the other talking point that you can probably hit me with is probably a little bit more effective. Is these aren't the real Israelis that left; they were exiled. So y'all can say that, and y'all can say forcing it makes it disingenuous, which those are good talking points. But you cannot debate the fact that certain things have to happen for Jesus to come back.
Yeah. So are you suggesting that you want to end the world and do it as quickly as possible?
Well, if you frame it like this, would you stop Judas from doing what he did to Jesus?
I don't know shit about religion because all religion is ridiculous. I'm asking you if you want to end the world.
I would advocate for it. Yeah.
That's so weird.
What are you
Not
doing?
really.
What are you doing?
Are you?
I'm on water.
Yeah, you got some serious background noise. That's some serious
It's
background noise.
interesting because if you read the Old Testament in the book of Isaiah when he prophesies about the end days.
Fuck religion, dude.
Exactly. I feel the same.
I'm just trying to get to the most ridiculous aspect of this shit that
I'm going to suppress your free speech right now. Shut up with religion.
All right.
Steve.
I have Palestinian Jesus held hostage in my heart, and that is one hostage that will never be released.
Deef, are you scared of Iran?
Wow, I've never heard that.
Who is Deep?
You.
I don't know who you're talking about. I'm a lonely guy who loves 100% Trump.
All right, lonely guy. Are you scared of Iran?
Dead Peter. Guy in the
Got him.
comments is being really mean. He says that I'm okay with being mediocre. I am okay with it. I'm okay.
Fuck. God damn it.
But am I scared of Iran? Was I no in the past because they were never a threat? Am I scared of them now? I don't know if I would use the word scared as opposed to. Hold on one second.
That's
Damn.
suspicious.
It's like fucking 8 pounds or some shit.
Did y'all hear about that
We need the
lawyer?
puppy tax.
Did y'all hear about the lawyer? I forget where it was. He was a prominent lawyer. His
What's
wife
up,
thought he
Gracia?
was cheating on him. Hang on one second, Dave. Go back to your
sorry.
puppy. His wife thought that
He's
he had been
lonely
cheating on
man.
her.
He's not deep. He's lonely man.
Oh, sorry.
I'm
And
mediocre.
she hid cameras inside their house and learned that he was essaying their family dog, a golden retriever, and he was arrested. And since he was a prominent lawyer, his bond was set at $75,000, but he got it down to $7,500 and only had to pay $700 to get out. Fucking his dog.
Yeah, it's weird. That guy's definitely lonely.
And he's definitely a liberal too, right?
Yeah, he's a cuck. Yeah, so back to the Iran
He could
question.
be part of the IDF.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, to answer your question, was I ever fearful of Iran? No, because we've never had an issue with them to the extent that MAGA makes it out to be. Am I as of today? So I don't know if you guys saw, this is unconfirmed, just to make this very clear for TikTok purposes. I'm not stating this is true, but there's a lot of sources that are backing this. So there was strikes over the night last night, and apparently close to like 200 Americans were unalived from retaliatory strikes from Iran. So I think it's actually supposed to start, if it hasn't already. Trump's supposed to address the nation and pretty much say that the peace talks are completely off, and they're going to announce the next round of strikes that they're going to put out. So I'm worried about what's about to start happening for sure.
Do you say 200 Americans?
Again, that's not 100% confirmed.
Well, I saw that
Thank you, Bobby.
they struck a drone facility and were poo-pooing them out of the sky.
Yeah, I heard that it was an attack directed at like 5 drone targets that Iran had deployed. So I don't know where the 200 Americans would have been located in order to have been hit.
Well, no, there was a tanker that was apparently hit last night.
Oh.
And also a base in Kuwait.
All right, Ghost, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
37 Harris.
Fucking liberals. Liberals everywhere.
And I'm not a liberal, man. I'm between a communist and a socialist.
Still a liberal.
Yeah. I'm a commie mommy.
That's disgusting.
I'm far from a liberal.
Take 2 failed systems and put them together.
Apex, your background noise is drowning you out.
Let's just base our ideology.
Is that my brother? That is not my brother.
Failure. It's a great idea.
Capitalism.
Jesus Christ.
I'm trying to figure out where the failure is implied in your statement.
Communism has never succeeded historically, so I don't know what history you're relating to, but communism has never succeeded.
China is a communist country, and they have the biggest economy in the world.
I'll give you a chance to walk that back.
No shit.
I mean, okay, let's call it like a socialized version of communism with a built-in aspect of capitalism.
So let me ask you a question. If something's rooted in capitalism with mixtures of socialism or communism, does that make it a communistic country or a capitalistic country?
I mean, so like as far as the social structure within that nation, it could be a communist establishment, but for the sake of competing internationally based on the fact that capitalism has taken over every society, they have to be capitalist in that manner.
So I don't really know what you just said, but China has and always will be rooted deeply in capitalism with implementations like us. We're deeply rooted in capitalism, and we do have socialistic implementations of policy. I think every economy can only succeed when you have a mixed economy, but to say that China is a foundationally communist country is actually laughable.
Well, you have to distinguish between the economic aspect of society and the social aspect of society. Because what you're talking about as capitalism does not reflect the values of a nation as far as like the social order. So
when I reference communism working or not working, I'm always going to reference that in a economistic reference as opposed to just like a social standard. And historically, factually, communism has never succeeded as an economic foundation in history. You can mix in your social implementations of a society and what we do to better everybody else equally. We have that here. But foundationally and economically, communism has never succeeded.
Okay, that said, Dave and Ghost, both of you guys, can you guys give me your definition of communism?
Okay, communism is the collective effort and distribution of resources across the totality of society for the substantiation and betterment of an equal populace.
No rich people. That's what it is.
No rich people.
The concept of
There you
rich
go.
exists in the system, like functioning adequately to provide for everybody, and then collectively they would be rich. Like
So
if they prosper.
So what's socialism?
Socialism has like a similar outline, but I can't give you the definition.
It's government that works specifically for the people and run by the people. No rich people, no elite, quote, people. That's what socialism is.
Okay, I'm going to give you my definitions real quick. My definitions are: capitalism is the mixture of one person's capital with the theft of somebody else's labor in order to create a profit. Socialism is the means of production being owned and controlled by the people as a whole, or in a market socialist system, it would be the people controlling the means of production in markets, individual markets through co-ops. Communism would be a form of government that is owned and controlled by the people as a whole, and Marxism would be a philosophy that includes both of those things in some way, shape, or form. So when we talk about this, I think we need to realize that communism is going to be the form of government, not the form of economy. Now, it's going to have implementations on the economy. The way government policies work are going to ensure that all basic needs are met for people and ensure that the distribution of resources is taken care of. But I think we need to differentiate between socialism and communism and the fact that it's an economic system. So if you're going to talk about capitalism, then you have to talk about socialism. If you're going to talk about democracy, that's where I think you talk about communism. That's my thoughts. I don't know.
Sounds good to me. I think like capitalism is a fucking disgusting parasitic thing that's slowly eroding at our whole planet.
It's literally the problem in the world. It all revolves around capitalism, racism, misogyny, xenophobia, homophobia. I can go down the list, man. Capitalism is the sole problem that we're in this situation.
How does capitalism translate to racism?
Because systemic racism in capitalism is when you look at capitalism and the systemic racism, you wouldn't have the capitalism in this country without slavery. That's first of all. That's a fact. That's been proven. So that's where the systemic racism comes in with this capitalistic system.
Keep going, copium.
Quick, you were is it copium? You were saying that there's no way communism, I think you were saying, would never work. It just never worked. There's no way it's ever going to work. You need to look into Josip Broz Tito in Yugoslavia and rethink that situation.
Nope, I don't, because every implementation of it has never thrived.
Look at Josip Broz Tito, Yugoslavia, 1945 to 1980.
Look at Cuba. Look at the USSR.
Man.
It's
about real communism actually implemented.
Wait. So how is Cuba not under a real communistic regime? What are you talking about?
Because they didn't realize what Karl Marx was talking about.
When was communism ever given a fair chance with the direct threat it presented to the capitalistic ideologies of this country? Having the fact that we fucking sent soldiers to eliminate that ideology everywhere it presented itself, or tried to destroy it economically every time.
Okay, so then we'll just reference the USSR, because if you're going to say that the influence of the US and Cuba eliminated their ability to expand on full communism, we're not going to be able to come to a final conversation. So let's just talk about the USSR. Why was the USSR unsustainable under a communistic regime?
Do you know what the term USSR even means?
Like the acronym?
Yeah.
The Soviet Socialist Republic?
Right.
Is that what you're asking?
Do you get that? They were trying to create communism, but they never got to it because that was their ultimate goal, though.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because socialism is a transitional stage, correct?
Right.
Okay. So why didn't
to what?
To communism. So why didn't from socialism?
Socialism is a transitional thing to communism?
Pretty sure that was Marx's ideology, was that socialism is just a transitional stage.
Okay, that's what I didn't, yes. Karl Marx's shit, yeah. This thing that they're doing today, no, man, that's not communism. That's like dictatorship.
Does the USSR exist today?
No, because Americans came in and said, fuck y'all.
Yeah, dude, listen, do you remember what the Cold War
came in and said, fuck y'all.
You remember the Cold War?
You guys sent for the USSR is actually kind of crazy.
Josip Broz Tito, Yugoslavia. That is all I can say about actual communism. My grandparents lived it. I'm from there. I'm letting you know that it worked until American capitalists came in and said, you can't give free healthcare to people. No.
So what you doing? You like an authoritarian one-party rule. You're okay with that?
No.
That's exactly what Yugoslavia was with the time frame that you're referencing, was an authority. So then you're okay with authoritarianism. You can't have one and not the other.
The guy that's running it is not killing people.
Hey, let Borat talk.
FDR almost became one here, didn't he? For 16 years? Stop it.
You're still referencing. You're misleading with your interpretation of Yugoslavia in the 90s, because there was still tons of debt problems, inflation. The unemployment was terrible. Like, there was tons of regional inequalities between the republics under Yugoslavia. It doesn't matter if I live there or not.
Did you live there? Do you know people that live there?
Your anecdotal experience doesn't mean shit when you look at the overall status of what the country was during that time. Your anecdotal experience doesn't mean shit, bro.
American propaganda, buddy. Stop it.
Okay. I'm not reading anything. I'm handing my dogs to my groomer currently right now.
I'm saying you believe
you're grooming. You're grooming right now.
Yeah, he's grooming.
Shut up, you anti-constitutionalist. Shut up.
Did he just call liberals cucks?
That's just funny. I'm going to agree with Copium here, though. We do live in a mixed market system, and I think that the majority of economies on the planet. Excuse me?
Oh yeah. Right now, yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. I don't know that that's going to change. I think we can possibly move more toward a socialistic system, and then eventually to a communistic system. But it's gonna. I think without revolution, we can do it over a period of time. But I think we'd be better off doing it over a period of time than through revolution.
Yeah, I agree. That would be the ultimate solution.
Your final solution?
I mean, as far as like ideologies and like the idea of fairness and equality, yeah, I guess in a way. You know, our current system isn't really working, considering the fact that the rich are getting so much richer and they don't even pay fucking taxes here. So, you know, the burden of funding this country falls on the people that don't have as much somehow.
They're literally editing a video right now on Bezos saying that he's paid enough taxes. I always pay my fair share of taxes. Okay.
Where hasn't he?
He's never paid any fair share of taxes. Are you serious?
If he owns a business and his business pays,
motherfucker should be fucking taxed 60%.
Private. Are you referencing business taxation or personal taxation?
Both.
Okay, so show me where he hasn't paid his fair share in business taxation and his corp taxes.
How much is he worth?
Show me where he hasn't paid his fair share.
How much is he worth?
Your interpretation of fair share doesn't apply to the tax code.
$1 billion.
Your interpretation of fair communistic share.
$9 billion in taxes. $9 billion.
Was that personal or corp?
260. You're cool
was that personal or
You're
corp?
You're okay with that.
Was that personal or corp?
Capitalist today, bro.
Was that corporation or personal?
Well, I mean, if you're asking that question, you have to look at the fact that when Amazon was starting its like foundational position in this nation, it was it was allowed a lot of exemptions because like a lot of the areas that like got Amazon facilities really were excited about the employment opportunity for the people in that region. So, you know, they didn't have to pay as much for sure. They were given a lot of tax breaks.
There goes Ghost. Oh man, I am so disappointed by the left nowadays.
How do you think I feel with fucking stupid, weird MAGA people?
Yeah, I know. I'm not alone for sure.
Oh, dang. I was going to ask him if he was talking about Titoism.
Is that a tortilla chip?
Cool Ranch Doritos.
No,
Titoism.
Titoism. I was wondering if that was a corn chip.
Have you never heard of it?
I assume that it was communism implemented by somebody named Tito.
Yeah, good job. And Yugoslavia.
Is that like a religion based around drinking Tito's vodka?
No.
Oh, it is vodka. Wait, that's funny. It is vodka. And Tito. No, Tito's is American vodka though.
Who knows?
I love your AI generated tigers. They're really cool.
I think you've been up here saying the exact same thing before.
I like your AI generated tigers.
Yeah, you have done this before.
Is that all he says?
Why does everyone who's 40 years old think generative AI is so cool?
I think he wants to be your personal artist. You should show him your work, Mojo.
This is the exact same thing he does every time. It's really cool.
I really like the tiger and the fedora the most.
You think he's been here before?
The MAGA fedora, it's really cool.
You think he's been here before? Because I don't have a tiger and a fedora up there. So he's obviously
Jody said
been
she's
here.
30 and she made this. So take that up with her and your age.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, I don't make these backgrounds, my guy.
Do you guys have a cool theme song like MAGA Slayer?
I do. I have a theme song.
Awesome. Did AI make that one too?
What do you have against AI?
Suno did that.
I just think it's silly.
How old are you?
I'm 42.
I'm 42. I like me some AI.
Falling out my butt right now.
God, you are useless. So many useless people. He has been on.
What do you guys think of these data centers in the 10-year legislation that states that states have no right to intervene in?
Truther, did you want up here? You're in the request box, Truther. Data centers, 10 years. What? Sorry.
Like the legislation that Donald Trump passed stating that states have no choice about data centers within their states.
That sounds like it would be unconstitutional. 10th Amendment and all.
I'm pretty sure he passed something like that.
Since when did we start caring about the Constitution?
Republicans tend to not care about the Constitution, but I don't know. I guess to a certain extent, liberals don't either.
I think that's across the board.
Yeah, that's probably true. We all try and
how y'all doing?
bend it to meet our will.
Hey.
I'm doing all right. What would you like to talk about, Truther?
Hey, Messy. Yeah, good morning, Messy.
What's up?
So, hey, Messy. So when I looked that up, what sticks out to me is that the main claim comes from ProPublica, and I don't know their full history, but then everyone else reporting on it is just citing them, but then they don't actually cite which babies are doing this. And what sticks out to me though is that we were talking about all this stuff with the CV-19 situation, harming kids, pregnant women, And the top adverse event for that was with the menstrual cycle. Okay, and that was also one of the first things that people were fearing when it was rolling out. They were saying it was going to go after some of the same proteins that were like in the placenta in that whole mix, And then sure enough, the top adverse event was irregular bleeding, which of course is tied into the reproductive system, right? So to me, it's weird that this claim comes out of all of a sudden and, trying to talk about the vitamin K shot, but that same thing could happen with the CV19 shot. But more sticking out to me is the fact that they don't actually cite the babies, and it names a 13-year period. So it seems to me like they're just kind of fishing out there, and they're trying to, go after RFK with this stuff.
Well, if you want to just talk about something else in that sphere, what about measles?
Well, I think that's the same thing. I don't think it's as prevalent as they make it seem, and I think when you see those stories, they're kind of fear-mongering, and they're fear-mongering to try to just push the vax agenda.
Well, the idea was that measles was supposed to not exist anymore, and then the people that don't get their kids vaccinated end up getting it, and their kids die, and other kids get sick from it.
Well, yeah, there's actually a story. Actually, I could actually give you a story of a child and their name that I believe at 18 years old went to a birthday party with his older sister. It was his older sister's birthday party, and kids at that party had not been vaccinated, and this little boy contracted measles, and he will not live past the age of 4. And it's going to be a really rough road getting there if he makes it that far.
Was that kid vaxxed? And shouldn't he have been protected?
Yeah, he wasn't, because they're choosing not to. Exactly. He should have been protected because people should be getting the vaccines, but they're not because of this administration. That is the point I'm making with you. Just like the children that whose parents are refusing and going and foregoing getting the vitamin K shot. That is very important for your blood clotting. Okay, people are making bad decisions based on what they are hearing coming from this administration, and it's harmful. Literally harmful.
They took my foreskin. I don't know what you want these people to take. You want my kids' foreskin too?
What? No, you should keep that.
The fuck is wrong?
But hey, Messi, can you actually source those kids that they're saying unalived? Because that's what I'm saying is that people there were actually kids unaliving from the shot, and it was all swept under the rug. It was people were attacked for talking about it, and then now all of a sudden it's okay to talk about kids when they're saying it's the vitamin K shot. But then the article doesn't actually have any sourcing for these kids. Like, where are these kids? How many years are they looking, and how are they determining they even unalive from that? I don't think they have a source.
That's a violation of certain laws. You can't. I mean, certain things are not going to be open to the public. Right. But we do know that, well, first of all, have you been vaccinated have you gone through all the vaccinations?
When I was a child, I kind of wonder if if I was vax damaged, I don't know though. I'd have to get my whole shot record from when I was a kid.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you remember. I mean, there's a certain point you remember it.
Yeah, no, I don't remember getting vaxxed. I was though. I was part of the earlier run of vaxes in the country. So
how old are you?
Definitely happened. I'm in my late 30s.
Okay, so you definitely were vaxxed, dude. You're definitely more vaccinated since birth.
So if they don't know how these kids unalive from the vitamin K shot, why are they putting out an article
You're
making
alive
people
now
like
due
Messi
to the
spread
vitamin
this?
K shot.
I'm not spreading
true.
anything, first of all. First the fuck off. I'm not spreading anything other than what the fuck is actually happening. Whether you choose to believe it or you don't like it, that's on you, boo-boo. But fucking don't be saying that shit. Everything I have said, I can prove to you and has fucking happened.
Well, and I get it that you're sourcing this article, but if you look at the article, you can see they did this same thing the last several years. Someone puts out a unsourced claim, or they're vague sources. In this case, they don't actually sourse the kids.
Look,
they don't know for a fact they unalive for a reason.
Hi. I didn't get.
And then people just copy paste it.
Listen, I didn't get the jab thing because I talked to my doctor and I had other pre-existing conditions. So I chose that it was in my best interest because I still had antibodies from having the actual thing in 2020. I didn't get it, so I don't know what the fuck you're preaching to me for? I think everybody should listen to their doctors and listen to science and do what's best for them, between them and their fucking doctor. When it comes to getting a jab or it comes to getting a fucking abortion, mind your fucking business.
I can give you a study. I can give you a study from 2022. This is on PubMed, PMC.NCBI. The study says that the BKDB, which is the bleeding related to vitamin K deficiency, this can occur in all infants up to the age of 6 months if they do not receive a vitamin K shot. There's a high mortality rate of 20% associated with vitamin K deficiency bleeding. The affected infants can bleed into their brain or gut, which is likely to go undiagnosed and leads to a high mortality rate and long-term adverse effects associated with the condition. So this is a long-term study that was put out in 2022 that shows you exactly what she's talking about.
So it's
do you want it?
Diagnosed, like SIDS.
What do you mean it's undiagnosed?
Kind of like a SID situation.
What do you mean? What do you mean it's undiagnosed?
Well, that's what you just said. You just said it can.
I said that they die if they are not diagnosed.
Yeah, it's hard to when they're that small. It's kind of hard to diagnose certain things, right? So especially when you take your child home and they're just crying, oh, they're colicky, oh, they're just fussy. No, they're bleeding. They're internally bleeding. Their brain is bleeding. You know what I mean? So that's what the article's saying.
And something that they can get to prevent this from happening is the vitamin K shot, which a lot of parents are choosing to forego because of this administration.
Okay, Messi, you said the perfect thing about the COVID shot, because you said you already had antibodies, and
are you just changing the subject now? You're not going to admit that you were wrong about vitamin K?
Well, no, I'm not. I stand on my.
The vitamin K injection is considered the safest standard newborn procedures. One of the safest standard newborn procedures. There are no side effects to a vitamin K shot. You said that people were getting. You just said that people that were, or children that were getting vitamin K were dying because of it, because of the shot itself. That's just bullshit. Everything you're saying here is bullshit. You did too. That was your original claim when you.
He was referring to the jab.
Maybe.
I'm saying the story is fake. I'm saying that.
No, the story is not fake. It's linked to studies. It's linked to studies about the subject. It's not fake.
Wait. Studies over years, and then they're trying to extrapolate this specific conclusion to try to attack people.
Are you suggesting that studies lie? Are you telling me that studies lie right now? 100%. Okay, so then what do we believe? What do you believe?
I mean, I believe that there's an agenda for people to give a baby.
What do you believe?
Shots when they're born.
What do you believe? Do you believe? Where do you get information from that you would actually trust?
Well, I think it's the same with the measles. The measles.
Okay, where do you get information from that you would actually trust?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
The measles isn't a threat
What the
because
fuck?
of the vaccinations that they developed to.
Why? Don't. Where do you get information from that you actually trust, Truther?
Different sources that are not just like copying.
What sources? What sources? This is not an unsourced claim. It's a fucking study. It's well sourced. Now, what source do you get information from?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Like, the ProPublica put this thing out.
This is not ProPublica. I just gave you the study. I can give you the study. I can give you the link to the study. I can show the study on screen if you want.
ProPublica is the source of this.
This is not ProPublica.
The vitamin K story is sourced from them.
It's sourced from it's sourced from the study that I just talked about. It's sourced from the study.
This story is new.
It's sourced from the study that I just talked about. That's what it's sourced from, and it's new today because we are seeing these deaths go up and up and up because people are not giving those vitamin K shots. So I want to know where you get your information from, Truther, that you trust. Where do you get it from? Does Uncle Joe give it to you? Does a guy down at the hardware store give it to you?
Twitter. It's Twitter.
If I say Cole, you're gonna insult me and laugh at me. But
I'm just going to call you an idiot at this point. I'm just going to. So a podcast. That's where you get your fucking sources. What the fuck is wrong with you people? You are what is wrong with this country, by the way.
Dang.
What is even the claim? No, hold on. Truther, what is even your claim here?
That I'm spreading false information about the vitamin K story because he doesn't believe it to be true because of this one story from ProPublica that he is stuck on, and he doesn't understand that there's. studies.
Messi, that's the source. That's your source.
I
never gave that source.
You're denying your own source.
I never gave that source. I gave a story. You found this source that had the same story. So I don't.
Hold on.
All right. All right. Stop talking.
What's up, Revel? Good morning, sir.
Morning. I want to hear your claim. What is it you are claiming?
Dude, okay, so the second that Messi says that, okay, I just think back to all the COVID lies, and I search it up, and that story, like I said, ProPublica sourced it, and then everyone, New York Post, People Magazine, they copy and paste the ProPublica article. Now, if you guys paid attention during like the Trump first administration, they did this with all the Russia hoax stuff. It's like an unnamed source, and then 10 other people.
I want your claim. What is your claim here?
My claim is the vitamin K thing is bullshit. That's what my claim is. They have no proof that these babies are unaliving. They don't source them. You don't actually get a number of the babies. They're just saying a broad, and then they have people like People Magazine put this out, New York Post, and then people like Messi see it and repeat it, but there's not actually a source that these babies are unaliving, dude.
Got it. Okay, I got it. All right. What do you think the vitamin K shot does?
Dude, it's apparently helps to do clotting.
Yes. Apparently.
That is what
I'm not a doctor. What are you talking about me?
Do you know what the infant mortality rate was before the vitamin K shot was mainstream and utilized in hospitals?
Are you going to try to link that to infant mortality overall?
I mean, you could. Yes, because it significantly reduced infant mortality during birth.
If you say so.
Well, the thing is,
no, it's not if I say so. Stop, Dave. Yeah, give me a second. It's not if I say so. It is that this has been studied for years. It's been decades. Hell, it's been almost half a century of data that we can aggregate and pull from, that we can clearly define and see that the vitamin K shot directly led to an uptick in babies not unaliving after birth.
What percentage? How many are we talking about? Are they sourced in this latest story?
I sourced.
They're sourced across the world.
Wait, I sourced a study from 2022 that says puts the rate at about 20%.
Well, this is a new thing, isn't it? Though 2022, that was 4 years ago. This story is from May of this year. That
vitamin
Messi
K has been vital, dude, in keeping newborns alive. What are we talking about?
Well, we're talking about the story about these babies supposedly unaliving.
They
while
are.
At the same time.
Do you have any family that are nurses or doctors? Do you have anybody?
How many kids unalive from the COVID shot?
Do you have any family members that are nurses and doctors?
The COVID shot unalived kids, and then people don't talk.
See, you just want to change the subject now. You just want to change the subject
from shots is the same topic.
Did you say you just went out of Discord?
Kids unaliving from this is the same topic, dude.
That didn't happen.
They 100% unalive kids in the Vax trials, dude. It's confirmed.
This is what his problem is.
100% confirmed, Rebel.
It is not. You literally have nothing. Okay, then source your claim.
It is, dude.
Source your claim.
Why don't you know it? This has come out recently.
This should be easy. You requested evidence from us. A ProPublica, a PubMed actual study was provided to you. I want you to source your claim in regards to where it states that children were unalive during the Schmaxine trials for this.
Yeah, FDA, NBC News, November 29th, 2025. FDA claims COVID shot unalived 10 children in vows new vaccine rules.
I'm sorry, Mojo.
Claims. I'm sorry. That's your opinion piece. Show me where this happened.
So you guys don't believe that.
You're pulling up an opinion piece. This isn't a study. This isn't a post cadaver study of all of this. There's nothing to link this to it. You're just saying an opinion piece and then running with it.
No, well, the FDA is not really an opinion piece, is it? But the greater deal here is
agency is.
Okay, Rebel. So you guys are going to think that vitamins are unaliving kids, but then a shot that's caused blood clots and all sorts of other issues is not
getting it. Not getting it. Not
the
getting
lack of vitamin. Yeah, the lack of vitamin K is preventing children, specifically fetuses, from being able to clot properly. They occasionally will have tears and everything due to malformations that can happen if there isn't proper clotting material or the vitamin in order to allow that to happen. They can bleed internally and they can unalive.
Bomba clot. I'm sorry.
See, that's
I'm
what
sorry,
I'm
but
saying.
the COVID shot, dude. The COVID shot unalive
You're
children,
so
and you guys
fucking-
don't
You're
care.
baked.
You guys
are
don't care.
literally- You don't have anything to base this off of. You're just screaming this into the void based off of nothing, based off an opinion piece. Like you have
Hey,
no
Rebel,
study for
that's
this.
called
You have no
cognitive
information.
dissonance. That's called cognitive dissonance,
This
sir.
is logical reality. This is a clear logical line that you have to be able to follow. I have a fucking study that shows that vitamin K directly allowed children to not unalive in mass. And we have decades of data for this. You are screaming into the void like some asshole that this shot unalive kids, but I have nothing to back this up other than
Can I say something?
Other than an FDA memo saying that.
Hold on, Truth. I do have family members that are doctors and nurses, and I have majority of my friends are nurses, okay, and a lot of them work in labor delivery, and they're seeing especially younger new parents coming in. They are denying the vitamin K shot. They're saying they don't want the child to have that, and there are babies that are unaliving from it, and it's affecting nurses and doctors. They are becoming very depressed by this in labor delivery because they know this is one of the most painful deaths, okay, for a newborn. It's not an easy death. The baby just unalives it. No, this is suffering. The baby will suffer if they do not get that vitamin K shot in the most horrific fucking way you could possibly think. You are spreading information that is unaliving babies in the most horrific way. Get your fucking shit together. I mean, what are we doing?
Dr. Vinay Prasad is the one that claimed this from an internal memo, but even then, Prasad provided no supporting data, no case details, and no peer-reviewed analysis in his memo, or anything. It's literally just a fucking opinion.
So you love Big Pharma and you love the COVID shot and you don't care that it's
Nice
unalive
pivot,
people.
dude! Nice fucking pivot!
We're on the same thing, dude. Same topic.
No,
Facts
we're not.
is-
You literally just pivoted to Big Pharma. You have nothing to provide your source for. Your
Hey,
own
Mojo.
guy didn't even provide his supporting data case details or anything, and then you just fucking tried to trip my ankles with that crossover? Get
The next time you
fuck outta
see
here.
truth teller in the queue, he didn't mean to request.
No, like
Usually he
hey,
doesn't.
Before we get to that, like I gotta ask him, like, so do you believe that vaccines shouldn't exist? Like,
Well,
what's your argument?
The COVID shot wasn't a vaccine to begin with. It's a gene therapy. They changed the definition during the pandemic, and then they told people to get it even if they already had antibodies, like what Messi said. That's why you know that it wasn't science. They didn't follow the science. They just wanted to inject everyone, and it caused unalive people.
Do you actually know the effective method of how that is delivered into the body, the mechanism for which it happens?
Yeah, they shoot in what do you call it? Synthetic spike protein factories, and then lipid nanoparticles that go throughout the body, and it causes clotting and all sorts of other things, heart attacks, myocarditis in children.
Literally none
How many?
of this.
Oh, none of
Literally
this. Hey, Rebel,
everything that you just said.
How many
literally
kids had
everything that you just
myocarditis?
said is incorrect. Literally everything
really?
that you just said is incorrect. Yes.
Kids weren't getting myocarditis from the shot.
No. Kids were getting myocarditis, not specifically from the shot. Like there was a very small percentile that did, but it typically went away. You know what? One of the larger side effects of myocarditis.
It's permanent heart damage. It doesn't just go away, dude.
No, it does. It's just slight inflammation of the heart tissue. Yeah.
You can get
Sorry, it does go away.
myocarditis from a virus. A simple cold can cause myocarditis. So
COVID actually
wouldn't you test
had a
them?
higher rate of myocarditis, specifically in regards to that. But literally, you don't understand the mechanism for how mRNA vaccines work. You don't understand the delivery method. You don't understand how the spike proteins are actually created. You don't understand any of this. Like you are just
how do you
literally
conclude
just
that?
misinformation.
How do you
Because
conclude that?
Everything.
Tell me
that
how
you
they
just
work,
said
then,
was
Rebel.
just false.
Tell me how they work.
So the mRNA vaccine literally uses a methodology where mRNA is literally instructed to create the variation of the spike protein for the matching lipid protein for COVID-19 that causes your body to be able to produce the antibodies that specifically target that specific strand of C19. That is how it works. So it's not
you misused
gene therapy.
lipid. I think you misused lipid there, and yes, it is gene therapy, dude.
No, it's not gene therapy.
It's
gene
100%.
therapy would be gene therapy would be removing a specific like subset of block structure from a gene and then replacing it with something. That's gene therapy.
I think you misused lipid when you just were talking, dude. The lipid nanoparticles was what they used to protect the shot as it got injected, because they ran into the issue that if they just injected the mRNA, that it was, it didn't last. So they had to cover it in these lipid nanoparticles to protect it as it went in. And then, the side effect of that is that it allowed it to go throughout the body. And then that's where a lot of people have, thought that all these clots are coming from. Yes, Revel, that's true.
No.
How many boosters did you take, Revel? How fast did the government tell you to get a shot and then you got it?
I took 3. I took 3.
Really?
3
so GI Robot just lines up to get shots from the government when the government says to get a shot?
When there's scientific evidence that shows the efficacy of it, yes.
Why did they not test people before injecting them for antibodies?
What do you mean?
Well, if a person had antibodies, you wouldn't have to give them an injection because they already had the best protection, according to Anthony Fauci, natural immunity.
Why did that matter?
Well, because if someone has antibodies, you don't give them another shot to produce fake antibodies because they've already got antibodies.
No, it doesn't produce fake antibodies.
Because that's how it works. That's how it works, dude. That's how vaccines work, according to Anthony Fauci.
No.
Yes.
No, you're just wrong on all of this again.
How is that wrong?
Oh, God. Because, A, they're not fake antibodies. Your body is producing the antibodies.
Synthetic.
So they are the correct. No, it's not synthetic. It's your body creating the antibodies. They are regular antibodies. That is the great thing about this, is because you don't have to get infected in order to have the same level of efficacy.
So if someone has antibodies from anything, the procedure is to not inject them. Like if a kid had measles, they're not going to give them the measles vax because they've already got it. So they've already got the antibodies.
No.
Okay. Yes.
No, it's literally
that's
time,
basic.
In regards to how the
that's
vaccine
basic
works
shit,
measles,
dude.
In regards to the vaccine with how measles works, if you were to give someone the measles vaccine while they are currently experiencing measles, you are going to cause an additional reaction where their body is unable to fight off even the base version, even the unalived version of measles.
You're proving my point. Thank you, sir.
No, they're two different things. You are literally incapable of having this conversation. You don't understand the fundamentals to this.
Well, I do, because if a person had COVID already, they already have the antibodies. They wouldn't need to get the antibodies from a shot. They already had them.
They don't get the antibodies from a shot. You don't. You still don't understand how mRNA works.
Dude, what kind of gaslighting is this? That's the whole purpose of the vax, is to give them antibodies.
How can it's interesting. It's always interesting when somebody thinks that the truth is gaslighting. This is what's wrong with this country.
Hey, Mojo, so if a kid has COVID already, do you give them the COVID shot?
You give everybody the COVID shot because it doesn't hurt to do so, and because you actually give somebody more protection if they have a shot and they have natural immunity as well. Gives them more protection. Dude. Oh, there he goes. There he goes.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for the misinformation flag.
It did take a long time to get the misinformation flag, but it did come, though. Good job, TikTok.
I think it's weird, like, this whole idea of, like, mistrust for, like, government vaccination protocols and mask mandates. It's not the first time in American history that we've had mask mandates and mandatory vaccination, so...
I just think it's very odd when he obviously got, those growing up since birth, and then he gets on here to tell people not to get them, especially people who are thinking about having children, saying that information for them not to get it, but he's here because he got them. It's the most stupidest shit. So it's just, I can't believe we've gotten to this place. It's so odd.
Yeah, like there was always like a small percentage of society that didn't believe in vaccination, but like I don't know if it was like in 2019 or 2020, it was like there was like a campaign, I feel like, that just like spread this idea into people. Yeah.
There actually was, and RFK Jr. is directly associated with it. It is literally called the Children's Health Defense Organization. It started in the early 90s. It propagated that misinformation campaign regarding the MMR vaccine that would potentially cause autism. RFK Jr. ended up becoming one of the board members. He invested a whole shitload of money into it and also propagated autism-fixing miracle drugs, one of which was diluted bleach. I shit you not. He convinced parents that you had to feed your kid diluted bleach to remove the autism from their body. It is fucking insane.
People did that?
Yes, people did that. He actually, this day, not today directly, but this administration, with him being the head of the Department of Public Health and Safety, he literally removed the FDA warning on that same diluted bleach solution. Like, he directed his misinformation and Ponzi scheme-esque shit to have the FDA warning label removed from it now.
Yeah, Donald Trump said some shit about how bleach kills the virus, and people were fucking drinking bleach.
I remember that. And people were taking that one medicine.
Ivermectin.
And the other one.
Hydroxychloroquine.
That couple overdosed from it.
Crazy. Anywho, where were we before that happened?
Yeah, that shit was pretty fun.
He just got out of Discord or Reddit. He's like, let me socialize real quick. Actually talk to someone. Like, that is 100% Discord shit. That is insane.
I fucking hate people that do that shit in regards to vaccines, because explicitly RFK Jr. has blood on his hands in regards to this. Like, he can be directly linked to certain nations removing vaccines that were promoted to children that ended up unaliving a significant portion of children. I forget which country it was, but here's a couple of the ones that he's pushed. It was chlorine dioxide. That was the one. It was the Miracle Mineral Solution, MMS, that he pushed, where the FDA label was just recently removed. He's pushed chelation therapy to children that has unalived those children. It was
What is that?
It's Samoa. Chelation is to remove heavy metals from the body. So basically it like binds with metals, but it does not realistically care what it binds to. So it just strips your body of metals. Specifically, one of them was calcium, and calcium is necessary for the body and the heart to continue functioning. And that was in several of the cases where children were unalived from this. It was because a 5-year-old boy...
How the fuck is he the leader of our fucking medicine right now?
I have no fucking clue. I literally have no fucking clue.
I remember this
hate
time
man
that-
with a fiery passion.
Someone told me that they voted for Trump because of RFK, and I lost my shit. What the fuck is wrong with people?
Don't you know it's all his virology degrees that he has? By which I mean none.
Oh god, I think we're past the point of return.
Yeah, I worry about that too.
I'm gonna have to restart or something. This is ridiculous.
It probably.
I hate that. I hate that conservatives are scared. You're probably gonna what?
I'm probably gonna get a harassment and bullying just for saying I fucking hate RFK. I'm waiting on it.
Probably. RFK. By the way, Nessie was. Do you remember? Pick used to say that. She said that she voted for
That's
Trump because
exactly
of
what I was
RFK.
talking about.
Yeah.
And you banned me for a whole day and won't let me back up.
Did I really? How do you remember this shit? I don't remember doing that.
Everything.
It's funny to watch RFK get up on that stage. Like, he looks like a tomato and he's fucking wheezing, like
I don't watch.
talking about hell.
All right, the wrath of a woman scorned. Jesus.
Telling you, women need to rule the world. We'll handle shit.
They already do.
No, you guys hold grudges for ever.
Listen, we just keep it packed neatly and nicely on the shelf until we need it.
I know, that's the problem.
Isn't that what? Couldn't that be like a form of capitalism? Like we're just
It's the original form of currency, that's for sure.
Oh, I remember you. You're the asshole 20 years ago that said I was ugly in those pants. Fuck you.
Well, apparently someone is making doubles of diligence and going into lefty spaces and saying wild shit in the comments.
Wait, diligence says wild shit in the comments.
Well, I know.
What the fuck?
Shit. I know. You'll know the difference. I've seen it. You'll know the difference.
Yeah.
You'll know when it's him and when it's not him.
It was some weird shit. It wasn't crazy. It was weird.
I didn't see it. I saw him. I saw them come in on pennies yesterday.
Where are all the Zionists and MAGA at? What's going on? I'm bored. Finally can talk.
Did you say Zionists?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're my favorite.
Yeah.
I love the part where they say, I want the end of the world to come. And it's like, yeah.
My grandpa is Abraham.
They need them red heifers.
Yeah, didn't they get those a while back?
Yeah, and then Mike Johnson was seen at the dude that sent like 4 or 5 of them over to Israel at like a banquet or convention or something with that guy. Because he's an evangelist living in the brownstone on C Street.
Well, didn't you hear they're all going to be raptured before the Great Tribulation anyway, so they're not too worried about it.
Tribulation.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
But the rest of us, I
We'll
guess,
be left behind.
Yeah, and the ocean's going to turn to blood, and 2/3 of us are going to die for sure.
Mark of the Beast actually had a Sunday service on this the other day.
Oh my god, dude. I feel like this is. What did I do to get on this timeline? I'm trying to figure that out in my past life. Like, how
It's
did I get
karma.
here? It's
We
karma.
didn't keep our side of the street clean enough.
It's insane.
I'm just waiting for him to push the nuke button and restart. Like we're just hanging on by a thread right now.
I think every millennial is like, fuck it. Just fucking press it. Let's go.
I wonder, Timu Deef was up here earlier saying that a tanker was hit last night. Like 200 Americans. It hasn't been...
No, so...
Wasn't the tanks... Oh, sorry, go.
No, I was going to say, the 200 that he's talking about, that was in, like, March.
Oh,
13 members. Yeah. So, I think last night, drones, Iran was using their drones to attack the tankers in the strait. So, we retaliated by kabooming their drone facilities.
That's what I did for the drone thing, yeah.
Yeah. But no, not 200 last night. That was the beginning of Israel and Iran. That was the beginning of that. Supposedly. That's what Iran is reporting. But yeah, nobody else is really reporting that.
It didn't sound right when he said a tanker got hit. Like, no tanker has a crew of 200 people. There's maybe like 15 people on those things.
Wait, they weren't just hitting tankers, though. They were hitting bases, weren't they?
When they first started, yeah. They took off.
No, right now, last night.
Bases.
No, last night.
Oh, last night?
I don't know about that.
You're robot.
There's a good possibility. I mean, I wouldn't.
From what I heard, it sounded like they shot them down before they had the opportunity to hit anything. But
yeah, they shot a lot of them down. And
Has
then
Trump spoke yet? Timu
No.
Deep also said he's supposed to address the nation and say that peace talks are out the window.
Well, I just find it. I don't. The fact that You say America first, but you're advocating for Americans to go unalive. Not for us.
Yeah,
but for another country.
Yeah, the only way that boots should be on the ground is if they are behind IDF boots.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, liberals are going to drive me crazy. DH4RB. Darb? I don't know. Can I get your age and who you voted for?
DH. I'm 27 and I didn't vote in the last election.
Why?
Why? Because it just felt like the lesser of two evils, and in my opinion, like I'm a math guy, and I just don't think my individual vote has any say. So, it just
all right. Are you a liberal or conservative?
I would say I'm conservative, but like I flip both sides depending on the issues. I'm kind of an independent, but I probably lean conservative.
What are you conserving?
Like it's more like to like halt progress, because some progress can be degenerative. So it's like the idea that like we can't just always be moving forward. Like you could be moving in the wrong direction. So it's like you need people to be like, hey, hold up, like let's assess and make sure this is the right decision first. Like I'm more of like a skeptical minded person where I think like, oh, we shouldn't just have these new age ideas without proving that it's good.
Can you give me an example?
Like transgenderism, like the push for like transgenderism, like the increase in homosexuality. Like I think that's probably a bad thing for society and the way that it's being implemented. Like I don't think Pride Month is like a good thing. I don't think it's something that people should be proud of. I think like having
did you just say
parades
that the increase in homosexuality? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, I mean you can look up statistics on it.
Yeah, please show us. Please provide evidence for that.
I mean, I think that's common knowledge. I don't think I need to provide evidence. I mean, you can just
no. It's not.
I'll push.
Let me ask you this.
I'm sorry. The gay population has consistently been here. It's just been primarily pushed into like the dark, specifically because of legislation and laws that would prevent them from either getting married, or be able to publicly show that they were affectionate towards one another. And I'm sorry that trans individuals piss you off, but they've been around since fucking Mesopotamia.
They don't piss me off at all.
Well,
I think it's just a mental illness, and I think I have a right to
Can I
have
ask
that
you this real
opinion.
quick before we get any further down this road? Can I please ask you this? Do you think that Pride Month or Pride parades are harmful and need to be not happening as much?
I think I do in the current state. Like, I think the fact that in some states
you think
they
that
let
they need to
people
stop.
like
Okay, that's fine.
parade
That's all I need
through
to
the
know.
street
How do
naked.
you, okay,
Like
how
that's
do you
a little much.
How do you feel about Patriot Front marches and parades taking place without permits?
Well, I think that's freedom of speech as long as they're nonviolent. I think they're allowed to have a
you.
voice.
I mean, I kind of agree, like, where it's like you said, they march through the streets naked. I don't necessarily like that, but...
And it's like the over-sexualization of it. Like, I think being gay should be a private thing. Like, it shouldn't be something where you're going around in a gimp suit and dancing about it.
It's crazy. It's crazy that you can walk around dressed up like a KKK member or a skinhead or something like that. And that's okay because it's freedom of speech, but you can't walk around half naked. That's fucking crazy.
No
because
nakedness.
it's degenerate.
Don't be naked.
Well, there is a difference there.
Don't be naked.
Yeah, there is. One is actually there is a difference. One is actually harmful. It leads to people dying, and the other one leads to more babies.
Yeah. Crazy. Fucking wild.
Wait, what leads to more babies? What?
Walking around naked.
Do you think we're having more babies now than we were 50 years ago?
No, because you're stopping people from walking around naked.
No, there's more people walking around naked than there were 50 years ago.
No, there's not.
Okay.
People are not walking
I guess I
around
agree to
naked.
disagree on that one.
People are not walking around naked at pride parades. There are public decency laws that they specifically have to follow. What you're referring to is Folsom Street in California, which is an 18-plus only event, and it's in a secluded area that is blockaded away from minors and all of that. I apologize that you're unfamiliar with it.
I mean, I would advise you to research the issue more because it's more than just in that area.
I would advise you to do the same because you're conflating something with the entirety of the Pride Parade.
Well, I just think in general it is like not something that you should be flaunting in front of children. Like you should push children towards heterosexuality because it leads to reproduction. Like I think heterosexuality is also having its own flaws right now. Like I think like the hookup culture is bad too. It's not just homosexuality.
I don't think that you should be pushing Christian doctrination into kids' mouths in any way, shape, form, or fashion. I think that we should be taking down all of the church billboards. I don't think preschools being taught in churches should be a thing. I don't think the Ten Commandments should be taught, but that seems to be more indoctrinating for all of the individuals in this nation currently.
Yeah, but in my mind, like at least the way that Christianity is taught and the way it was taught to me, all it really does is teach you good morals, like to love thy neighbor, to not murder, to not steal, like not covet thy wife. In my mind, like those are good things for society, and it's been tested through 2,000 years. In our 50 years of testing this pride, transgenderist, LGBTQ ideology, it's been degenerative. It's hurt us.
So you are conflating the last 50 years with a specific subset of people when they have existed for a lot longer than you are currently trying to like conflate them to exist. Like specifically, the trans community has existed. We have records of them existing back from like ancient Mesopotamia. They've been around longer than the fucking Bible. And I'm sorry, civilization has progressed normatively. It has progressed regularly, and we are not just a pack of degenerates. I'm sorry. Like, individuals, including the homosexual individuals that still exist to this day, that are still have been around for longer than your fucking Bible.
Yeah, but like tuberculosis has also been around for a long time. But what did we do with that? We realized it was a problem and we cured it, at least to the best of our ability.
Are you talking about eradicating?
Comparing?
He's talking about eradicating a group of individuals.
He also said he has.
Well, I think it's not like killing them. Like I don't think we should kill gay people. I think we should lead them to the conclusion that it's degenerative to themselves. Like I feel bad for gay people. Like it's not good for them to be gay. Then? They can't have children. It causes fecal incontinence. There's a high rate of STDs with anal sex. Like, there's so many studies that you can prove that it's worse for a person to be gay than it is for them to be straight. So why wouldn't you at least, like, nudge them in the direction of heterosexuality?
What did you just say about anal sex?
We do. Absolutely we do.
That nudging is what leads to, like...
Kids. Hold on, dude. I'm in the middle of it.
Yeah, sorry.
Disney movies push heteronormity. What are you fucking talking about? No one's
but
pushing
there's
this
also
gay
Disney
agenda.
stuff that
the only
pushes
agenda
homosexuality.
That is being pushed is that they have rights and they are people and they should exist and they shouldn't hide in the fucking shadows anymore. And based off what you're fucking saying, dude, it's okay. No one's gonna judge you. You don't have to live in the fucking closet anymore. No one's gonna judge you for having gay thoughts, dude. It's okay.
Well, I think that's where we should be as a society.
You might like it. You don't know.
What?
He said you might like it. And if we were going to go back to the anal talk, I just wanted to recommend the numbing.
But it's not about
food.
liking it. Like, you shouldn't do something just because you like it. You should do what's right for your soul and what's good for your health.
Yeah, but what you're saying is like you act like it's something that these people have a choice in, which is weird because what you're telling them is to deny like that connection that you establish with a woman that you think is like, you know, acceptable in God's eyes. Like they fall in love with a person of the same gender and they have to deny that attraction and affection and essentially live like a eunuch just to like validate your perspective of what they are.
Well, I think like heterosexual people should do the same thing.
Yeah, but heterosexuality is accepted and has been throughout history. Like you're talking about a marginalized group of people that have been killed for like living in the shadows because when they were drawn into the light, they were killed.
Well, so, I think that's horrible, and I don't think that's the way we should deal with it. Like,
right, but here's the thing. Like, now it's like we're accepting these people because we appreciate them as people and accept their desires and want them to find joy in their lives. Like, what you're talking about is like they have to go back into the closet because it's not morally acceptable according to some doctrine. from 2,000 years ago or whatever.
I'm not saying we should force it upon anybody. We try to lead them to the conclusion themselves. Like, you can look up studies, like, there are people that were homosexual that reverted back to heterosexuality, or like transgenders, like that one Navy SEAL that was transgender for 10 years, and then he went back to being a man and was like, yeah, like I was mentally ill, I was in a dark place, like blah blah blah.
I can't.
Like, people, like,
Bye, Mojo.
in
I
my,
can't
like,
do
you
these
can change your
conversations.
mind, not your body.
I mean, I kind of disagree, like, because if you say those people that were homosexual, like, became heterosexual, if you're telling me that the hottest guy on earth walked out naked in front of them, they wouldn't get hot for him, that's just fucking nonsense.
It's not nonsense.
Fucking absolutely is, dude. That's
I just want to know.
Response.
I just want to know.
they're
I just want to
fucking-
know. I just want to know. I just want to fucking know. I just want to fucking know. What makes you think you have the right to tell the people how they should live or who they should love or how they should act? What makes you think you have the right to do that?
Because I'm knowledgeable, and like I think it's like, do you believe in like any objective truths or no? You think
I
everything
don't.
is subjective?
I don't. Everything is subjective.
So,
But what makes you? But still, what gives you the right to tell other people how to live?
Because I'm not. I'm saying you make.
But
your
you
own
are.
choice, but I'm going to tell you what I think and what I think is best for you.
Oh, should we be forced to listen to you?
No, I didn't say. I
Okay.
never said. I said that before. I don't think we should
Okay.
make laws.
Well, then, so you can believe what you want then, and you can run around and preach whatever stupid ass nonsense you believe in. But we can just tell you to fuck off, right?
Yeah, you can, but that would make you a bad person.
Okay. Just checking.
I'm okay with that. I'm a bad person.
Oh, fucking crazy. I don't get it. Why? How do so many of these dipshits fall into this fucking propaganda? Fall into the fucking ad campaign that Elon Musk put out? How is it that so many of them just got so infatuated with gay people? That just doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm going to steal a line from CT. It's because they think dicks are magically delicious.
Magically delicious.
That's why I was calling it out. He was in the
They
closet.
are.
He hates himself. It's just pretty obvious.
I think that's what it is too. I think that's why we see these kinds of people in the Republican Party, and this is where the conversation started the other night with Donovan because he took offense to that. But most of the issues that we have around this, legal issues, are from fucking Republicans.
I know.
You know?
Because they're stupid. There was actually just a study done talking about low IQ needing like an authoritarian figure to tell them what to do and how to believe and what to think, because they can't take what they can't think. Thinking is hard for them, basically. So they can't ask questions. They just, oh, that's what it is. About an authoritarian figure tells you something and you believe it. And then you defend it.
Hence Daddy Trump, right?
Exactly. And then all this low IQ shit that I've been hearing, like I'm on this app every single day, and I feel like just in the last, not even month, people have been bringing up like your IQ level. And I heard my son say it the other day.
Really?
Oh, that's low IQ. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, that must be some some red pill talking point shit going on right now.
We're trying to revert. Trump loves saying that people are low IQ when they're actually not. And so it's getting turned around on them and they want to use it back the other way. It's a double reverse Uno card.
So Donald Trump issued an executive order in March to have forced states to provide voting rolls to the federal government. There were lawsuits put forth against that, and yesterday a federal court said that they can continue asking for those.
Yeah, Texas voluntarily handed theirs over like a good little boy. I remember when that happened.
They're violating our rights left and right here. In almost every capacity you can possibly think of.
The ruling said, I guess they have to come back when there's actual harm committed. So when they choose to take something away, if the state doesn't provide the voting rolls or something like that. But I don't know. Seems a little ridiculous. I better fucking be able to vote by mail, goddammit. I don't want to go to a goddamn polling place.
Yeah, I have friends who are renting party buses to pick up people to go voting.
Stripper pole and all?
I hope so. Sounds fun. That'd be fucking dope. I hope
neon
so.
lights.
The neon lights.
My wife went to a bachelor party that was on a party bus that had a stripper pole. They ended up breaking it by the end of the night.
Obviously. It's not a party if you don't break the stripper pole.
That's amazing.
I literally had to stop at a CVS and buy like a 24-pack of Gatorade by the end of the night because they were all so fucking wasted.
Yeah.
Who starts hydrating while wasted? That's like next day stuff.
Yeah.
Mail-in voting is still in place in Colorado, Johnny Quest. It will be in place for the midterms as well. We'll have to see what happens by 2028, though. I suspect that Dems taking over Congress are going to put a fucking kibosh on that shit real quick. But
don't you think that if the Proud Boys and the other ones, they receive that money, that's just for them to re-up, to do it again? Like now they have funding and they've been training, it's like in the butt crack of America on invasion. I don't know if anyone knows that, but they have compounds where they train at. But they lack funding. Yeah.
No, it just reminds me of this paintball place that we take our son's football team to every year. It's paintball, and it's all set up like a video game, kind of. It's really, really fun. But that's what I picture these fuckers doing.
Yeah. I mean, they have like YouTube videos you can watch.
What, Simmons?
That's what they are doing. You don't have to picture it. Literally, they set up these.
I know, but like, it's fucking crazy.
They're just having a hard time recruiting, but I feel like if they have this funding, it would be a lot easier for them.
Well, American Reich's got merch.
why was everybody so infatuated with that guy yesterday?
I don't know. I clearly am, because I still keep bringing him up, but it's just like, what the fuck?
I know. I feel like I should just come up with some crazy ass shit, start a new account, go into a room, and just make some crazy fucking claims.
You gotta make sure you got sunglasses on, though.
Yeah.
You have to talk really slow and stay cool and calm, not get excited about anything.
Because everybody gets infatuated with that shit for at least a short period of time. I don't know. It feels like it'd be a good grift.
What I don't understand about that guy was, I didn't vote, I kind of lean conservative, and then he's like, we should get rid of him like tuberculosis.
Yeah, I lean conservative.
Because I know your soul, what's best for your soul. Fuck. So weird. We're the normal people.
Well, we have just crazy people left. If you want to talk to conservatives, you have to go to their rooms. They're not venturing out. They want the power in numbers. They want to make sure that they have 7 people on one if necessary, and they want to be able to boot you.
Well, this is good. This is a move in the right direction. You know, we had this disgusting creature that come up into power and allow people to feel emboldened to crawl out of their nooks and crannies with their stupid bullshit and hatred. And now they're going back in their holes. Good riddance. Fuck them.
Well, you say good riddance, but would you rather be attacked by me or them? Because I'm going to start attacking. I'm going to start attacking all your fucking arguments now.
No, hang on. Before you get into that, I do want to make it clear that when I was listening to that yesterday, somebody had asked him, like, why American Reich? Like, why the Yahtzee symbolism and ideology on your as your like marketing if that's not what you believe in. And he said, well, think about it. You're on, social media and you're scrolling and, you see an American flag with eagles and you're like, okay, whatever. But then, it's attention grabbing. It gets your attention. It makes you stop your scroll. And then you start listening and you're listening to him. And he says he doesn't mention anything about being a Nazi, but I don't know. It's genius marketing, in my opinion, on his part to draw people in. And then it's just a matter of getting them to stay. It's just terrifying.
Yeah, well, I want to say that social media is a pretty large space, but the communities that actually get involved in this kind of stuff are pretty small, comparably speaking. So he's going to be able to run that shtick for, I don't know, maybe a month before everybody knows who the fuck he is and what he believes in, and then he's got to actually start making good arguments or having real discussions, and I think he fails at that point. So I don't know, it works for a short period, it's just not going to work for a long period. Hello. See, this is why putting a bunch of liberals in a room is boring.
I'm not sure what person you're talking about.
Oh, it was this guy, Chris, on Sunni's panel yesterday. She was promoting him and interviewing him because another Patriot dad on the app had come out saying that he was not such a nice person. So she was getting...
Well, and there was that little kid last night. Well, I don't know if he's little. He's like 20, but he was trying to talk about the Fourth Reich.
I wasn't here for that.
He was a griper.
Yeah, he was just an idiot.
Well, this guy that Sunni was talking to calls it the American Reich.
Why was she interviewing him?
Because she's fucking batshit crazy too. Have you ever talked to her?
Yeah, she has me blocked.
Oh, okay.
He was promoting his shit as like a good idea for the American nation, specifically because in his mission statement and his story, it's like we're inclusive of everyone, we're hardcore constitutionalists, but get the fucking foreign influence out of America, and this is an American Reich, and it very much parallels Nazi Germany in the early 1930s at the end of the fucking Weimar Republic, and I don't see how people don't understand.
It's terrifying that people don't.
Yeah, the neo-Nazis are co-opting other groups and inclusivity just to spread their message.
Because people don't see the cult that they're in. They can't. Once they're in it, then they can't see that until they get out of it.
It's also terrifying because so many people who have left, quote unquote, the MAGA, but still consider themselves conservative or Republicans, feel like they're lost and they're homeless, like politically. And this is just fucking pipeline straight into fucking neo-Nazism.
You guys are going to drive me crazy. More liberals, only liberals, only liberals.
He's a foreign liberal.
I know. That makes it worse, by the way.
We can talk about how socialists aren't liberals if you want, Mojo.
I disagree. I think socialists are liberals. I think if you talk about classical liberalism, you're talking about bodily autonomy and personal decision making. I know that there's a collective involved. I know that the collective is going to be needed to ensure that basic needs are met. But as far as your own individual person, the only way you can get to a classically liberal society is to give people the right to their own labor.
What is the definition of a liberal society?
Where you have where you have rights. You have rights that are set up and codified and protected by the state. Those rights are going to be basic human rights, I guess, and the rights to do whatever you want to do as long as you're not harming somebody else, because you also have the right to autonomy. So you have the right to be free from coercion from the state and blah, 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 blah. That's like classic liberalism that well, and pull yourself up by your bootstraps and don't expect anybody to give you handouts. This is the liberalism that that libertarians tend to hold on to.
So what's the difference between liberties and freedoms?
Liberty is the ability to do something. Generally, freedom would be the ability to not be affected by something or someone. Right? Maybe? Positive, negative? That might be true.
They also
I'm not
see
sure.
the Constitution and our Bill of Rights as those are documents that limited government, right? Like that's their point of view. Rather than it being a founding document that kind of sets the rules of how society is going to work, they see it as these are the rules that government, like these are the rules that protect you from government. Like that's their point of view. You see how there's like a difference there?
Yeah, I think that was the purpose of the. I think that's correct, by the way.
Yeah, I thought it was backwards. I thought it was opposite. Like the freedoms allow you to not be affected by outside influence, and liberties is more directed towards, like, I don't know. I think I'm confused about it still. Mind.
But may I ask a question?
Sure.
Sure. I mean, someone was saying something like, leave the foreign influences out of America. But if you want to leave the foreign influences out of America, why is America engaging in foreign business? Because then you're influencing, but you don't want to be influenced. So how does that...
If I was running for a political position and I had somebody approach me with millions and millions of dollars, most people don't have morals. So what we're dealing with in Congress today is where you have one side that takes money from AIPAC, and then you have the other side that takes money from the Muslims. And they're going to overthrow American values because of their emotional problems that they have in Congress. And that's what we're witnessing today. And hopefully Mojo can understand this and get on board, but we'll see.
Yeah. All right. Substantiate your claim.
My claim, you can see that Thomas Massey took money from a Muslim donator. So when he goes around and complains about those that get donations from Jews, well, he got donations from Muslims. What's the difference?
Yeah. How much? Was it an individual or was it a group?
No, they're both corrupt. They're both don't have American interests. They have outside.
Was it an individual or a group?
Wait,
I'm sorry, they have outside foreign influence.
Possibly a breakthrough.
If you take money from an outside entity, are you really caring about American values? Whether it's Muslims or Jews?
Wait, wait. Hello, my guy. Hold on. You got to chill, my guy. Chill and have a conversation. Do you think? Hey, my guy, shut the fuck up. No, seriously, shut up. Holy fuck. You know, it's interesting because we have Jewish people and we have Muslims in the country as well. So these are not foreign influences. These are influences that exist in the United States of America. I want to know why nobody complains about the influence of the Christian cult.
I don't know why nobody talks about the Mormons. You haven't talked about the Mormons at all, Mojo. Are you a Mormon? You must be a Mormon, Mojo.
I Googled your claim.
Are you a Mormon?
Your claim. My God.
I don't think anyone answered my question.
Massey did not take foreign aid from Muslim PACs. There's nothing about that in his records in regards to public donations. I'm sorry. And Lotta, I agree with you. We shouldn't be influencing foreign.
And tell me they're not Muslims.
Oh,
stop
you're just
interrupting
going off of
him,
name.
please.
Well, I can't do it. I can't do it, my guy. My guy.
Lotta, I agree with you.
I heard him on a MAGA panel, and he didn't even last 5 minutes on a MAGA panel.
Yeah, he's obnoxious. Revel, what was your answer to which? Wait, Revel was hey. Revel was asking or responding to you. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, sorry, my guy derailed everything. Lana, I agree. I don't believe that we should be influencing foreign politics. I think that we should be letting countries do their shit. We should be providing aid. We should be helping people out, but I don't think we should be foreign influencers. We shouldn't be doing that.
Well, I'm thinking, like, if you don't want to be influenced, like you said, and I agree with you, then why influence? Because it's like you're taking a right to, I want to go here, I want to do this, and that's my right, and I'm going to do it. But when other countries have an opinion about what you do, then we're out of line. I mean, it's not fair. I mean, like, why does one country have a power over others? I mean, we either interact, work together, agree on each other's influence, or we or
everybody capitulates to the strongest person in the room. Right?
Yeah, true.
I mean, the bully gets to do what they want. You can choose to try and get together and attack the bully. You may or may not succeed, but the bully is still a bully. That's why. We have the largest military. So why should we have to listen to what you have to say?
Well, I mean, bullies lose out in the long run. Then we get the school pew-pews and all that kind of stuff because we diss them and then they come back and fire at us. That's what society is about today. We don't respect people and we bully people and then they come back and they retaliate. And that's what the world is about right now. And I was given an example of a small scale, but it's actually what's happening in the world. Like, some people feel like they're entitled to bully, and then they get, like, angry when people retaliate and get defensive and fight back, like, oh, that's wrong and that's bad. If someone would go after my kid, I would tell him to retaliate. I mean, come on. It's like, and I feel like, sadly, America is feeling like it's entitled to just do whatever right now it wants to do. And it's not going to work in the long run. We should work together globally.
Well, again, that's not how imperialism works. Unfortunately, I get what you're saying, but
is it good? Is it good that there's a power that dictates? I mean, of course, if we're fighting terrorism and we should all be coming together when it comes to that. But when it comes to right now that there are countries that are attacking innocent sovereign countries and they can just go on and someone's entitled to and Israel is entitled to and there's pew-pews everywhere and like, who's in charge of stopping this madness and just trying to make people come together and work something out? This is a huge question.
Do you agree?
Really funny.
Do you agree that that if we're going to have separate nations on this planet, that there's going to be at least one nation that is the most powerful nation? Do you agree that's a reality?
Yeah, I do. I do. I actually do, and I think that the nation that is the most powerful also has the utmost responsibility to maybe foremost go for peace and try to come up with solutions rather than attacks and allowing that what's going on today all over.
Can peace be secured through strength?
Can what? Excuse me?
Can peace be secured through strength, through force of arms?
That's a good question. I mean, it's a wishful thinking.
More or less wishful than throwing platitudes at enemies.
But how do you guys feel about what's going on in the world right now with the craziness everywhere? I mean, who's going to do something? Who has the power? If America is really the most powerful military in the world, are you capable of stopping
Yeah, we have the power. We have the power, but unfortunately, people are brainwashed. People are lost. People don't understand the power that we have. A lot of people are just tired, right? They're grind down. They just want to get up, work, take care of their family, and say fuck it. So we're dealing with a lot of shit right now.
I think Trump has recognized that regardless of what he does, the left will absolutely excoriate him for anything and everything. So he's realized that he can turn that type of situation into positive results. He can do what he needs to do and weather the political storm, and it won't affect his legacy.
Hey, Donovan. Meet Kettle. Meet Kettle.
Okay.
I'm serious. Did I not hear for fucking 4 years Biden was the fucking worst thing on the goddamn planet? Like seriously, meet Kettle.
Biden was an empty suit. He wasn't. There was
Trump
no there.
Trump is an empty suit. There's no there.
Yeah, I'm gonna call him President Autopen from now on. Just so y'all don't say. What about Biden?
Wait, does that mean we don't ever have to hear you talk about Biden again?
Well, I mean, every time I say Biden, y'all bust out that
okay, so you're not going to say Biden. So you're not going to say Biden anymore because he wasn't in charge of anything anyway.
I don't think he was.
Okay, well, if you don't think he was, there's no reason for you to ever talk about it.
Which is why I will say President Autopen.
Well, the president shouldn't be in charge of everything. I mean, to some degree, it's like the final say, but every smart leader, whether it's in politics or business, relies on, like, the best leaders, like, surround themselves with smarter people. And what's that?
Sorry, go ahead.
And they should be listening to their advisors and counsel and making the best decisions. But when you have a single person who thinks that they just know best and know everything, and their decisions are only based on their own morals, which, however corrupt that may be, then you're going to have a worse outcome than someone who actually allows the intelligent people who are involved directly in the day-to-day things of very specific, large, complicated situations, whether it be science.
That's a lot of adjectives. A lot of adjectives. A lot of fuck. I want to address what Loda said. This is why I generally don't have foreigners on my panel. Because you guys can ask what we're going to do, but you can't have any effect over what we're going to do. This is obviously something that has to happen internally. We have to vote this power out. We have to vote for something better. We have to vote to change things. So the midterms will define where we're moving, where the direction of the country is going in the next 2 years. And then in 2028, we'll have another presidential election that will define where the country goes from there. So I would say with the approval rating that Donald Trump has, he's definitely losing the midterms, and the Republicans are going to be out of power in 2028 as well. As a matter of fact, I think the entire Republican Party is going to have to be restructured.
Can I respond to this?
Yeah.
Oh, please do.
Well, it sounds like, but I don't know who said that the reason why you don't have international people on your panel. Do you know how many panels there are now on TikTok that are actually international, and just to try to have good debates and good conversations, and not about being hostile or saying, oh, you don't have a right to say this because you don't live in America, and all this kind of stuff. That I think that it's been a positive trend right now that we can discuss what's best for the world and not just think about me, or like, because you don't live in America, you don't have an opinion about this. I mean, I live in Sweden. Our gas prices are the highest they've ever been. Our groceries are the highest that they've ever been. The inflation is up, and all of this is due to the situation in Iran and the Hormuz. So, I mean, whatever.
What?
And I mean, my husband is in America right now. He's an American. But I mean, so that people say that we shouldn't even have a say or interfere or even get on panels because we're not even American, when the entire world is being affected by what you, as a superpower, which I appreciate and understand your movement, but to tell us that why are you coming on here when you interfere or interact?
Yeah, no, you're
and
just
have a say in
repeating.
the whole
You're
world?
just repeating yourself.
Well, okay, so why is someone saying that this is the reason I don't have international people on my panel?
I said that because you can't affect our policies. If you want to go talk to, if you want to go, if you want, no, but I have no reason to debate with you. You don't even know how our system works.
Hey, Lotta.
Of course I do know how it works.
Hey, Lotta, do you have a king? Do you have a king?
Yeah, and do you know that kings have no power?
What's his name?
A king called Gustav.
Yeah. And how long has he been in power?
I don't even know, but kings
Since
don't have power.
1973. He's been in power since 1973.
Do you know that kings don't have any power?
Okay.
Do you know that?
Then why do you still have them, Lotta?
Because it's a monarchy. They don't have any power or political say. They're representatives of our countries.
Then why do you still have them?
Because we're a monarchy. It's a tradition.
Mm-hmm.
The tradition.
You think it's possible
Why
that
Norway have kings and queens and Monaco?
Do you think it's possible that those kings and queens want to keep a low profile? That they want their people to think that their country is ruled?
Power. People in America don't understand that our kings and queens don't have any power. They don't have any political say. They don't have any decision making. They can't make any decisions.
What's the flagship of Sweden, Lotta?
What?
What's the flagship of Sweden's navy?
What do you mean? What's the flagship? I don't even know what that means.
What's the name of the flagship in the Swedish Navy?
I don't know what a flagship is.
Flagship is your capital ship. Is where the admiral, the leader of your navy, commands the rest of the navy from. Do you know the honorific in front of that ship? What it's called? Great Britain has a similar setup. HMS. You heard that before?
I don't understand what you're asking.
His Majesty's ship.
He doesn't have a ship.
Oh, he doesn't. Oh, okay.
No, he doesn't. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, you don't even know how your own system works.
Are you questioning whether I'm Swedish or not?
No, I said you don't know how your own system works, and you want to comment on the system in the U.S.?
What do you mean I don't know how my own system works? I don't know what a flagship is. English is my second language. Swedish is my first language. I don't know what a flagship is. I'm just telling you that kings don't have any power.
Okay.
In any monarchy, they're representatives of the country. It's our politicians and the people that we vote for.
Do they have the right? Does a king have the ability to veto legislation?
Kings have no political say.
Can you answer my question? Do they have the right to veto legislation?
I don't even know what veto legislation means. So if you
to stop a piece of legislation from going through.
They can't make any decisions.
Do they have the ability?
In our country,
do they have the ability? Answer my question. Answer my question. Do they have the ability to stop a piece of legislation?
I am answer your question.
No, you're not.
Kings don't have any. Yeah, I am. What do you want me to say?
You're not. I want you to answer my question.
I am.
I don't know about your. I don't know about. Hello. I don't know about your country. As far as Great Britain goes, though, England, the king does absolutely have the capability of vetoing a piece of legislation. They do have the power to set. They do have the. They do. You're full of shit. You're full of shit, and you're wrong. You're full of shit, and you're wrong. And you think you have the ability to discuss American politics?
I live in a monarchy. Our king does not have any power. In UK,
this is why you shouldn't be on American panel.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
can I just level set here?
You should actually look into this.
Lotta, stop. Not all of us are fucking dumb, and we know what we're talking about. So
no, you don't.
In England, the king can absolutely veto. In Sweden, they can. Not after 1974. Those rights are stripped from the monarchy in Sweden. Now, however, to say that the king or the monarchy don't have any say in society is just wrong. They can absolutely influence legislation. If there's a throne speech that says, I don't like where this country is going, I don't like the direction that this country is going, this isn't right, this isn't what the people of Sweden want, like, they represent the people of Sweden, they are the head of state, they absolutely can influence legislation. And to say that they can't is willful ignorance.
No, so, I mean, basically what you're saying, because I'm Swedish, I grew up here, I'm going to tell you right now, I work for the royal family. I'm not supposed to even say this. I work for them. So if you're going to tell me,
ridiculous.
So if you're going to
ridiculous.
tell me that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I know what the king and queen can and cannot do, and I mean, that's like an insult. And I was on a panel yesterday also, and people were saying, you're not even Swedish. You don't even live in Sweden. You're on here lying.
I don't care about your other panel. I don't care about your other panel.
Kicking me out. I know.
Listen, you're already biased. You work for the royal family. They absolutely can influence legislation because they can influence the voters who would then put pressure on their elected officials. They are the head of state.
Political climate.
Cannot. Can you connect the words that I'm? Hey, English lesson here. Connect the fucking words that I'm saying. They have influence. Do you know what influence is?
Yes.
They have influence over policy. If they disagree with a bill that is on the floor, for example, and it's in the middle of debate and it's in the middle of parliament, and if they get up on their throne speech and address the nation and say, I don't like this, yes, they don't have power to veto it, but fuck, the people can put pressure on the elected officials to say otherwise and to agree with what the king is saying. They absolutely have influence.
The king doesn't have any power over the political climate in Sweden. No.
Let's change gears here. Let's change gears
but
here.
I mean, I don't want to do this, but I mean, if you really want to look into it, he can't change the political climate, and he cannot go and say, so I mean, I'm really sorry, but he can't. The king is only representative for our country.
Yeah, you said that. You said that. Lotto, why not dissolve the monarchy?
I mean, I don't care if we have a monarchy or not. I mean,
right.
I was born here, and this is where I live, and this is how it is, and I don't have a problem with it. And
I'm sure you studied Rome, right? You studied Rome. Most people in the West have studied Rome.
I'm not really. So I just
had
go
a
there.
republic.
I just travel there for vacation every May, but I really don't study Rome. I just go there for
I don't need a story.
red wine. That's
okay, so what I'm trying to say is that what I'm trying to say is that Rome. Everyone knows Rome had a republic, but from time to time, especially when there was a crisis, Rome would appoint a dictator to act decisively in that time of crisis. What I'm trying to tell you, and the way it is with most monarchies, is that vestigial monarchy is there in the event of a crisis. If there is some type of large-scale tumult, that you will find that humans tend to lean towards those decisive individuals. That is why you have not dissolved the monarchy. That is why Great Britain has not dissolved the monarchy. However, here in the United States, we don't want anything resembling, you're going to laugh, don't do it, Mojo, we don't want anything resembling a king. We want to be able to elect our leaders because we prefer self-governance over the governance of a monarch. So I would suggest maybe you tell your countrymen to perhaps dissolve the monarchy.
We don't want a king. We just want a daddy.
I knew you were going to make fun of me for that. This is precisely the reason that Trump is coming to power. I mean, this is human nature, and I know Mojo loves that term, but it is people. It is human nature. Fear. When people have fear of stuff, they want something to change quickly. And when people want things to change quickly, they are okay with letting some strong man come in and just start making decisions and getting shit done, whether it's good or bad. It's going to happen. And that's why we have Trump. That's why kings are still in place. Yeah, it's like in case of emergency, break glass. That's
I actually think you're probably right, because if they were invaded by another country, and a lot of the other leaders were taken out, or they weren't able to come to some sort of decision, then yeah, I think the king would probably take over at that point. That makes sense. Your explanation made sense.
Similar to what the Romans did. And it's very rare. We need to, and look, you guys, you've heard me say this before. I don't like Donald Trump. I only like his utility. I only like what he represents. He's a chucklehead. He's a bombastic narcissist. He's an unrepentant serial womanizer. I hate that. But the thing is that our country has been going the wrong direction for so long. Donald Trump represents the best course correction for what most of the American electorate see as the problem, which is the capture of our government by corrupt scumbags.
Like Donald Trump.
If you say so. But I understand that chemotherapy is used to fight cancer. Chemotherapy is generally poison, isn't it, Mojo?
So you put a corrupt politician in place to get rid of corrupt politicians? Are you fucking serious?
Yes.
Wait, an even better
fire with fire.
Whole fucking thing that you literally just said, Brendan, is that mRNA was actually being used as a effective method to treat cancer, and Trump has rescinded the funding for that.
It's a weird pivot, but okay.
I think it's analogous to the nature of Trump fucking up everything that he touches. Like anything good progressively that we're doing as a society, he's deemed it as, nah, we don't need to spend money on that.
Regression isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? If we try something new and it doesn't work, we go back.
Wait,
right?
what? I have a Donovan. My question to you, Donovan. What has Trump accomplished since he's gotten in office?
He certainly restored faith in government for me. He's absolutely shattered the Democrat Party. That's kind of fun.
Okay, I disagree, but yeah, I mean, you can believe whatever you want. I'm talking about like to change the country or end corruption, or to make us a better place or a better country, or make our military better, or make our decision-making process better. What has he done since he got in office? What has he accomplished?
He's put dictators, especially fascist dictators, on notice all across the globe.
Okay, so he's done nothing. What has he done since he's gotten in office?
What are you talking about?
Unnoticed. What the fuck is that? I'm sorry. We already have the largest military on the face of the planet. All fucking dictators understand that. They're already unnoticed. So what has Donald Trump done?
Trump showed them that he's willing to use it.
Every president has done that. Every president has done that. We've invaded Afghanistan. We've invaded Iraq. We bomb places. We send drones in. We take out leaders. We've been doing this forever. So what has Donald Trump actually done?
He's done lots of things, Mojo.
See, that's the answer right there, because you don't fucking know. Either that, or you understand that he has done not a goddamn thing to actually move this country forward, and he's only done things that make us a worse place.
So you don't think he's done anything? Is that right? Is that right? Should I pull up WhiteHouse.gov or something? Is that what you want?
Outside of shitting out a whole bunch of executive orders that are unconstitutional for the most part, yeah, that's kind of all he's done.
Okay, returning American sovereignty is a good thing. I like right out of the gate.
What does that mean?
This idea that we are simply the bullies, because you guys love objecting to bullies. The fact that he has removed our role as bully for NATO and bully for Europe, I think is a good thing. The fact that he's secured our borders and is making American sovereignty and American citizenship mean something. Because
all right, prove that he's. Well, first of all, hey, chill. Okay, so prove that he secured our border, and show me how being a bully against NATO and the UN and the WHO, show me how adding lists to our victims is actually making us less of a bully.
What does that mean, adding lists to our victims? And
we are attacking.
We're refusing to be bullies for NATO.
No, we are bullying NATO. We have added them to our list of victims.
Bullies for NATO. How have we victimized? This is really funny. How have we victimized NATO?
Through trade policies, by refusing to work with them when it comes to Israel or Palestine or Iran, victimize them, attacking them.
Talking about Israel isn't part of NATO.
I didn't say they were. There are directives that are aimed at Israel from the UN and from the ICC and from NATO. There are plenty of discussions and speeches that have been put forth. There are a lot of international economic policies that are being done without us now, and we're still trying to push our way through them and insist that they can't go into place. I would say that by pulling us out of these organizations, all he's done is add more targets to our bully.
Yeah, and more specifically to comment on the bully aspect, like maybe the terminology isn't perfect, but the fact that like he's basically saying, the gripe is no one else is paying enough money for this, organization except for us, so we're gonna back out of it. Like basically holding them hostage, saying, "Oh well, because of money, you're not paying enough money into this group we have. Then we're gonna hold you hostage and not give you aid or whatever." And now
You
we
just
have
made my point.
No, I didn't make your point.
You did.
What? Restate your point.
My point is that all of these European countries didn't have to kick in for their defense because they expected the United States in every instance to come to their aid. As a matter of fact, the chairman of NATO said that he appreciated Donald Trump for reminding NATO that they have a responsibility to provide for their common defense.
Sure, but because our nation is so much larger, because we have so much more money, like to say that, like, to be the big one in the group and say, I'm not going to protect any of y'all anymore because you're not giving us enough money. Like, that's fucked up. Like, it should be like, okay, let's work out a deal to get people investing more if that's the problem. But to come in and be like an asshole, like, that's being a bully. Like, coming in and being like, oh, well, fuck you guys because you're not paying enough money. Like, that's stupid. It's stupid. And now what happened? We're going to fucking war, and they won't even let us fly over their airspace. Like, it is a net negative to the way that he went about that shit.
Yeah, Ash, and just to add to your point and Mojo's, especially when we have sanctioned a lot of the countries within NATO. Like, how are you sanctioning countries, then turning around and saying they're not given enough money? And again, they only commit to what? It went up to 3% now, but it was 2% of their GDP. And there's been times where we haven't made our 2%. There's been times where we've given more, but that was voluntary. Other countries have done so as well. So it's kind of a weaponized argument. At the end of the day, you created the issue.
Well, I don't think we hit 2% last year. We have $1 trillion in spending, but we have a $30 trillion budget. That means we have 2%. We would have to spend $1.5 trillion, right?
Oh, exactly, Mojo. Good point.
I don't know. I just don't think Trump has accomplished anything. I don't think he's made us a sovereign nation either. He hasn't secured the border at all in any way, shape, or form. He just stopped reporting on people that were coming across the border.
I'll tell you one thing that he's done. For a guy who somehow convinced a bunch of fucking people that he was going to go after P3DOs, he certainly defunded the fucking agency that was going to be looking into that. They haven't done any of that. They haven't done any of the investigations that were being done with the Biden administration. So why is that, Brendan? Why is somebody who ran on making sure that we were going to protect kids defund the agency and make sure that they weren't doing those investigations?
Whoa. I don't know that you tell individuals that you're investigating them.
I also think it's interesting.
I don't think that's how that works.
You voted for him because you wanted justice for the people that were politically prosecuted or persecuted, however we want to put it. Yet he hasn't convicted. His administration has convicted nobody of anything yet. So again, I still ask.
We don't simply throw them in jail on a whim. There has to be investigations. There has to be indictments. There has to be.
Yeah, and all
process.
of his.
It's called due process.
Yeah, all of his indictments have failed.
So what's the crime or allegation for E. Jean Carroll?
They're trying to go after her for perjury somehow.
Probably the target's probably Reid Hoffman, but they want info on Reid Hoffman, and E. Jean Carroll is a vehicle to accomplish that goal, more than likely.
I just think it's funny, Brendan. You have these reasons. Everybody, all the MAGA people have the reasons to vote for Donald Trump, but yet they never get any of those reasons fulfilled, and they still enjoy Donald Trump. I don't understand it.
It's the strongman concept. Again, like there's no logical reason other than
Incorrect.
their feelings and vibes and wanting things to change quicker than they could under a normal situation.
Here you go. Under President Trump's administration, significant efforts were made to arrest and prosecute individuals involved in sexual exploitation, notably the Department of Justice Iron Pursuit in April 2026 led to over 350 arrests and identification of more than 200 child victims. Additionally, the administration enacted laws like the FOSTA-SESTA package in 2018 to exchange legal tools against online sex trafficking. However, reports indicate that the administration also reduced the funding to program combating human trafficking, potentially undermining these efforts. So there you see what he did, and then it affirmed your objection, which I guess was taking away some funding for those organizations?
No, not doing their job and also defunding it, which obviously was even said, and the fact that you're re-identifying victims. What the fuck? Like, you're not prosecuting anybody?
Yeah, I just said 350 arrests and identification more than 200 victims.
Yeah, how many convictions are out of that? Like none.
I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
He's been a complete failure, dude.
Well, I mean, I understand that that's your position. That's the narrative that you like to push, but that doesn't mean that it's tethered in reality. If anything, the Democrat superpower is delusion.
Yeah, no, you're delusional right now because you think he's actually done something, but you can't tell me a single thing that he's fucking accomplished. Not one.
I just did.
No, you didn't.
Well, yeah. So you need me to read it again, Mojo?
Yeah, you can indict all the people you want. If you don't convict him, it's irrelevant. You're just wasting taxpayer dollars at that point.
Yeah, also, we're talking about the President of the United States who has a majority in Congress. Like, obviously, he's going to do something. It doesn't mean that it was the best things or the most amount of things. Like, maybe he's brought some charges against some of these people you mentioned, but if he actually took some of the funds from some other department and put it more into that department, then it would be even more, don't you think? Okay.
Okay. Well, I don't know what you're looking at. You were asked questions. Fucking Republicans are so dumb.
I was asking Brennan that.
I know. Which was funny that his response was okay.
No, that was me.
Oh, you said that? God, you sounded just like him when you said that. I wasn't looking at the screen.
That's what he does when no one answers him.
That was a good impersonation. Holy shit.
Oh, thanks.
No, I was taking a service call, actually. I had a service call for 2018 Ford Transit, and some of these chuckleheads believe that a $600 key from the dealer they can get for $180, but they're just being scammed. But they want to believe it. Similar to you leftists, you guys believe the things you want to believe and disregard the things that you don't. Similar to me reading, Mojo took a position that, Trump is doing nothing. So when I read the things that he's done, he's like, well, you couldn't read a single thing. I did.
No, you
When
didn't.
He
To believe it.
When he says he's not doing anything, sorry, I don't mean to talk for you. Go ahead.
There were no accomplishments in there. He didn't accomplish
anything.
anything.
Said there were 350 arrests and they identified 200 victims, and you're like, that's nothing. We don't know about
arrests. Yeah, arrests. You can arrest people. You can charge people with crimes all you want, but until you convict somebody, you have done nothing but waste taxpayer dollars.
Except you said nothing, Mojo. So just make sure that you stretch before you move the goalpost. I want to see you throw
There's
your
no
back up.
goalpost there. There's no moving of the goalpost there. I said he's done nothing. He has accomplished nothing. The only thing he's accomplished is making our fucking country worse off by increasing inflation, increasing unemployment, increasing the price of oil, putting us in a much worse situation on the world stage. I mean, the only thing he's done is fuck us over. Those are his only accomplishments.
I actually am of the belief, personally, that he did do one thing in order to move this country forward, and that is come in and expose the pitfalls of our system so that hopefully we can figure out a way to fortify that better in the future.
I should have just got a question though, like I honestly, I'd like to be hopeful, but I really don't see that happening when we have people literally minimizing those issues in our systems to political alignment. Like, that's a problem. I mean, everything we've talked about here on this panel, any other panels that I'm in, Democrats, leftists, Democratic Party, blah, 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 blah. Nothing about actual system failures, actual system solutions. Nothing.
At least when Democrats are in power, they have something to actually bitch about. Joe Biden passed this piece of legislation. Joe Biden added money to green energy. Joe Biden is wasting money on infrastructure. Joe Biden is becoming a capitalist by taking away free market trade and giving subsidies to corporations to bring their factories back here under the Chips and Science Act. At least y'all have something to bitch about. The only thing we get to bitch about is him fucking up the country. That kind of sucks. You guys get to bitch about us doing good.
Concepts and thoughts and concepts of plans, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, all we're trying to do, like, I'll just give an example. One thing that Trump is trying to do, the SAVE Act, right?
Trying to do.
India
Stop. Trying to do. When you have to say trying to do, then you are proving my point.
No, I'm not.
You are.
Because leftists, especially Marxist leftists here in this country, are doing everything they can to obstruct the president in his efforts to make the country better.
Yeah, and Republicans did the same thing. But Republicans did the same thing, but Biden got a whole bunch of shit passed.
Do you want to know how, Brennan, he got shit passed? There are things that the Democrats and the Biden administration wanted to push through.
Good-sized bribes?
Hold on. That they wanted to push through. But in working and reaching across the aisle and being a good statesman the way he fucking was, and I'm not the biggest Biden fan, but he was able to get shit done because he was able to adjust what they wanted to do originally. The reason why the Republicans somehow, who control all three fucking branches of government, can't get shit done is because they're fucking incompetent. Right? If they know that they need a 60 vote threshold, then you work within that threshold and you try to meet the other party in the middle, because there are plenty of fucking moderate Democrats who are more right of center than they are in the fucking left side of the aisle. So work with those motherfuckers, reach your 60 vote threshold and pass some legislation, but they fucking can't. You have a majority in both houses and you still can't get shit done. That's
we have a razor-thin majority. We have a razor-thin majority, and we also have individuals that have intentionally been running as Republicans who are in fact rhinos. That would be Republicans in name only.
Okay, sure, cool. Blame it all on everything else other than the incompetence.
No, I'm just
of the
outlining the confines of reality that you guys
cool.
tend to
Then
ignore.
That's the incompetence of your party. That is the incompetence of the party who quote-unquote allowed for these rhinos to run again.
Do you know how many people
that was the alliance.
Do you know how many
they were trying to reach and it backfired?
Do you know how many
I don't know if
pieces
you've been paying attention, but Texas, Indiana, there's a lot of states where all the MAGA affirmed candidates have been winning in landslides. I mean, Ken Paxton, didn't he win by 25%? Yeah, so we are taking steps.
Everybody.
Yeah, I'm aware of who Ken Paxton is. Yeah.
Are you?
You object to Ken Paxton? Yeah.
Yes, felonious.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what I do. Your support for him is loud enough, sir. Like.
Yep, we need people that are willing to get the job of the American people done. Just to give you an idea, because I brought up the SAVE Act just a moment ago, the SAVE Act will direct states to remove non-citizens from the voter rolls. America lags behind other nations in enforcing basic and necessary election protections. For example, India and Brazil tie voter ID to a biometric database, while the United States largely relies on self-attestation for citizenship. Germany and Canada require paper ballots when tabulating votes, while the U.S. lacks basic chain of custody protections. Denmark and Sweden sensibly limit mail-in voting to for those unable to vote in person, and late arrivals do not count, while American elections now feature mass voting by mail even after Election Day. So by calling attention to these huge holes that can be manipulated for nefarious purposes, he's attempting to fix it. And yet even something this simple is fought tooth and nail by leftists who hate this country.
Where is your evidence for that? Because wasn't there a study that's been done?
What do you need evidence for specifically?
Wasn't there a study that was done by, I think, the Cato Institute that stated that there was realistically no, like, over the past 30 years, there was like, what, a total of like 218 confirmed cases of voter fraud over 3 decades?
What's your objection? You're saying there's not enough voter fraud to care? This is a non-issue. You're saying that there's not enough fraud to care about it? Is that what you're saying?
Over 30 years, it sounds like we have systems in place that are correctly identifying and policing individual aspects of voter fraud. Like, this is a non-issue.
Yes, a Revel, because, for example, in Alabama, the person who's running for lieutenant governor on Tommy Tuberville's ticket for the Republican Party, he was convicted of voter fraud in the last election, trying to vote under a fake ID.
I want to go back to this whole legislation thing. So you said they have razor thin majorities, but yet Democrats didn't have the majority in 23 and 24, and they still passed 487 bills in 23 and another 520 bills in 24. But it was Republican-controlled Congress, and they were the majority of the bills passed. Democrats were. See, Democrats get shit done. Republicans block shit. That's it. They don't want to do anything. They have done nothing since they've been in power, since they've controlled all 3 branches. It doesn't matter whether they have a razor-thin majority or not. They just don't want to do anything.
Oh, no, Mojo. They won their district
100%.
map contest. They did that. They did win their district map contest. That's what they got.
Wait, that was the Supreme Court. That had nothing to do with the legislature.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the Republican Party.
Yeah, that was the Supreme Court ruling.
Well, yeah, they're still Republicans, though.
I disagree, but I don't call judges Republicans or Democrats. They may lean one way or another, or may have an ideological bent, but I wouldn't call them a Democrat or Republican.
Well, you can be nice, Mojo. I'm going to be mean. It is what it is. The Republican Supreme Court, alongside these Republican red states, won their little BS redistricting situation that is so stupid, yet you want more requirements for states who were literally convicted of voter crimes, like voter infringement, voter rights crimes. It's craziness.
Yeah, there wouldn't be a term known as packed courts if that wasn't a thing. So
well, that's not true. Do you know what a court packing is?
House Resolution 972, the Sloan Canyon Conservation and Lateral Pipeline Act, which Trump just signed into law, which expands the boundaries of the Sloan Canyon National Conservatory in Clark County, Nevada, and directs the Department of the Interior's Bureau of Land Management to grant rights of way to Southern Nevada Water Authority for the construction of water transmission pipeline and related facilities to serve the Las Vegas Valley. H.R. 2066, the Investing in All America Act of 2025, which modifies the maximum amount of outstanding leverage available for small business investment companies and excludes from the calculation of leverage cap to SBICs.
Wait, you have to look to see who sponsored those bills, where those bills came from.
H.R. 2815.
Are they Democratic bills? Wait, are they Democratic? Are they Democratic bills or Republican bills?
Christ, that's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. It's fucking not irrelevant. Because if Democrats, it doesn't matter whether it's veto power or not. If Democrats, Donovan, if Democrats can get bills passed through a majority of Republican Congress, House, and Senate, then Democrats are doing the fucking job. Republicans are still doing not a goddamn thing. I can tell you that the water rights in Nevada have to do with the interstate compact that includes Colorado and California and a bunch of other states. And to allow Nevada actually produce their own oil or divert their own, their own water and divert their own water, that that alleviates the problem that we're having in all these other states too. So this is a compact between these states, mostly Democratic states, by the way, that have to deal with this in order to make sure that we can still have water in these states. This is not a Republican thing.
Yeah. Does Trump have veto power?
Doesn't matter.
Does Trump have veto power?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. So HR 4323, HR 6938, let's see, HR 187, HR 410, HR 1491, HR 165, HR 1043.
Okay, you stop. Just stop. Just fucking stop.
These are all just House bills passed in January of 2025, alone. Should I continue?
That's fine. Usually there are thousands of bills passed. Just so you know. That being said, you have to figure out who got those bills put forth in the first place. Because if they're Democrats, then you're just fighting your own fucking battles for me.
So what you would like to do is say that every bit of legislation that was passed because of the Democrats.
Thank you, Sammy.
That's what you're saying, Mojo?
Thank you so much, Sammy. No, I'm saying that Democrats actually do shit. Republicans do nothing but obstruct.
I see. So all of those bills that were passed because of Democrats and not.
I didn't say that either.
About it. He never said that, but think about it. Let's walk through it.
Okay. His first position was that Trump does nothing. Then I bring up these things and he says, well, Trump didn't do any of that. The Democrats did that. It's nonsense.
Oh, my God.
Mojo is bringing nonsense.
What major legislation in the past 20 years has the Republicans got through, signed, and it was beneficial? What major piece of legislation? Oh, my God. Okay. Oh, and just one more question.
Did that hurt your feelings?
No. It was actually just the most outlandish thing I could have ever heard today. But what is the difference between a Rhino and MAGA? Are they less or more conservative? Like, what is the difference? They're conservatives.
Well, Rhino is a Republican in name only.
All right. What is conservative, though?
Conservative would be a person who is in office that prefers the bedrock principles that the founding fathers set forth in this country.
Like Thomas Massey?
That would be the difference. Well, Thomas Massey, that's a fine pivot if you want to pivot to Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey.
No, I would just say that he's a conservative. That you guys primaried.
Thomas Massey was primaried specifically because he is a hapless nitwit. If he wanted to affect change rather than attempt to score political points, what he probably should have done is work within or with the administration, as opposed to just attempting to score points because it's very fashionable to hate on Trump.
He works for the state.
I'm aware.
Who in the administration was not willing to pick up his I guess his mandate that he said that he told his constituents that he wanted to go after the people on the Epstein list.
What was that for, Mojo?
Harassment and bullying.
Who's reporting?
I don't think anybody's reporting. I think it's AI. They probably caught something he said about Massey. I bet it's what you said about Massey, in all honesty. Fucking stupid. TikTok sucks, by the way. I bet it's what you said about Massey.
I'm kind of surprised I still haven't gotten one from earlier.
What'd you do earlier?
Railed on RFK and made Truther look like...
Oh, that's right.
That's right. Oh, what'd you say about RFK?
Don't repeat it, otherwise you're going to get it this time.
He never got it.
I know, but he's going to get it this time. They're paying attention.
Mojo, I don't know. Rebel's kind of like me. I've seen him out of pocket, but I also haven't had any flags either.
Well, last night I got one after like 5 minutes of being on the panel and barely saying anything, so AI is a little trippy.
I rise in defense of RFK. You guys are in a cult if you don't support him. He was a Democrat after all.
What we're talking about him being in charge of our health department.
He's back, Revel.
Much Beckerly.
He's back,
Who
Revel.
was the last person in charge? It was a overweight trans person?
An
overweight trans person, the perfect picture of health.
Medical doctor.
I don't understand what that literally has to do with anything in regards to the actual information that they direct the nation towards in regards to their health.
But it has to be corrected. It has to be corrected anyway because the trans person was not in charge of the fucking department.
My
fucking
doctor
stupid.
smokes cigarettes, so I mean, what does that mean?
I mean, nicotine has benefits.
Right, and so does the H in brainworms. So I mean, I'm just confused as to how that compensates though for a medical degree.
Wait, what's the benefit of a brainworm? I want to know what that is.
Well, nicotine actually.
I didn't say ask about nicotine. What is wrong with you people? Fucking open your goddamn ears. I didn't say anything about nicotine. I said, what's the benefit of a brainworm?
Well, I mean, the brainworm thing is something that people blow out of proportion, and they try to make jokes about it as.
I didn't ask you if they blow it out of proportion. I said, what's the benefit? What is wrong with you?
Why would there be a benefit of a brainworm, dude?
It's the only benefit is that RFK Jr. has one. That's it.
Wait, I know that you're a little slow in the uptake here, but he's just trying to level set with you to agree on one simple thing, and you're even refusing to do that.
Hey, Rebel,
because she said
that got arrested recently.
Fucking, he doesn't even give a shit. He doesn't even fucking know what the hell's going on.
He doesn't care because he doesn't even know about this is the odd part for me. People want to act like they give a shit about these things, or they're so concerned about their damn health. Bro, get the fuck out of here.
RFK is a Democrat.
What I want to know is this
what does
one
that
thing.
have
No,
to
he's
do?
not.
Wait.
Hold on.
Joe.
1 second. You got kicked off earlier because of misinformation over that shit, and then you're like, you know what? Now that my 10 minutes is up, let me double down. Like, what? How is that intelligent?
Well, hey, Civics, since the beginning of the pandemic, we were rightly
now you're tripling
correct.
down.
Look at Joe Rogan, for instance.
He doesn't listen.
These things that
dude, you're just giving a speech. Why don't? Are you capable of having a conversation, Truther? Seriously?
I am. Do you guys understand that the AI?
Wait, I have a question then. Hey, stop. I have a question for you then. Why does it matter where the pandemic came from? Where it started? Why does it matter?
Well, because if Fauci, for instance, was intimately involved with it and knew the origins of it, that would behoove us to know that first off and not have him.
Wait, why? But why? But hold on, stop. Why? Why would it behoove us to know that?
If they made it and it came from a lab, then they'd have a head start on treating it in all regards. But Fauci chose to try to cover it up.
What do you mean a head? Wait, god damn it! What do you mean? What do you mean a head start on curing it? What does that mean?
Yeah, if him and his buddies are doing gain of function and they're cooking stuff up in a lab, then they know what it is and where it came from versus claiming it came from out of nowhere and then they have no idea where it came from. It's a totally different dynamic, and you would be better off knowing exactly where it came from. And Fauci knew that. And
Okay, Hey, stop. Stop giving speeches, dude. What was the mRNA? What is it? It's mRNA, right?
mRNA.
Okay, so what was that, and when did they start researching that?
In the 90s, I think they patented it in the 90s, didn't they?
So we were already working on a cure for it, right?
For the common cold?
No, we're working on that type of jab. We're working on that type of jab.
Yeah, it seems to be the origin of many of our problems.
So here's a couple things here, Truther. MIT researchers were the ones that were able to map the genome of the SARS-CoV-2. They were able to map that so that they were able to come up with the vaccine. Then, once that was made public, researchers all over the world were working on a vaccine. It wasn't just an American thing. Fauci's views and opinions only had an effect in the U.S. There was the WHO. I just would like to know how Fauci had an effect on any kind of influence over in Russia with Sputnik, in the European Union, in India, in China.
Wait, stop.
In Canada or Mexico.
Stop. Why are you going to this Gish Gallop thing? I was trying to ask questions about the fucking vaccine and why this matters at all, and you guys interrupted and changed this whole fucking thing around. I still want to know if you say that if we know where it came from, then we could be working on a cure for it before we ever get to it. That's kind of the purpose of gain of function research. That's exactly why we do that. And my suggestion is that we were working on the mRNA for that very reason. So even if it were created in a lab and it was a gain of function research type of thing, we were actually working on an mRNA version of a cure for it at the exact same time. You get that, right?
Well, why does that matter if they were cooking up a virus in a lab and then it got out?
Because don't do that.
That's a consensus, by the way.
Wait, because what you just said. Wait, stop. Just shut up. Shut up. God, you guys you are so fucking annoying. Okay. You said, I asked you why it mattered. You said that if they were doing gain of function research and we knew about them doing gain of function research, then we could actually work on a cure for it or some sort of a treatment for it or some sort of a way to stop it. And I am telling you that we were doing that at the same time that they were working on that gain of function research in that lab. We were working on a cure for that gain of function research. It did happen that way. So tell me now, again, why does it matter if it was cooked up in a lab or if it was released through a wet market?
I mean, it's very important that the fact that Fauci and his people were lying and trying to tell people to not.
Okay,
talk about the
so it's just about the lie. So it's just about the lie. So it's just about the lie. You just care that they lied.
Do you understand how important that is?
I'm trying to.
By something we made
I'm trying to figure out why that's important.
Well, gee, I mean, if we didn't make it, it wouldn't have been released, and now we're on the hook for trillions in liability if they ever.
Are you saying that? Are you saying that we never had any other COVID?
The United States.
Are you saying that COVID didn't exist before this?
Yes,
let's stop talking.
They were cooking this up in a lab in China, and then Fauci was telling.
Are you saying that? Are you saying that COVID didn't exist before this?
I'm talking about they turned it into a more virulent thing, and then that's where it came from.
I understand. Are you saying that COVID didn't exist before this? Because it did. You know that, right?
It did, dude. Yeah, it's the common cold.
Okay, so we knew that it was coming, and we knew that there would be variations to it. Hence the reason that we're doing a gain of function research, so we can find some sort of a cure for it before it actually mutates into something else. Because if we can find that mutation, we can find a way to deal with that mutation, then we can actually cure it before it even starts. That's the whole purpose of doing this. So once again, I'm asking you, why does it matter where it came from?
Everything matters, because if they're cooking it up in a lab and it did not previously exist like that and was not spreading in humans like that,
it did previously exist. It did previously exist.
They made it more dangerous, dude. That's a fact. That's why people care about function research.
Viruses get more dangerous through mutations. They always do.
Dude, the gain of function is forcing mutations. They're adding stuff to it. They're splicing in things like HIV.
And that's a good thing, right? If we can figure that out ahead of time.
Tested for HIV.
If we can figure that out ahead of time, that's a good thing, right?
It's not a good time if we're creating the thing to begin with.
Why? Because if we can figure out a solution to the thing before the thing is actually created in the first place, then that's a good thing, right?
Not if it gets out and causes a global pandemic.
I agree.
Of unalivings.
I agree. If it gets out, it sucks. I agree. But these are things that occur naturally. So COVID is something that occurred naturally, whether you like it or not. So the only reason that there could possibly be an explanation of a wet market is because it occurs naturally. Otherwise, that explanation would make no sense at all. So again, I ask you, why does it matter where it came from?
They just had hearings in D.C. on this, and the consensus is it came from a lab, dude.
You're an idiot. You're a fucking idiot. You're an idiot.
I'm not, Mojo. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're in bed with Big Pharma and stuff.
What else did the hearing come up with?
Hold on. I don't know. That's the bits I got, along with Fauci's associate being
You're the
indicted.
truther. Hold on. I'm coming to you because you're the TikTok truther. So what came out of it? Why bring it up if you didn't study it?
What came out of it is what I just said, the consensus that it came from a lab. And that they covered that up.
That was the whole point.
You don't think that's important, Civics? Why don't you think that's important?
What else did they say?
Why don't you think that's important, dude?
I'm not saying it's not important. I'm saying what else did they say?
I don't know. That's the gist I got from it.
May I quick?
So you cherry picked what you wanted out of the outcome of that hearing?
Well, you don't. First of all, you don't know the information. Okay, so let's start with that. First of all,
your fucking name is Truther.
So you missed it. So you missed that altogether. They had hearings where they said the consensus is lab leak, and you're not wanting to accept that.
No, I didn't say anything.
Mojo's trying to defend it.
Now. I don't know why you're voting a straw man right now. I asked you what the other outcomes were.
What other outcomes? The outcomes were that they
that
lied.
hearing, the one that you brought up. And where can I look this up?
It was a couple weeks ago. It was Rand Paul. They had it. You can look it up. CIA whistleblower was the headline.
Was it House? Was it
wherever Rand Paul is, dude?
Okay.
You can search. You can search CIA whistleblower.
Is that what I'm looking for? You think that's going to narrow it down? CIA whistleblower?
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's perfect because truth. Here's the thing for me. I don't know how much you know about epidemiology or any of that, or virology. But that said, why is it the case that when you say lab leak and all of this, you do understand that we do study these things, and said labs, could a lab leak look like somebody maybe not washing their hands after handling a sample and catching C-19 the old-fashioned way? Could it look like that? Because you are on the conspiracy train, but you're not really on like general health or medicine or any of that type of understanding behind how those things operate either. Like you're not really correlating the two, which is why I think you're believing what you want to believe.
Alexis, respectfully, they've confirmed that it's a consensus lab leak. Fauci's associate was just indicted because they tried to cover this up. They tried to avoid FOIA. Fauci got caught with his emails 2 or 3 years ago.
Truth, what I'm telling you is that we have labs where we do study these things. Literally, Mojo's telling you this is what gain of function is. Where do you think that occurs? In a Dollar General parking lot? No. They occur in labs with actual scientists who have jobs. That said, a lab leak could also look like someone catching a C-19 from not washing their hands, bro. Like, it's really
I don't think you know what you're talking about, respectfully.
I'm a nurse.
Or maybe not.
And respectfully, I do know what I'm talking about. What you don't understand is that you're just choosing to not accept what would be more realistic. You want to believe this narrative. It's just a conspiracy. Low-key.
No, it's a consensus, like I just said. Consensus.
It's not a consensus.
Do you know what that means? It's
consensus. It's not a consensus.
A conspiracy normally is a consensus too of a delusion, but that said, it's not true.
It is a conspiracy that Fauci was getting funding and then had a lab in China where they were doing this. That is a conspiracy. It doesn't mean it's not a true thing because they did conspire.
To do studies under his guidance as a professional and expert in
China.
In Hawaii, in Atola. It doesn't matter when
Why do they do it in China?
Because China has technology that America doesn't have until they import more Chinese people.
I don't think that's the reason for it. That's a good try there, Alexis.
And I'm being facetious, but no, I'm really being facetious, but no, that's why. I mean, we have Chinese people here doing studies in our labs. We work together. That's why we're in. This is a global thing. Duh, it's a pandemic.
Can we also level set here? This was just a singular person that is stating this happened. It wasn't a consensus. This wasn't an agreement across the world. As a matter of fact, the agreement across the world from the scientific
community, I think it's 8 out of 10.
in regards to the scientific community, there's a 96% identical genetic sequencing match in regards to the bat coronavirus and from the origination of it. It is literally a zoological crossover that came over from bats. I'm sorry that
it came from a bat's cloaca.
That you have weird
a pangolin ejaculated into a bat, and then we got
Hold on, Revel, you said it's only one person who said this?
It is. It's James. His name is James Erdman.
And you keep saying consensus, so I guess you and him make the consensus?
No, in the course of that, they say it was something like either 8 out of 10 or 8 out of 12 are lab leak, and then so it's the majority.
That's what he said. That's what the CIA said, or somebody questioning James Erdman actually said. Yeah, actually, I don't think it was James. I don't know. It wasn't scientists. It was a committee member that actually said what you said.
Right.
I remember when Fauci said they weren't doing gain of function research in China when they actually were.
Wait, he didn't say they weren't. He didn't say they weren't. He didn't say we weren't doing it. No, he didn't.
He testified in committee that they were not doing gain of function.
He did no such thing. He did no such thing.
He did.
No, he didn't.
And
he never
that's
said
why
that.
No, he absolutely did.
No, he didn't. You are
said
incorrect.
time
You are
and time
wrong.
again
You are
they
absolutely
were
wrong.
not doing
You are
gain of
absolutely wrong. He didn't say that they were not doing it. He said he didn't know if they were doing it.
The word salad.
What's wrong with
Okay.
gain of function
Okay.
testing, Johnny? What's the issue with gain of function testing?
Well, the issue was that we didn't want to pay for gain of function.
No.
in the
What is
Chinese
it?
lab. What?
What is it?
What
and why
is
do you
what?
not want to pay? What is it? What's the issue with it? Why do you not want to pay for it?
Okay, listen to me carefully. The issue is that he said we were not doing it.
That's
and
not what
we
he said,
did not
though.
want
That's
to.
not what he said.
Listen, Mojo, shut up.
Fuck off.
You know what it is.
God, now you're gonna get booted from my panel. Are you serious?
Because you don't
Why?
even know what it is.
I don't know why we're listening to these two dumbasses.
Well, hey,
anyway.
guys.
They have two
Because
fucking
I was-
brain cells between the two of them.
Because I was
Why are we
bored.
Civics, give me a
Because I
break,
was
bro.
bored.
How about Time
Because I was
Magazine?
bored.
Do you guys like Time Magazine?
You can't
Time
even tell me the
Magazine.
name of the goddamn committee hearing you brought up. Stop bringing up other fucking
Well,
things that you haven't read.
I
I
have to
can
know
tell
the
you
name
the
of it to
name.
know. I told you it was a Rand
If you're
Paul hearing.
bringing
It's
something
real.
up, yeah, know the name of it.
Shut the fuck up trying to deny what I'm saying.
What the fuck is wrong with you people? God damn it.
Mojo just...
Jesus Christ. You guys know the rules. You guys know the rules.
I just want to level set that.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. The leak that he is supposedly talking about was one person in the CIA that supposedly said this in front of Rand Paul. This is not a scientific consensus. The scientific consensus is that it is a zoonotic spillover because it shares 96% identical DNA with a bat coronavirus that is specifically RATG13. This is the consensus across the world. There is no lab leak actual consensus anywhere. The gain of function that you all keep trying to purport is just him stating that the NIH didn't fund gain of function at that specific lab, which is true. So,
Okay, wait. Civics.
Sorry, go ahead.
You have been wrong on quite literally every single fucking point that you've brought up here. You even got a fucking misinformation flag, and I'm sure you're about to get another one. Okay.
I just want to tell you, Civics, that I found it super easy. It was on May 13th, 2026. It was Whistleblower Testimony and the COVID Cover-Up was the title of the committee hearing. So you can look it up. What?
I wasn't worried that it was going to be hard to find. I just know that guy read a headline and then brought that headline. And then was about to bring a Time Magazine headline, two things that he didn't fucking read, which is why I was drilling down in what else did they say in that hearing. Well, it doesn't matter what they said. I just got it from my fucking podcast.
Okay, I understand. I apologize. You're right.
I'm sorry, it just gets me triggered because I'm actually in it, and like I don't really keep up on the politics side of it right now because all it is conspiracy theory and just delegitimizing our healthcare institution that's already fragile enough. And for me, it's like you don't know what gain of function is. Don't even know. Like we fund it every single day. Don't worry about it. It's cool. It's keeping you safe. Trust me. That said, though, making up conspiracies and then people drinking bleach and taking things they heard off of Joe Rogan, and I got to rehydrate them from pooping the brains out. Like,
That's a great way of saying that. I'm gonna take that. Sorry.
you definitely can because it's dangerous and people are crazy. And at the same time, we live in a society where, to be fair, a lot of people doesn't my element coming out, doesn't trust our healthcare system because of things that were conspiracy, like actually verified. That said, this is not the time for a conspiracy theory for no effing reason just because you agree with a orange man. Like, that's crazy.
The problem is that a lot of these subjects require nuance and expertise. And because of fucking AI and having a computer in your pocket, people get the surface knowledge of something and they think that they're a fucking expert and they stop listening to experts. And when you actually talk to experts about it, they just want to put their hands in their head and be like, I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Because they're fighting AI, they're ironically fighting their own research that they got published and peer reviewed. That's the way our fucking science is supposed to work, right?
I have this experiment. Try to recreate it in your lab. Did it work? Cool. Let's write about it. That's how it fucking works. But then we have fucking podcasters, morons like Truth down there, who fucking come up
He's up here, by the way.
Barely know the tip of the iceberg, and they fucking think they're an expert.
He's on panel again.
Joe Rogan was right about COVID, by the way, so you guys are repeating lies from years past.
Where was it FDA approved to give what Joe Rogan was suggesting to anyone?
Well, he didn't. You're wrong on the whole basis. He didn't suggest that. He did a myriad of things.
Wait, stop, Alexis.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I want to go back. I want to go back to a normal conversation. So can we allow him to finish? Then one of us can finish as well. Thank you.
Joe Rogan was actually great in the pandemic. He tested his guests every single day. He gave people confidence that they weren't going to go out and unalive. And, when he had that guy from CNN on, in fact, they were wrong. They adjusted his picture to make him look like he was sick. That was proven, by the way. Okay, and he was right about not giving kids the injection, as various countries pulled it from the market because of myocarditis and other related things.
Okay,
so
I am going to ask.
So hard
I am going to ask you to not gish gallop and bring a bunch of different points that have to be addressed as well. So one point at a time would be awfully nice too.
Okay, yeah, thanks. So yeah, thanks for backing me up on the hearing that civics didn't know about. It's kind of interesting how people are.
What did he say
on certain things?
What was his response to me?
He was trying to deny that what I was saying was true, that there was a hearing about it.
You didn't hear what he said.
Oh my God.
I mean, apart from the insults and trying to say that I was just reading headlines, which no, if I'm stating something, I'm stating it from memory. I'm not using AI. I don't actually use AI, just so you know. And no, it's from memory. That's what a lot of people do on here. They do read AI. So people like civics, they'll pull up AI. Do you think that means I'm searching AI?
Yeah.
Do you think you know what I'm searching?
If civics isn't going to say, wait, hey, stop.
I'm pulling up your mom, Revel.
Stop. If civics isn't going to respond, I'm going to respond for him right now. He said go ahead. But did you? Okay. Civic told me afterwards that the only reason he was doing that is because he understood that you didn't actually watch the hearing or read the transcripts of the hearing. You just saw a headline and you were reporting on this headline, and that's it. Nothing more. You heard it on a podcast or something like that. That's what he was saying. So what he was trying to do is push you to pull it up so you could actually read through it, because you obviously hadn't read through it yet.
Well, first of all, you guys don't even know the information. So this entire podcast, the claim you guys are making, one of my favorite podcasts is the No Agenda podcast, and what they do is they take all sorts of news sources.
I don't care about your fucking podcast. I don't care about your fucking podcast, dude. What the fuck?
Well, dude, you can't just relegate podcast and suggest that.
I just explained to you what Civic said because you weren't fucking listening. That's it.
Well, listen to what I mean. I'm telling you why his opinion is stupid. I'm telling you why.
Is it now, Truther? Do you want to go toe-to-toe on a fucking subject?
Yeah, let's talk about the Russia collusion hoax. Tell me about that.
Well, can I just reply really quick to your Joe Rogan thing, and then I'll mute. I promise you. I'll mute.
Go ahead, Alexis.
Because Truther, here's the case. Joe Rogan is not a licensed medical professional. I don't care how many he listens to or his own that he pays. That said, if it's not FDA approved to be prescribed to anyone, you're not going to be able to treat anyone with it, whether they come to the hospital, a primary care, urgent care, whatever. That said, ivermectin, a horse dewormer, is not advised to be given people to take during a pandemic without a medical professional's guidance, and then after that, FDA clearance, or you probably want to have a medical professional to go to next year, because their license would be stripped if not put in prison. At the end of the day, there are legalities around medicine for people's safety. This is why that is here. It is not safe for people to go on their podcast and spread information to the public that could put them in a harmful position, when we also know that you can get these things over the counter at your local damn feed and seed. There's no telling how many granddaddies tried that. That said, you think that
you're a nurse?
Yes.
You're a nurse and you're trying to shit on ivermectin that's been used billions of times in the world.
I'm telling you that as a nurse, there are legalities around even the practice itself, that it would be stupid for anyone with any brain cells to give out information as if they could do that for the public. That's not true. You cannot do that. If they were going to treat themselves with it, it would be in a manner that is similar to the dark market. That said, you have to be more intelligent if you're going to claim to be intelligent. You just can't spout shit out your mouth.
Your entire thing about Joe Rogan, he didn't push ivermectin to his audience. First of all, he told people what he did, and he took a lot of different things, I think, including the monoclonal treatments, which they tried to pull from shelves. Why did they try to pull monoclonals if they were working, and instead try to force the vax? You're a nurse.
Because
Please tell me that.
I will. We have a population of high comorbidities already, or co-diseases already. Heart disease, diabetes, things that are even undiagnosed. It's not the case that with certain things they need to be over the counter, because it is the case that they could very well have those things that are a lot more serious, that could require a lot more emergent care, that could be harmed, if that makes sense. Some things they allow, some things they don't. That's just the FDA.
Right, yeah.
Now,
most deaths were people that were morbidly obese or had diabetes.
This is also because of the FDA's failure, though, Truther. This is also because the FDA's failure to actually treat people when they should. I will give you that. But that said, they know that. That's why they will put things out, take them away. Shit like that.
Well, yeah, you don't know about the Joe Rogan thing. You should stop talking about it.
No. I will give you that on the Joe Rogan thing, because here's the thing. I didn't think what Joe Rogan said truly was to that extent either. But at the end of the day, that's my perception, just like that was Truther's perception. I've heard other people say opposite
Joe Rogan
of what they heard from him and act
so many
on
people
it.
during the pandemic, and you guys just shit on him. And then CNN lied about him, and you guys don't seem to care about that.
Well, he should start a facility and get a license.
Isn't that crazy?
Hey,
they lied about him.
Hey, why don't we level? CNN sucks.
Facts.
What do you want from us? CNN sucks. I don't know why you think that we fucking care about these goddamn news agencies when they're driven by fucking ads and money, and they're gonna fucking sway you one way or another, right? That it is what it is. Same with Joe Rogan. You don't think he looks like a fucking clown and he has people on there and they correct him in real time, or when his own buddy, whatever the fuck his friend that looks up research and then disproves him in real time, and Joe Rogan, like the fucking Matrix, dodges and immediately switches subjects. Tell me you've seen those.
Did he leave again? Or did he get a missing?
I think he left.
I really wanted to talk about the Russia collusion thing because I know for a fact he didn't read the Mueller report.
Oh, not the Mueller report. Oh my god.
Also, Rogan absolutely promoted ivermectin. He talked about it frequently. He even had Pierre Corey on his show to promote ivermectin along with monoclonal antibodies at the same time. So I don't know what he's talking about. Joe Rogan very much pushed ivermectin.
I saw clips. I'm not a Joe Rogan nerd. I saw clips. And that said, regardless, like anybody, is that crazy for people to have common sense enough to know that I should not be giving out medical advice on a podcast?
Yes. You're absolutely right.
But it's free speech, though. Right?
It is. But the only time I've watched Rogan in the last, I would say like 4 years, I'm a big stand-up comic fan. So whenever he has other comedians on there, I like just listening to comedians shoot the shit because it's kind of like an inside view of what it's like when they go to the bar for dinner or something like that, because they're just naturally funny people, right? But I also enjoy when some of the comedians push back on him and they're like, why don't we just have universal health care? And they start bringing up these like more socialist kind of leaning things, because even the comedians who are paid well are like, dude, the country's broken, and you're like, you with your platform are pushing against some of these ideals. And it's just funny seeing his friends and colleagues push back on things that Joe Rogan says, and they say in a way that resonates with people because they're funny.
He doesn't believe in universal health care? He doesn't support that?
I don't think he does.
Oh, wow.
Well, you know what? He's kind of a chameleon. I think if he has like a Bernie, or if Hassan Piker ever goes on his, or somebody along those lines, and then they start talking about the benefits of it, I could see him saying like, oh yeah, that makes sense, I'll do it, right? Like, I don't know if you saw the episode when he had James Tallarico on there, like, he was really like motivated and captivated by him, and he was like, you should run for president, I like you,
and then the next fucking week he has some like neo-Nazi on there. You know what I mean? Like he's a chameleon.
Yeah.
That's why I could never do interviews like that. To be a good interview, you have to be able to allow a person to put their ideas out there, and you have to try and push them to expand on their ideas without judgment. Because as soon as you start judging them, then it becomes an argument, or they don't want to talk about it anymore, or whatever. So to be a good interviewer, you have to be able to ask the tough questions, or ask the tough questions and accept the responses they give you and move on to the next one. I don't think I have that. I just want to tell people they're fucking idiots for saying the shit they say.
But you could hone that skill, Mojo. Like, you could know they're an idiot and then lead them down a path by asking them certain questions of, like, they're going to say the dumb thing so that it's apparent to everybody. Do you know what I mean? Like, that to me is the skill set.
I could do that, but if they're smart enough, they catch you doing that, and then you're fucked, right?
But you kind of give me like a Bobby Outhoff, or well, I don't know how to say her last name, however they say it, or Funny Marco vibe. Like I could see that, like Civics is saying, because Funny Marco does that. I don't know if y'all know him, but he'll kind of make like these like weird little offhanded statements, like walk people into like looking stupid, but it's sarcastic and it's kind of like, I don't know, it's offhand, but yeah, I could see like that vibe for you.
That is generally my style. I'll sit back and listen for a while, and then as soon as I come up with a line of questions that I think can lead to a result that I want, then I'll try and jump in at that point. But I don't know.
It is certainly harder when it's just one-on-one, though, because I do that too. I'll listen to what people are saying. I'll listen to people on the left ask questions or lead them down a line, and I'm like, okay, I know when I'm going to unmute and I want to say something. Like I usually like think about it and make sure that it's going to be right.
Yeah, and it is hard if you've got a full panel to get everybody else to shut up to allow you to finish your line of questioning. That's the hardest part, right?
I know. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. It's not your fault. I mean, I do run panels, so I try when I see somebody doing that to allow that individual one-on-one conversation to happen, at least for a short period. I don't always catch it though, and sometimes I'm doing something else and not paying attention. But
no, I used to be better at my TikTok panel etiquette when I was doing panels more, but it's just getting more and more difficult to like really genuinely debate with people on this BS, because it's like it's getting a lot for a lot of people, and seeing it is a lot, and so I took a break.
I remember from last time. It is the case. I still feel like you watch Dean and Parker too much.
I don't even watch Dean and Parker anymore, Mojo.
I know, but you say
I laid off.
You say it is the case a lot. It is the case, and that's a Dean and Parker thing.
That was you who said that.
It was.
Oh my gosh, I've never heard that. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
That's one of my little. I have tics, I guess. I hear something that drives me crazy, and then every time I hear it, it's going to drive me crazy. So it is the case. It's one of those things where whenever I hear somebody say that, I see a picture of fucking Parker in my head. Like, it just makes me want to rage out.
Stop centering the white man, Mojo.
It's not a bunch of black men walking around saying that.
You can center
me.
You gotta think of me. Reframe the thought.
Okay. As soon as you have 5 million followers, I'll do that.
Well, damn.
Well, that's what I think. That's what Dean's got now. It's like 5 million or some shit.
I got maybe 14,000 in my town. Like, bro.
Start knocking on doors.
And then teaching them how to use it. Shit.
I'm up to 14.5 now on this account. That's pretty cool.
You're doing good.
It's hard to. This is like a hard spot though. I gain followers so few at a time now.
Because they're pushing those battles heavy. They're pushing the battles and like the competition stuff heavy.
You got to go fishing, Mojo. I know he's an idiot, but you got to go on like Unrealness, even if it's just for like 10 minutes.
I know.
There are plenty of left-leaning or I don't know, more level-headed people that like hate watch
people like him.
Yeah, that's why I went on. I went on some other panel. I can't remember her name. Fucking Hale was up on the panel, and I went up there. I ended up in a one-on-one against Enzo, which was the only way I was going to get a one-on-one against Enzo without him having mod power. So it was pretty awesome. I posted the video on YouTube, actually, and on TikTok, if I'm not mistaken. But I got to talk to Enzo one-on-one for like an hour and a half. Made him look like a complete fool.
What's your debate?
We debated Iran and whether it would be a forever war or not, and how we would get the uranium out of Iran if we're not going to put boots on the ground.
Thanks.
Yeah, so it was good. I mean, I thought it was fun, and he just sat there and called me names the whole time and told me I was pivoting and blah, blah, blah. And I was actually trying to reason through the process, and he was having none of that, and he looked like an idiot. And then he tried to get me to come to his panel, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to go where you can mute me. If you want to have this conversation further, you come to my panel, because you've never been to my panel. And of course, he hasn't come by yet. So.
So what do you guys think is the true outcome that we're about to see? Well, maybe not the true outcome, but your best prediction for the rest of 2026, I guess.
I think we're still in a... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm a little worried about what's going to happen between Q2 and Q3. Typically, larger corporations start, I don't want to say tightening their belts, but they start projecting the rest of the year a little bit more closely. Like, Q1's kind of like, all right, we planned for this. Q2's like, let's action it. The in between Q2 and Q3 is like, we need to fucking either shift or adjust if we want to hit our targets for that we set out for the rest of the year. And I think that's going to be a domino effect on top of all the other economic issues outside of corporate America that are all going to be coming down like a pile of bricks. That's what I'm worried about. I would also, I don't want to say, this isn't financial advice, but save money.
David, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
59 Trump.
I just want to give my answer to this here real quick. I think that we're going to see inflation above 5% by the end of the year. I think that gas prices are going to vary between $4 and $5 a gallon, possibly $3.50 and $5 a gallon, but I'd say it stays above $4 throughout the rest of the year as well. I don't think we're going to have a solution to Iran by the end of the year. I think Dems are going to take control of the House, and I think they're going to take control of the Senate by one vote in the Senate. That's my prediction. I think we'll take control of the House by about 14 to 15 seats. David, why Trump? Or do you still support him?
Yeah, I do. So I think where are we going to be? I think that inflation is definitely going to be there. We're definitely going to tick higher. Unemployment's going to go up, and probably the stock market is definitely in for a huge correction as well. Gas prices will stay high. Iran, that definitely won't be solved. That'll probably be another forever war on it. I think Democrats will take the House and both chambers, I believe. And at that point, they will proceed with the impeachment of Trump, and probably they'll proceed with the impeachment of some of his cabinet. I do believe that they will stop and destroy. They'll throw out the filibuster. They'll vote that out. They'll get rid of the filibuster. At that point, they will wait, but they can't do it yet. But when they do take the presidency in 2028, they will be able to make because the filibuster is gone, they'll be able to make D.C. and Puerto Rico a state. They will eliminate the Electoral College for voting, and then they also will pack the Supreme Court. At that point, we will have a one-party system, and, all bets are off at that point because we have essentially sidelined half the country with that move.
Is this why you're scared of Democrats? Is this why you vote Republican?
I'm not scared. Well, no, because eventually your vote won't matter because it will be impossible to unseat the Democrat Party. They will be in power for decades because of these moves. These are smart moves. It doesn't really matter what people think. They will be permanently placed into power. And at that point, they're going to continue to move towards socialism and socialize more aspects of the country. Our debt will continue to go up. The national debt, eventually we will probably have to default on it, I would imagine, because there's, you can't have a $250 debt, and there is nobody in power that wants to curb spending or increase taxes high enough so that we could turn the other direction. So
I like all of your predictions. I'm good with all your predictions. I think that would make a wonderful country, by the way.
Well, no, the country will actually dissolve into something else.
Because as it should.
Default, yeah, that's fine. Once we default, right, we're probably going to have some sort of revolt or revolution. So, because once you back poor people into a corner, they're going to say, what the hell, what's the difference? And it'll be interesting. I'm glad that I'm old enough that I probably won't see it, but I do feel bad for the younger generations because the older generations are pretty goddamn selfish.
I'm good with all that.
Thank you for acknowledging that. But, well, fuck, man. That doesn't really help.
At all.
It doesn't really need to help. It's just what it is. Democrats don't really care about people. They care about power. And Republicans care about rich people. So
I'll push back a little bit. I'll push back a little bit, right? Because here's the thing. I'm very aware of the fact that we have a two-party system. And there are very few candidates, or there are very few members of the GOP that refuse to take PAC money. One of those was Thomas Massey, and the party kicked him out. The Democrats have more, or there are more independents that caucus with the Democrats that refuse to take PAC money too. I think we need more candidates within both parties that refuse to take this and try to change the system from within. So I will say this. I don't always agree with the Democrats, but that is working within a two-party system apparatus. The only way you can make change is to get in there and make change and be the loud voice and be popular, because at the end of the day, we are democracy. Popularity and your message resonates with people. As much as money drives things, it is the refusal to take money from PACs and have principles is what gets you popular. Right? Things that, like what Bernie was doing, what AOC is doing, right? Like, we need more candidates like that. And Massey, as much as I dislike the guy because he voted with the Republicans like 90% of the time, was a principled person, right? And it's not a good thing when you kick principled people out of your party. I landed there. Go ahead.
I don't know. It all sounds good to me. Do you have something to complain about, David?
David, look.
That sounds good.
No, I'm not going to complain about it. I'm just thinking that's where we're going. I don't have a problem. I mean, it is what it is. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, all communist. There really hasn't been a successful Marxist country that I know of. I mean, there's been a lot of, authoritarian Marxist countries that didn't work. I mean, Russia tried it for 80 years. It doesn't work. You get shortages. You get food shortages because there's no incentive. But I don't think that matters. It's more about the power. And like I said, that's where we're headed because there's no brakes on this runaway train. The Republicans tried to do it with Clinton in the 90s, where they got that couple years of surplus, and we're never going back there. I mean, they don't have the the fortitude to actually do that again, where they were not, if they were going to spend money on a program, they had to cut a program to equal it out. We're never going to do that. We're just going to continue to deficit spend until we're selfish. We don't want to do without, right?
Well, we can also tax a little more too, right? The rich people, the corporations.
I
We could have a
mean,
wealth tax. We could close loopholes.
I mean,
I think eventually we will take all their money. I mean, that's how it works. That's how it worked in Venezuela, right?
I didn't say we would take all their money. I said we just tax them more.
Right. The rich people in Venezuela, they took their money and they left, right? So the people are starving, right? Cuba worked the same way, right? All the rich Americans kicked out, right? I mean, it is what
we have the.
We're all going to. It's
we
just
have
going to
the,
lower our standard of living.
We have the largest consumer base in the face of the planet. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but you don't get to just get up and leave the United States. You just don't.
Yeah, and you're missing one huge factor in both Venezuela and Cuba, right? Like part of your equation of what you're saying. Hold on. Part of what you're saying is you're missing the sanctions that were put on both countries. If there weren't embargoes, do you think that they would still be starving? If they had the ability to freely trade and weren't forced to turn to, well, at the time, the Soviet Union, but now China and Iran and Russia, like they don't have any other choice but to trade with those people. You don't think it'll be easier and cheaper for them to trade with the United States?
I'm not saying that Cuba is a bad model. It's our model. We're going to follow it, right? And that's what we're going to follow. That model where we're going to nationalize the businesses, right? We're going to get rid of the billionaires, right? We're going to do all that, right? But
actually,
our standard of living, will go down. And I'm fine with that too. I mean, who says that the United States has to have this huge standard of living? That's kind of bullshit. We use that so much resources of the world's resources are used here. The world's resources.
Why are you voting Republican? Wait, everything you said was not.
No, I'm voting Republican because I didn't want that to really happen, but it's pretty inevitable.
Well, yeah, you keep pushing the working class into a radicalized state. Then yeah, that will happen. But so I'll give you some pushback. I would love to nationalize our utilities, our healthcare, our education, right? Some kind of like national housing plan that works in coordination with the states. I would certainly love to incentivize our businesses to be worker-owned.
You live in a house, right?
Hold on. I would love for our businesses to be converted into worker-owned and incentivize them to sell the business to the workers rather than shareholders. Like we can certainly get there, but we can avoid a violent revolution if we were able to do that through legislation.
Uh-huh. You currently live in a house, though, do you, or no?
Yes.
Okay, so you, under that plan, will be moved into an apartment, and everyone will get the same apartment. So this, I live in a house and you live in an apartment, that won't be the case. Everyone else will just get the same thing. That's how it works. So
how does that work? Who would?
Well,
what
because
is this,
you're
Gilead?
equal. There's nobody above anybody else.
You
so
don't
you
think that
won't
there'd
get
be
the
pushback
luxury.
from?
You won't get the
there'd be
luxury of living
pushback?
in a house.
What makes you think that a Bolshevik revolution would work in the U.S.?
Why wouldn't it?
Because we've been conditioned into not understanding class consciousness or understanding what a proletariat is, what a bourgeoisie is, right? Like that entire ideology and that understanding of that relationship just isn't widely accepted in the U.S. There are too many forces working against that narrative for there to be any kind of popular uprising that would follow
the Communist Manifesto or any kind of Marxist ideology. It's just it won't happen.
You were for all this national government.
Oh, that's me. I'm a socialist. There's a difference. I'm not like most people.
Oh, well, I think it will work. It doesn't take that many people to get it kicked off.
It absolutely
I think
does.
they're just kind of saying we're kind of far removed from that too, though. Like even the way our society kind of operates, the inherent thing you're going to need to be able to do this are people who are not going to be able to be guardrailed from you. And we have literally, our society has guardrailed people from doing this now. I mean, in every form and fashion, from legislation to weaponization of our justice system to literally capitalism. Like if you say the wrong thing, you might not have a way to feed yourself. Like I think that's where we're at now.
Yeah, hold on one sec. Mbap, are you there? Mbap, I invited you to unmute. I want to know if you're an actual person. Okay. I think he's.
It's Mbappe.
I think, whatever. I think that. I think what he's trying to do is scare us by saying these things. That's what he's trying to do, which is funny because I think they all sound awesome. So I'm good with.
Yeah. Why the hell would that scare?
Well, I don't know, but you think it would. You think it would. That's why you're saying all these things because you think it's going to scare people.
You're for this.
Well, rightfully, the only
I just told you that.
disagree is with the revolution part, because you're not going to have anyone to
There really
do
won't
that.
be a revolution.
Right, because you're not going to have a lot of people make it out of the system that we're in now, the way you're trying to get out of it.
No,
You're not going to have that many people make it out.
No, what do you mean get out? They're not going to get out of the system. They're going to be in the same system as everybody else, and our standard of living will go down.
As it falls
Everybody's
down,
standard-
people are going to fall with it. You're not going
What
to have
people?
any people of the society will fall with society as
Rich
it falls.
people will.
No,
Really wealthy
average
people
everyday
will.
people will too.
Well, we're all going to come down to a level that is really fair. We're going to have fairness in society instead of what we have currently, right? People talk about it constantly. It's like what he's doing in New York. They elected, right, a Democrat socialist in New York. They elected a Democrat socialist in Seattle, right? Those are the start of this new thing we're going to see. When the filibuster gets thrown out and they make this when they make DC and they make Puerto Rico states and they get rid of the Electoral College and they pack the Supreme Court, right? And that basically will neuter that check over there, right? At that point, it's all off the rails and we can just fly down the hill because that's a one-party system now. You'll never get them out of power.
But David, I don't think you're listening. Let me just say this, everyone's out, and then you definitely got to open it up. Because David, you're just kind of an accelerationist, and respectfully, Mojo is too, because he agrees with you. He's just more on the left, you're on the right. What I am saying though is, as we work towards the system you're talking about, and you're actively dismantling the one that you're in, people are going to fall alongside the same system you're dismantling. You have to you have to account for that in what you're talking about further, which I think is kind of a little bit maybe to Civic's point about, a Bolshevik style revolution is not truly where we're at right now. We got to be a little more realistic.
I don't think we'll be doing it with weapons, right? I think we'll be doing it with the ballot box, and we're going to vote it in. And whether or not we realize that's what's going to happen, right? That's what's going to happen.
So a couple things. The 270 Interstate Compact would effectively neuter the Electoral College. So if we get to that first, there's no need to address Electoral College. And then you said something about the last time we did good about spending was the Republicans underneath of Clinton. I think you were speaking about NPR, the National Performance Review. And so I wanted to call out that 90% of that was achieved in 94 when we had Democratic control of the House and the Senate. There was later some reconciliation budgets that the Republicans did support that were aligned and adopted the NPR recommendations, but that was strictly done under Democratic leadership and control of the House or Senate. So the very last time we saw a cutting of our spending and systemic addressment of issues over bloated waste, fraud, and abuse was under a Democratic trifecta. Just want to give you that information.
Doubt they'll do that again.
I think you guys are missing the point here. David's not an accelerationist. He's your standard bog Republican. He's saying all these things because he expects it to scare people. He's telling us where we're headed, hoping that you will see that as something bad and will try and change it. That's what he's doing right now. This is a dispute. Okay.
That's why I got up here to correct some misinformation, like the fact that the Dems are going to stop the Electoral College. I mean, the ignorance of the 2-7. Why would they need to?
Because they're actually, the GOP is winning elections without majority vote.
So no one's getting rid of the filibuster.
Why would they not?
Why didn't the Republicans do it to stop the government shutdown? Okay.
Why didn't they do it? Because they understood it. But the Democrats don't care. They're going to eliminate it first chance they get.
So that's not true. Democrats
are you going to be mad when that happens?
It won't happen.
Are you going to be
Democrats?
Are you going to be shocked when that happens? Who eliminated
it? When it doesn't?
Who eliminated it? Why do we have the court system we have right now?
Are you going to be shocked when it doesn't?
It will. Why do we have the court system? Okay. Why do we have the court system right now with the partisan judges, like way partisan judgeships now? Why do we have that?
Are you talking about SCOTUS?
No, I'm talking about district court judges. I'm talking about federal court judges. Why do we have them so partisan now? You have red and blue judges. Why?
Because they're appointed by red and blue presidents. That's the only reason. Because to Mojo's point earlier, they're truly not partisan.
Yeah. But what did they do? What did Democrats do? Right? What did they specifically do to get those judges through?
They got rid of the filibuster. They got rid of the filibuster for district courts.
Which one? Was it
Wait, they got. Shut up. They got rid of the filibuster for district courts and district judgeships, and then Republicans got rid of the filibuster for the Supreme Court.
Actually, there's been 4 times the Republicans have gotten rid of the filibuster, specifically in Senate. There's been once the Democrats have done it. Neither party has done it in the actual House. So this is why...
An actual House? What are you talking about?
In the House. So we've got...
Wait, there is no filibuster in the House. There is no filibuster in the House.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Yes.
Oh, I'm thinking about the just talking and taking up the time.
Yeah, that does... Wait, that doesn't exist in the House. They can vote for cloture whenever they want.
The talking is in the Senate.
And so, in this, to my understanding too, Mojo was only on the nominations, right? It was on the nomination process for Supreme Court justice, correct?
Yeah, they could get through with just a simple majority. They wouldn't need any votes from the opposition to get that judgeship filled. That was done by Harry Reid. It was called the nuclear option, and he did that. If you don't know who Harry Reid was, he was the longest Democratic.
Wait, what? What are you talking about? I'm not talking about the nuclear. I'm not talking about the nuclear option. I'm just talking about this. When they used the. Okay, never mind. Let's not do that because they did use the nuclear option on a Supreme Court nominations during Obama's administration, and I thought that Mojo was referencing something in regards to those things. Them removing the filibuster for that. That's what I was asking about.
No, what he did was he couldn't get Obama's nominations through because they kept filibustering him, so he couldn't get them seated.
Yes.
So he's getting
Yes,
pissed.
we're talking about the same thing.
Okay, so what he did was he said, okay, we're going to eliminate the filibuster for judicial nominations, right? So at this point, we're going to just use simple majority, and then he got them all through, right? Well, at that point, you eliminated any input from the opposition, right? You're going to get it through. You don't need anybody to come across the aisle and support it. So that's kind of how we got the Supreme Court makeup that we got, because all they did was they took that and went, oh, well, if you did it for that, we're going to do it for this. And at that point, you end up with Trump
putting 3 judges on the court where he wouldn't have got the last one on the court at all. And he might not have got the other 2, but there was no way that they could stop him because there was no judicial filibuster to stop them from doing it. They could not do a Bork like they did with Reagan's nomination. They couldn't do that. So at that point, it's very easy to seat judges on the Supreme Court. Now they're pissed, right? Because it came around and bit them in the ass. So they're like, we got to pack the Supreme Court. That's going to happen. They're going to do that, right? And that was tried before in history with FDR. FDR tried to pack the Supreme Court as well because they stopped him from doing a lot of his New Deal crap, right? In the Great Depression. Well,
right, now you're just rambling.
You know who stopped that?
Now you're just rambling.
Okay, do you know who stopped that?
You're still just rambling.
Democrats. Democrats actually stopped that.
I'm going, like I said, I agree with everything you said. I think that's where the direction we should head in. I'm okay with nationalizing industries. I'm okay with getting rid of rich people in this country. I'm okay with socializing our system. I'm okay with setting up a system where all basic needs are met. And I'm okay with doing it over a period of time. I'm okay with doing it through the process that we have. I see nothing wrong with everything that you came up with. As a matter of fact, that's kind of the system I want.
It's good. Your standard of living will go down.
I disagree.
How's Cuba's standard of living?
We are not Cuba.
What do they drive?
We are still not Cuba. They drive $150,000. They drive $150,000 cars.
Do they?
Yes.
Yeah, they
those
have Chinese cars.
Those 57 Chevys are worth $150,000.
Why are they driving 57 Chevys?
So not all of them are Chevys. Hold on, time out. Not all of them are Chevys.
Nobody said they were all Chevys.
Well,
what the
he's trying to
fuck?
make that claim.
No, he's
trying to make that
not.
claim.
No, he's
He
not.
absolutely, David. What claim are you trying to make right now on the cars that Cubans drive?
They're old.
They're old, right? From the 1950s.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Not all of their cars are from the 1950s, right? They have Russian-made vehicles and they have Chinese-made vehicles. They have Japanese-made vehicles. They just don't have American vehicles.
I said there's a reason I said what I said. Civics was because those old cars are worth a shit ton of money. So for Republicans to say that they're old cars, they're driving around in old cars, is fucking idiotic because those cars are worth a lot of fucking money.
And they've kept them up in great shape. Like, it's not that they don't have a choice. A lot of them are for tourists to begin with, right? Like a lot of them are taxis, and they'll go on tours around Havana and around the island because you want to be in an old Chevy and it's fucking cool. Mm-hmm. They've also like retrofitted them a bit to have like lights on the inside and have music blaring and shit like that. It's a good time, man. I've been in many of them.
That's cool.
It's not that they're struggling. Again, like I'm saying, that's what you see on TV. Other people have other newer vehicles, right? Like the tour buses that pick up tourists from the airport. Those are brand new Chinese tour buses. Those aren't from the 1950s. Those were made in the last 10 years.
Right. Okay. So,
and respectfully, I think they're more concerned about their infrastructure than the actual automobiles, to be fair, David.
Okay. Well, I agree. I guess that they probably have a higher standard of living than capitalistic countries. You are correct, guys.
Better infrastructure would help with that.
Yep.
I would say cutting. I would say
move into your apartment.
I would say cutting off a country from the largest consumer market that exists on the planet is probably going to have a negative effect on them.
You think if we go to full Marxism that we would stay the largest consumer market on the planet?
No, I think we would normalize.
Bigger?
I think we would normalize markets throughout the world.
Oh, good point. Then they would all equal. They would all get equal.
They would all become
socialism. Sorry, go ahead, Mojo.
They would become more equal for sure. I think that's a good thing.
Would go down
Since
to
we're all no, it would be a combination. It would be a combination of both. We'd meet somewhere in the middle.
So we have a $30 trillion GDP. So if we put it down to about 15, and we were more equal, that would be good.
Do you think China's living terribly? Have you seen some of the new cities?
No, but I don't think China is communist. I think they're capitalistic as hell.
Okay, but
With
they
an
still.
authoritarian
But
government.
my point is they have an
That's
18.
not communist.
Hey. My point is they have an $18 trillion GDP. So if we drop ours to $18 trillion, I'd say we're doing okay still.
Oh, you're right. You're right. China's standard of living is pretty good compared to ours.
I didn't say that
saying
either.
About like if socialism and communism are always like bound to fail, why do capitalist countries have to step in and like embargo them and stuff? Yeah, I'm not like pro-socialist, like more of a sock them, but that's an intriguing saying, right? If they're doomed to fail, then why do all the capitalistic countries have to step in and like embargo them and change regimes and all that? Seems like we can't afford to see them succeed, right?
I feel like I need to change my setup here. You guys, I wish liberals, I wish everybody would just listen to the arguments that other people are making. I feel like so many people don't listen to the other side.
It's because they trigger us.
And probably the other way around too, but I mean, David came up here with an agenda, and it was pretty obvious from the first fucking word that he spoke. I feel like you missed a lot of what he said, and you missed a lot of the gaslighting and the fucking straw man that he's building and shit like that. So when I said that an $18 trillion GDP is not bad, especially for a country with 1.3 trillion or billion people or whatever, I mean that if we were going to drop our GDP down to $18 trillion, we'd probably still be doing pretty good in this country. So I'm not too worried about our GDP dropping. I'm not too worried about.
Probably be a great depression.
I'm not too worried about equalizing or normalizing trade throughout the world. As a matter of fact, I consider all human beings to be human beings, and I think we should all be treated the same no matter what fucking country we're born in or where we land in the genetic lottery. So I'm good with all of that, but I think that we missed the. I think we missed the point when he starts going on these little sidetracks here, and he knows.
Joe, do you have a house?
David, you know that I understand everything you're saying and everything you do, and that's why you're trying to That's why you're trying to sidetrack right now.
You do, right? You have a house?
That's why you're trying to sidetrack right now.
Well, you don't believe what you're saying.
I think all housing should be provided by the community as a whole.
So do I, and you're going to have
That's
that,
awesome.
and you're going to live in an apartment.
No, you don't have to have apartments. You can still have houses.
You do.
We have so much. We have so much empty space in this country. We can create houses. We don't have to create an entirety of apartments. I'm good with apartments, by the way. I think apartment living is not too bad.
And they'll be urban.
We can create apartments that are as large, if not, and we can create apartments that are as large, if not larger, than homes. So I'm okay with that. And I'm also okay with living in cities because that gives us more agrarian area to actually grow fucking food and shit, so we can make sure that everybody's fed. So I'm okay with that too, David. You think that you think this is going to scare people, but it's not scary. None of this shit is David. None of this shit is scary.
There's no incentive to grow it, Mojo.
The incentive is to Mojo. I don't know who the fuck Mojo is.
I'm sorry. It's making me laugh every time, Mojo.
When you don't have incentive, people don't do
See,
stuff.
he knows I'm onto him, so he starts doing this shit. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. You just gotta listen to what fucking people say. This guy is such a dipshit, and he's so bad at what he does.
It's interesting, Mojo. It's the first time I've ever
Did Russia get a bonanza of food?
Christ. First time I've ever run into a conservative that agrees that housing should be provided by society.
He doesn't agree. He doesn't agree.
He doesn't agree with it.
How did you miss everything I just said, Dad? What the fuck?
Yeah, so Mojo, I'll agree with you. The first time I didn't listen, and then he restated a statement, and then I was like, oh, well, go on, King. Like, keep saying those things. I agree with you. I didn't listen the first time, and we should. But yeah, he is 100% gaslighting.
No, I did listen, and the only thing that truly has got me so level with this conversation is the fact that I'm from the 50th state in every metric known to mankind on this planet. Worst case scenario, y'all become Alabama, not Cuba. At the end of the day, why I called him an accelerationist, because he come up saying he voted for Trump. So, like, knowing this stuff, being so intelligent and all knowing about all of this, you're going to vote for it? That's stupid. You're glutton for punishment.
That's not voting for it.
Yeah, he says that Trump is going to stop it. He thinks Trump is going to stop, or Republicans are going to stop
so he's
it.
delusional.
He's
Okay, never
not
mind.
going
I
to
take that back.
stop it, but that's not voting for it. He won't be able to stop it.
Okay. Cool, bro.
The Democrats are going to move so fast, you won't know what to hit you. They're going to move quick.
You know, I wish I had the same faith in the Democratic Party as you do.
Aren't the Clinton Democrats?
Facts.
I don't. I think it's going to take us a lot longer because we tend to move slow.
One of the biggest cities in the world just elected a Democratic socialist that wants to take private property from the owners and have the government take it or the tenants take it over.
Is that unusual for America?
That is communism.
Yeah, see, that's not scary to me, but that's also not the plans that he put forth.
That's also not communism.
Sure it is.
It's also not uncommon for Americans. Just FYI.
Right, I'm just saying, but that's not communism, right? You know the difference between communism and democratic socialism, right?
Okay, that's socialism then. It's a very small step to communism. So after he does that, right? After everybody okays that.
Can you answer my question, please?
Yeah, you're right. It isn't communism. It's democratic socialism. It's a small step on the path.
No.
So then after...
Okay, all right, fine. If you're going to have that logic, then electing right-wing parties and having further entrenching ourselves into capitalism with free markets and no regulations is a step towards fascism.
Does rent control work?
Are you just not going to acknowledge what I said?
No.
No?
Does rent control work?
I don't know.
No, it doesn't. Because what happens is when the people die, they pass that apartment with the rent control on to their ancestor and their ancestor and their ancestor, and they never move out of it.
Bruh,
and what, does the landlord live forever?
Rents.
Does the landlord live forever?
Rents, and you end up with a housing shortage.
Cool. Does the landlord live forever? You're saying that they pass it on to their ancestors.
No, but they pass. No, the landlord is the one that owns the building that has got the rent-controlled apartments.
And what happens when they pass away?
They pass it on.
Okay, so why can't a rent control person do that?
I'm not saying they can't. They do. They actually do.
What's the problem with that?
Instead of moving out and letting that apartment go, right? They stay.
What's the problem with that? People need to live.
You end up with housing shortages.
People still live there. What's the shortage?
No.
Your argument would work if it was an empty apartment.
They don't actually have the ability to get that price, right? So they're outpriced.
Okay, right? David, what is the problem? That there's a housing shortage and people need to live somewhere, right?
Rent control.
That's the problem. Right?
People never move out of the apartments.
How is the solution to people need somewhere to live? How is the solution that we need to kick people out who live in a rent controlled apartment?
They're dead.
Square that circle for me.
They died 30 years ago.
And somebody that moved in still needs to live somewhere, David. That demand didn't go anywhere.
Why are you rent controlling that?
What are you? You're just upset that landlords can't make as much money as they can?
It causes housing shortages.
How, David? How?
Because they never give up the apartment.
Yeah, but they have to live somewhere. David, how are you missing? Wait, David.
Let me help you.
David, no, let me help you. Those people let me help you. David. David. Those people that live there have to live somewhere. Those people that live there have to live somewhere. So there can't be a housing shortage, because if you move them out of that apartment, they have to go move into another apartment. They have to move into a house. They have to move somewhere else. So either way, they're going to be taking up a domicile of some sort or another. If they stay in the same domicile or go into a different domicile, they affect the market in no different way.
So when they're paying 1985 rent,
Okay, so you didn't listen to a goddamn thing I just said, and you're not going to respond to it. You are useless, David. You are useless. You are not good at this.
okay. Rent control's great. People never move out.
Yeah, there's that fucking straw man. That's exactly what everybody said. What the
Rent
fuck?
control is great. It's great. Doesn't cause housing shortages.
You are
Good.
useless, David. You are not half as smart. You are not half as smart as you think you are.
It's good, man. You're good.
Thank you.
Yep. Good job.
Thanks.
So it doesn't really matter, because once we morph into this, we're all going to be in apartments anyway.
So then what is your issue?
I don't have an issue with it. I'm just telling you, you high hogs that are sitting in houses, get ready.
Why would you tear down?
Bye-bye. You're all going to be on the same level.
Do you need a house?
No. I live in an apartment.
I do
Fuck
too,
apartment.
Brandon.
Why would you
Apartments are
tear? Why would you tear down? Why would you tear down a rural house to put up an apartment?
Because it's for the good of the group.
Rural.
Rural houses. Rural's not going to be a thing.
Why not? Why not?
Because
the rural areas are filled with
living
houses.
in rural areas.
Why not?
Because you're not going to have you need public transportation.
In a rural area.
I have cars.
Yes.
I have cars. I don't know what that is.
All that will be taken.
What is an insect?
You know, David, I hate to break it to you, but throughout the Soviet Union, there was large concentrations of populations in cities, but they also had houses in the rural areas where farms were and where smaller communities lived. They had houses. Not everything was an apartment.
Mm-hmm. Did they have suburbs?
Sure.
Really? Didn't they?
Yeah. Have you ever been to Eastern Europe?
Do they have a lot of apartment towers?
Of course they do.
So who's taking all of these vehicles, David?
Oh, it's not that they'll take it. It's that they'll stop producing them.
You ever been to Cuba?
We're just talking about Cuba.
They don't make
if you do manage to go, I recommend that when you get there, first of all, don't take a plane, take a boat. But when you do get there, bring singles, because they want bribes. And bring American subs.
That's not fucking true.
But the reason I'm bringing this up is because their cars, their vehicles, like they've had them since like the late 50s and early 60s. They do a great job at keeping them running.
Yeah, they do.
You can keep cars running forever.
What I'm trying to say, it doesn't matter if they stop making cars. It doesn't matter.
All right. I don't know why we're back on Cuba, but don't spread that misinformation about they want singles. Just stop.
Well, they want a stack. It's better if you give them a stack of ones than a stack of fives or a stack of tens.
Why do they want
it's better if you give them goods. If you give them things that they can use that it's hard for them to get a hold of. Hair clips, underwear, socks, school supplies for their kids, backpacks. These are the types of things that they
wait. So, are you supposed to?
Sounds like low standard of living.
Wait, are you supposed to
Cuba 4 times? I'm telling you what the people would rather have.
Are you supposed to pay for your taxi ride in fucking underwear?
Yes.
No. They have Cuban dollars that are meant for tourists that you can obviously use as currency, which they absolutely will take. But if you're trying to talk about tips or something along those lines, and their parents, they would absolutely love toys from like the dollar store or
they wouldn't take dollar bills. Are you saying they wouldn't take U.S. dollar bills?
I'm telling you what they would rather appreciate.
Wait, but Brendan's right then. This is the same thing as Mexico. You bring $1 and somebody would rather have $1 than fucking 12 pesos.
Yes, I'm not disagreeing with that sentiment. What I'm trying to say is that giving them goods is going to go a lot further in terms of their of what they're going to be able to do with it. Because what are they going to do with that dollar? If they need,
You're not talking about donations. You're not talking about donations, Civics. He's talking about when you take a fucking taxi cab. You tip them.
No, I'm talking about when you arrive on a boat.
You tip
That's what I'm talking about. Well, yeah, I'm generally customs. I don't know.
Model we're going to go to.
You're not tipping them in underwear, Civics. You're tipping them in dollar bills.
Not only that, but you can't bribe someone with underpants, mainly because it doesn't fit in your pocket. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna lug around a backpack full of school supplies.
How fucking big are your underwears that they won't fit in your fucking pocket?
What the fuck, Civic?
So now you're okay. So generally, if you go to tip someone with a pair of used underwear that you just pulled out of your pocket, you might catch a beating.
Well, it depends on what you look like, Brandon. Just to be clear.
That's true.
What are y'all talking about?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Jesus.
I don't know, but Civics didn't like the whole dollar bill thing, and I thought that was so weird. He starts talking about underwear, and I'm like, what the fuck?
I'm talking about what they will appreciate more. Brendan's just talking about giving somebody a tip. That's fine.
I'm
not disagreeing with
What he said bribes. He specifically said bribes. I would call them
bribes.
I would call them tips. Yeah. I don't know why you would call it a bribe. You're not walking up to a government official saying, "I want to stay in this fucking hotel," right? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about when you first get to the country and they have something that resembles customs in the United States, and we have pets. And the pets either stay sequestered like they do in the United States, or you give them a sum. If you give them a sum, you get to go about your business.
Okay, so you're just talking about customs. Okay.
Correct.
I would say around the whole island, whatever you do, I think you'd be good to have a whole stack of dollar bills you can give to people when they make a burger for you or when they do whatever for you. Whenever you get a service from somebody, you should give them $1, and I think people will appreciate it, and your trip will be very nice.
Yeah, that's a custom in Mexico. That's fine, but Brandon, just go with a different passport. You don't have to go with an American passport. You don't have to bribe anybody.
How do you get a different passport? Civics, how do you get a different passport? What is wrong with you? Just go with a different passport? Who the fuck can go with a different passport?
I don't know. Marry somebody not from the U.S.
You want me to marry somebody outside the U.S. so that I can go to fucking Cuba and use a different passport?
Yeah,
what the fuck?
Easier. I just went with my Guatemalan passport. It's super easy.
Yeah, super easy, because I'm sure it'll be super easy for me to get a Guatemalan passport.
Grab some of those bills that Brandon was talking about.
Just use a different passport. Who the fuck says that?
Right.
Who the fuck
Perfect
says that?
advice.
That's like something the CIA would say. Just use a different passport. Here, use this one instead.
Something they're getting ready to clip.
That's what Office Max is for. There's an app for that, right, Civic?
There's an app for that.
Just stop being poor. Use a different passport.
There you go. Stop being poor. Move to a bunch of countries and get residency there and get yourself passports from everywhere.
I heard Patriot say that one time on a live, and I lost my shit. And I've said it now in a couple lives. It's pretty effective.
Said what?
At whipping up Blue Team. I just say it as a joke, but it really gets their goat. I'll say, "Have you tried not being poor?" And they absolutely lose their mind. They're like, "Well, fuck you." It's really funny.
Yeah, I could see that.
But hey,
there was a liberal that came in. Okay, before you do that, there was a liberal that came in and started talking about the poors, and we just tore her to shreds. It was pretty funny. Sorry, go ahead.
Graham Plattner. Elizabeth Warren just came out and endorsed him. Have you seen that?
No.
What do you think about Elizabeth Warren endorsing Graham Plattner?
It's fine. I don't think Graham Plattner is a racist.
I think his last name's ugly.
What?
Yeah, it's something about it that just doesn't sound like it should even be a word. Like Plattner. I don't know.
Sounds like Shatner, but vegan.
A bit. Same vibe. I got the same cringe.
That's weird. I don't think Graham Plattner is a racist. I think that he got a bad tattoo or made a bad choice. I think his policies that he pushes are perfectly legitimate and probably should take the seat. So I have no problem endorsing him.
So, do you think that the Democrats are looking at this as a much-needed injection of, say, masculine countenance? Is that why you're down for Grandpa Leitner?
No, I'm not looking at his muscles. Are you?
Well, I mean, he's not your standard Democrat, that's for sure.
Most people on this app are not your standard Democrat. Have you ever seen Civics? Have you ever seen fucking CT? I mean, these guys look like they're straight out of MAGA catalogs.
That's true.
I look like a liberal. They don't.
Yeah, but see, they have really... Well, Civics, you're married, aren't you? Oh, you're right there.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I am. I just had to put on my Taylor Swift sweater.
Nice. Oh my God!
I think it's funny how many of the liberals on here are MAGA coded.
What do you mean? Like you would expect them to be MAGA, but they're not?
Yeah, Ash versus Evil or whatever, the guy that comes in here. I don't know if you've ever seen him on camera, but that fucker looks like he drives a goddamn truck that he has to put 3 steps up to get into, and it blows black smoke out every time he fucking hits the gas. That's what that fucker looks like. And yet he's like this liberal of liberals.
Well, love will do strange things to you, Mojo.
I don't know what that means.
Well, I just mean that in a lot of cases, I think this is the influence of the people in their lives, their loved ones.
Oh.
You know, maybe they have strong personalities. Look no farther than the example that you gave. Bryn is a very, powerful personality that may have affected CT profoundly.
Yeah, CT for sure. I don't know anything about Ash's wife, but I know he's married too. But he's really MAGA coded, and so is CT. So I don't know. Whatever. I'm happy to have him on my side. Except when they scream and yell and get me banned.
There you go. I'm glad you added that caveat, so this way I don't have to.
Messi's awesome too, but she gets me banned too. So I don't know what the fuck. And she's MAGA coded too. Everybody swears to God she should be fucking MAGA just by the way she looks.
Yeah, and then she trolls and she puts on her hat.
Yeah.
Well, and Rah, just as soon as she starts talking, everybody's just going to assume because of her southern accent.
That is true. That is true. There are no blue-haired fucking liberals on TikTok, I don't think, anymore.
Oh, there are. Trust me.
Well, they don't come to my panel.
That's true. What's it called again when nature demands that toxic creatures have to have colorful plumage to warn individuals about their toxins? What do they call that again?
The KKK effect.
I'll have to look it up.
Well, that doesn't really work because a lot of times males have more colorful plumage to attract the females. So, I mean, that's kind of null and void.
Well, there's colorful plumage like a mallard, but then there's like the bright colors that you see in like dart frogs and things like that. Coral seas.
Yeah, I think you're just talking about reptiles and amphibians, mostly.
Yeah, but even then, you've got some of the deadliest predators that are blended to or are colored to blend in with their surroundings, like rattlesnakes, copperheads, cottonmouths, the black mamba. Like they're literally colored to blend in.
Or if you look at spiders, so the black widow spider everybody's scared of because it's got that red hourglass on it. It's black, but you can see that hourglass from far away. But that's not nearly as toxic poison. It's not poisonous, I don't think. I think it's a neurotoxin. But so toxic, I guess, as brown recluse. And a brown recluse fucking blends it with everything.
Yeah, because I think like the mallard and it could be even the black widow. I think theirs is gender linked. It's not necessarily their toxins. That's the reason for their coloration.
Well, and so a lot of birds are like that, and a lot of reptiles are like that, where the males typically tend to have more colorful designs on them and stuff like that. Believe me, I've read enough reptile and bird books to my son that is kind of ingrained in me now.
It's called apophymatism.
Is there a different word for the one that's linked to gender?
You're talking about males of various species having more colorful plumage?
Yeah, or females having different coloration or different phenotypes. Like
I think that's generally
really
just to
matter.
attract females.
I think it's awesome.
I think it's a separate word.
I think it's awesome that male birds have to fucking be all pretty and they're actively looking for female attention, so they're the ones that they have to do shit with their feathers. That's evolution. That's pretty cool.
Yes, men are driven and females are indifferent. Yes.
I find it funny how even in nature that the men have to show that they have substantial resources to their female partners just in case they do produce offspring, and then men literally complain about that as humans. It's wild.
Or be pretty. Or be very, very pretty. Men are pretty now that you mention it.
Is that a look Max quote?
I don't know. I think I'm really kind of jaded and disheartened with catfishing and what do you call it? Filters nowadays. I mean, you don't even have to go through all the trouble of putting on makeup. Now you can just put in a filter.
Brandon, you've been catfished, baby.
No, he's married.
My heart goes out to my fellow men who have to suffer through the dating pool.
Oh, I was catfished once, and let me tell you, it was a treat trying to get out of that.
So, what, you expected Denzel Washington and got Bubba Gump? Is that how it went?
Actually, it was maybe a mild catfish. We'll call this a baby one, because it was really, he used younger pictures of himself. He was a lot older than he was.
Did he tell you how old he was?
And I was younger. I was like 20. I mean 19, 20. And he was portraying himself to be like 27 or so. He was not 27. He was 27 in his pictures. He went 27 then.
I mean, Zach uses a younger picture of himself.
Does.
Yeah, his is like 20 years old different, though. It's a weird thing.
Right. And I can understand like a younger picture that you love of yourself, right? Like I have pictures like that. But as far as like using said photo to go on dates with a person, nah. That's crazy.
I don't know. I don't know enough about these dating apps, but wouldn't you at some point want to like video conference them or something, like FaceTime them?
Oh, Civics, mind you, this was literally in like the early phases of Tinder. Like it was literally being promoted on our college campus, and I downloaded the app, and it was like in 2010. So FaceTiming was not, a big thing.
You all the apps have filters now, too.
Yeah, and everything filters now, right?
Yeah, so you can filter things out. I just adjust like temperature and hue and shit like that, but there's all kinds of filters built into TikTok.
But I don't think y'all truly, like, if you really look into like the people who do makeup, like really do makeup, they don't need filters. They can literally filter themselves with makeup.
Yeah, they can. It's pretty amazing too.
I have seen that. there was a creator just this morning who I've always think, and I still think, was super, super hot. And when I went, scrolling through, and I landed on her live, and she was just starting her makeup tutorial. And I was like, holy shit! Like, I had no idea. She's really good at contour.
It is pretty amazing. It's kind of almost magic how much change they can affect just by a simple brushstroke or color here and a different color there.
It is an art. I used to like that show where they did the dramatic ones, like the costumes and the horror makeup and stuff.
Yeah. All right, this is getting boring.
Yeah, I have a capitalism meeting in 10 minutes anyway. Well, 13 minutes.
Share the live out. See if you guys can get people in here. Vader, come up to the panel so I can yell at you about being an asshole.
What did Vader do?
I don't know. He was born.
I'm sure it was something to do with frogs.
No, it has something to do with cattle and the law. And
you?
Go ahead.
Civic,
Did
do
anyone
you
hear
ever
that?
show yourself without your sunglasses?
Not really. Sometimes, but no. Try to.
That's a good question. Your last debate, you wore red sunglasses the entire time.
He's not. He doesn't go on camera. Brendan, I had to ask him. I totally forgot when I asked him to do the debate. I totally forgot that he doesn't go on camera, and so by the time he had already agreed, I'm like, oh shit, I forgot to tell you we have to be on camera. Are you okay with that? And he said, yeah, I'll put on a disguise. He said I'll wear a hat, some dark sunglasses like a poker player or something, and at least that'll do something to make it harder for people to find out who I am. That's why I did that.
Yeah, you with some ass and some poker. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean
that's a problem with moving from TikTok to YouTube, because on YouTube you have to be on camera everywhere you go. There's like nobody that's not on camera.
The moderator reminded me of Barbara Eden.
I don't know who Barbara Eden
What's her
is.
name? Tomatoes, Angry Tomatoes, Raging Tomatoes, something like that?
Yeah, her name is Sarah, and it's the Raging Tomato, yeah.
There it is.
You think it's because she gets red when she gets mad? Like, that's kind of a weird name.
It is kind of a weird name. I don't know. I don't know where the name
Does she
came
have
from.
red hair?
No, she's got blonde hair.
Mm.
So there's a YouTube channel called The Raging Tomato. I have done 2 debates on there now, one with Civics and one with Vince here on TikTok. We were both on teams together against 2 other people on YouTube. So I at least have 2 debate videos on YouTube on a YouTube channel right now. I want to continue doing more, but haven't set up another one yet.
Nice.
You need to get your insult game down, Mojo. No
I know.
swear words.
I know.
But yeah, you got to be able to address a heckler.
They are definitely good at that, right? I think I'm good. Honestly, I think they look like idiots if they're just saying a bunch of shit and telling me how much they won and how stupid I am. I think I'm good if I just give my points and give a little joke here and there. I think I come out looking better in the long run.
Going for the high ground. It's a good move. But I will say the audience does appreciate a witty quip.
Yeah, but they also appreciate drama lives, but I don't like doing those either.
Oh, I love some messy talk.
I know. That's so sad. This is not the panel for that. I don't do very rarely.
I watch that at night to sleep.
Very rarely do I do drama on this channel.
Ooh, Lord, parasocial relationships. I have never seen such in my life.
What, huh?
I try to avoid them. The drama.
Yeah, it's like a whole realm of TikTok. It's called Messy Talk. It's pretty much in the black community, and LGBT community, whatever, what have you. But that said, either way, people are like really forming like unhealthy like relationships with these people, like parasocial relationships. This one lady was telling this other lady literally yesterday, she's like, I see you and your daughter all the time in the Kroger. And the girl's like, I don't even know you, ma'am. Like, I don't know you. She's like, yes, you do. Anyway, a bunch of mess. But it is the fact that a lot of people are like, they're talking to people, they don't know who in the hell are over on the other end of these lives, and they're doing like thousands of people.
I know they do draw a lot of viewers in. Adrian, did you mean to come up here? You're on mute.
Got 50 coins already?
I know. I wonder who did that.
He never comes up, so
He never comes up.
Give him some positive reinforcement.
Oh, hey, our thumb thugging cousin.
Adrian, do you know you're on the panel? Well, I guess I'll let him sit here in silence until he figures it out. I don't even know. I don't know how you do drama. I think it takes a skill that I don't have to be able to continue drama.
I'm a female. It's just kind of hard on the course.
Thanks for saying that, so I don't have to.
It is.
What'd you say?
You like it or not?
What'd you say, Sammy?
She said she was a
Sammy's
female.
kind of cutting out, but you know what's funny about drama?
I still didn't hear what she said. Brendan was just going to say what she said.
Well, I don't think anybody heard what she said. She was cutting.
Brendan was just going to say that before you interrupted him.
She said that she's a female. She said that.
Oh no, that's Alexis.
Obvious.
No, that's Alexis. I was talking to Sammy. I'm talking about Sammy.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
Oh, can you hear me? Do I have bars?
You sound.
Now
Yeah, you're fine. What were you saying?
I was gonna say you don't know how to do drama, but it somehow follows you.
Yes, everybody loves to hate me. But,
Maybe they feel like you're a good mediator.
Well, it's because he thinks everybody sucks. So, like, he's never on one side or the other.
Yeah, that does level the playing field a lot.
Oh, speaking of messy.
Messy!
Her drama and messy talk.
I love messy
Right.
talk, girl.
Hey.
Like a moth to the flame.
But the men like it too. Y'all actually gossip a lot more than women do, and I was shocked to find that out myself. Not gonna lie, that's a new.
Really? Civics, we've never gossiped. Brendan, we've never gossiped. I don't think I've ever gossiped.
In front of people. You caught yourself there.
Hey, if I want to find out any tea in my high school, my male athletes are the ones that are sharing it with me. The girls are tight-lipped.
Wait, are you
Really?
serious? My wife
Oh, yeah.
and my friends' wives are all. It's the same thing. Like the skits are real. Like, oh, what's going on? You caught up with your friend? What's going on? And they're like, yeah, they're doing fine. Like, we don't go into the details. I don't know. Just
Yeah, I don't.
I don't think y'all know what messy is. So being messy is when you present probably what everybody's thinking, but some probably you maybe shouldn't have said about a person. That's a little bit shady. It's a little bit of a jab. Now, when men do it, everybody's like, oh, they're just blunt. Oh, he's just a, whatever. Worst case scenario, you're a D word. That's it. When women do it just casually or however, it's messy. It's gossip.
Well, yeah, you guys are all pointed. You want to fucking make that shit hurt. And on top of that, you've got like fucking notebooks full of shit from 20 fucking years ago that you remember specifically.
Well, I mean, you did it.
I told you earlier today. We just keep it. We keep it, little, just nicely and tight, sitting up on a shelf until we need to use it.
what's the term? Like, we will forgive but never forget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah. That's why I've put a nice big hole in my wallet for the amount of flowers I've had to buy my wife over the years.
Yeah.
That is, by the way, just so everybody knows, that's CS's motto. I will forgive, but I will never forget.
Messy's fucking J. Edgar Hoover up in this bitch.
Yeah.
I
files on
got
all
dossiers on all of you. Yeah, see, there it is.
You can try it, honey. That's cute.
Release the messy files.
Release the files.
Believe it or not, that is not the first time I've heard that said out loud.
Really?
Or in the chat.
Messy, I couldn't help but notice your voice is extra salty today, or sultry today. Did you lose it screaming at Red Team?
Did y'all hear something?
Okay.
No, I don't think I did.
I don't think so.
It's the whispery Messy that's the scary one. Just so you know.
That is true, Civics. That is true. No, I honestly was napping and I heard Messy talk, and I woke up.
And your ear started itching.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, since you guys are gonna go into drama, that's my cue. No, I have a meeting to get to. I will see you guys later.
Enjoy, Civics.
See you guys.
See ya.
For those of you that know, I am presenting my little side project in front of a group of people tonight to get some live feedback. So, wish me luck.
Good luck.
Best of luck.
All right, so Messy, you guys convinced me to do a drama live one night. How did that go? Do you remember?
Okay, first off, y'all was probably not the ones to be doing no messy talk. I think it's best y'all leave that alone. I'm just gonna be honest. This child.
Well, which one? Was it?
Are you asking me? Are you? Yeah.
Mojo one?
Yeah, it was Messy Mojo where I gave you complete control over everything until you got pissed off and left, and then you came back and yelled at me for the next fucking 5 days.
No, I cried and left. You made me cry.
No, wait a minute, Messy. Do y'all remember? Y'all remember the Hannah lady, the Hannah girl back from Moses panel?
Is this the one? Yeah, is this the grifter or whatever?
So how about she popped up on a whole nother side of TikTok, right, under a whole nother page, and got caught again. And so this was like it was the Carmelo Anthony lives, the court debate and stuff like that. So I'm like sitting in this live, having spoken to this girl, whatever, and then seeing her being aired out again, and I'm like, bruh, like this is the same girl, same lady. She cammed up one day to show something on her computer, to show like some statute of Texas law, right? But it was on, her face, and it wasn't the picture that, of course, was AI on the profile pic. So then people somebody had screenshotted it while she was on it, and was like pretty much looking her up, right? Because everybody was like, she got really flustered, I guess, once she saw that it was on like the wrong side, whatnot. And it just went from there. The guy who was running the lives, he done like a whole rundown about it, like done a whole bunch of content on it and everything. It was a mess. She was selling these T-shirts, right, to these people, for like support of Carmelo Anthony. Ain't nobody got no T-shirts. They paid, I think, like $30 for a T-shirt. I think they sold a couple of hundreds of them. Nobody got T-shirts or nothing like that. Like another scam.
I'm surprised she got out of jail. I know she was asking a few of the men on here for bail money.
She was in a facility, girl.
Bless it.
So she went to jail for fraud. Is that right?
She went to jail for fraud and she got out. So then she was in a facility for the other stuff and looked like it for sure. Well, definitely.
This does not pass the smell test for a couple reasons. One, the Carmelo Anthony thing only happened a year ago.
People
so
are
what you're
still
saying
talking
is
about
that I understand they're still talking about Messi, but what I'm saying is that what has to happen
that happened
is
when she got in trouble for the fraud was years ago. That was years before even last year when she was found out on Lois's panel.
Okay, so she went to jail for something unaffiliated with the Carmelo Anthony. Okay, so now it's making more sense.
Yeah,
Because
no.
the wheels of justice
Yeah.
don't turn that fast.
Oh no! She's not going to jail for anything right now. She didn't. No. They found all the same stuff that they found when she was outed on Lois's panel and in his Discord.
Okay, so what it sounds like you said is that she accidentally flashed her face. Someone took a screenshot. They used that picture of her face to dox her. Is that right?
Basically, yeah. Now I don't know how it happened with the, because I was kind of confused on how it happened with the Lois situation. I think she, like Bessie said, she's reaching out to people for like quote unquote bail money, and I guess they I don't know, looked up her name or something and found out who she was.
No, she had a Facebook scam going that she had cancer. And she raised this GoFundMe and raised a bunch of money for saying she had cancer.
Right.
And it came out she never had cancer. That was years and years ago when she was still married to her cop husband.
That's what she went to jail for, Brendan. And then when she was asking for bail money, though, when she was asking for bail money, though, with Lois under that situation, that was a fabricated situation. The guy who she was asking said like he was like looking into who she was and X, Y, and Z. She gave him her name because she was scamming him when she was asking for it.
I guess she used the internet in the jail library to make a post about getting bail money.
No, he told it after he figured her out. He told it. She was scamming him then when she was asking. I can assume, I guess,
right?
Because I don't think she was truly in jail.
Right, because if somebody texted me and said, "Hey, I really need you to send me some bail money," my first question would be, "Where are you right now?" Because usually people that need bail money are in jail, and there's a distinct lack of cell phone service in a jail. Just saying.
Well, Brendan, you would be surprised. And Brendan, if I only know your TikTok name, I'm also gonna ask who in the hell are you? I would have to know your name.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned this because I got doxxed on Lois's panel too. I thought it was pretty funny. Oh yeah, my full name, address, the whole 9 yards. It was great.
Somebody didn't like you. That's nasty.
That's all right.
You know, it's funny. There are multiple people that know my fucking address and where I live and more information than that about me, but nobody's ever doxed me. I just kind of put myself out there and told everybody my name and gave a couple other things throughout the year that I've been on TikTok, and a couple people found me. So I don't know. It's kind of strange that people get doxed and when they're trying to not be doxed.
I kind of like it a little bit, if I'm not gonna lie, because I'm fucking weird and my life has been fucking weird, and it's kind of fascinating. But I don't want to talk about myself because it's inviting nonsense. It's a numbers game. Eventually, you're going to run across somebody who's absolutely out of their mind, and I don't want my family to be at risk.
Yeah, I don't want that either. But I happen to live in a community where there are a shit ton of guns, and neighbors that really care about each other and watch out and pay attention to cars driving down the road, shit like that. So,
my neighbor texted me at 3 a.m. the other day and said, "Hey, your patio light's not on. Is everything okay?"
We do that all the time too. If somebody leaves their garage door open,
I can't even see my neighbors. You're gonna have to find your way to me. Trust.
And every single house in the fucking neighborhood has cameras set up with the Ring doorbells and all that nifty shit. So when somebody did get their car broken into, they were able to trace the person like from 7 different houses to try and get all the information they needed about the car that actually pulled up to steal something from the back of a work truck. They found the guy the next day.
Damn, that's fucking wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we all got together. We said, okay, what's your camera footage look like here? Let's give this all to the local sheriff and let them take care of it.
Community policing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess there is a benefit of living around a bunch of MAGA motherfuckers because they're all paranoid as shit.
Hey, it's not paranoid. It's hyper vigilant. It's not paranoid.
Okay, you call it what you want. Make yourself feel better.
Does that give you a fair amount of anxiety, Brendan? Just a fair question. Hyper vigilant.
Well, okay, all right. I'll bite. Without being asked to prove it, I'm going to tell you that the last person for there to be an attempted lynching in the state that I lived in at the time was me. And I don't care. It doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter why they did what they did, but it went all the way to the Supreme Court in the state that I was in. So when it comes to violence, I'm no stranger to violence. I don't like violence, but I'm kind of good at it. So I imagine anyone who attempts to dox me, if they do look me up, is going to be like, well, maybe not.
Yeah, I would consider phrasing on our next statement. But that being said, to be fair, I think a lot of violence is warranted at times to some people because they give it. Violence is not only physical. That's the thing. And I do think hypervigilance puts you all in a constant state of anxiety and semi-paranoia, if not completely hysteria at times. And you should not be operating at that level of cortisol increase in general. 24/7. Like, that's not healthy.
You may object to that choice of words, but I use that word because that's the word the court used.
The courts have been wrong on that word a lot. I wouldn't trust them on it.
What word? I had a phone call.
Lynching, girl. That's what he just said.
Lynching?
That's what he said, girl.
About what? In what context?
I'm still trying to figure it out, but I just told him the phrasing. Ain't.
About 15, 20 years ago, I had some individuals come to my house in the middle of the night and attempt to do something silly. The pew that they pulled, you see, and I try and explain this to people all the time. When you pull a pew on someone, you should A, use it, and 2, the whole reason you have it is so that you can set a distance between you and the subject. And they didn't do that. He wanted to feel powerful or something and get right up in my face. So I disarmed him. And then I stood there for a moment, and he looked at me looking like a fucking moron. So when I did the whole flinch thing, they ran. And the thing was, I knew these people. Yeah. Yeah, you ever had anyone do that to you? Like, you kind of start like real fast, like you're going to move?
They thought you said something. Yeah, they thought you said something else. Yeah.
You said that's what it sounded like.
They thought you.
When the cops caught up with them, and all the evidence came out, they were charged with attempted lynching.
Because that's what he said, Lolo.
Oh.
So explain that.
Against you? Were they trying to?
Wait, I didn't even.
Really?
Yes. I don't even think that
I'm confused.
How would they prove intent of that specifically?
Did they have a rope?
Because you only talked about pews.
Okay, Mojo, you know what I do for a living, correct?
I do.
Okay, so if someone fakes a call for service and they know that based on the information that is out there about me, then they can reasonably assume that I will be the one that comes to their aid. Come to find out, they did attempt to do just that. And when that effort was not successful, they came to me. That is why.
What'd you do to them? I mean, why were they mad at you?
I made them look foolish.
Okay.
I had run their company for about 4 years and increased their revenue from around $170,000 to about $785,000 in the span of 4 years. They were looking to sell the company, and they believed that if they had to explain that I was the beating heart of their endeavor, that they would that they would have to accept less money. At the time, come to find out, they were looking right around $1.5 million for the sale of the company. But I had already left the company and it was falling apart, and they believed that I was the reason that their company was falling apart. In a way I was, but it wasn't because I was sabotaging their efforts or even headhunting their people who I had all trained. Basically, they were nitwits who weren't sophisticated enough to be successful, so they blame me on their ruin.
Okay. Makes sense. I don't know where somebody would come up with the idea of lynching, though. That's fucking weird.
Well, you'll have to ask the attorneys. I did, however, have to drag the attorney for the state kicking and screaming all the way to the Supreme Court for that state because she didn't want to prosecute. It was funny because the first day I sat down in her office to explain to her what had happened, I sat down opposite her at the desk, and she says, "All right, I don't understand. What's going on? Did you shtup his wife?" I got so angry. Yeah. I got so angry. I had my brother with me, right? And I stood up and I pointed at her and I said, "Look, Marsha Clark, all of the evidence that you have is right here in front of you. All you have to do is follow it to its conclusion." And my brother grabbed me and was like, "Bro, you just called her Marsha Clark." It was hilarious.
Okay, you say that.
Marsha Clark before I Google it.
Oh, wow.
O.J.
Marsha
Simpson
Clark.
trial.
There you go. Marsha Clark was another hapless individual who fumbled the easiest slam dunk in legal history, Messi. So that's why I called her Marsha Clark. I guarantee you she got the reference. She's actually she's the head attorney now, the head prosecutor in the municipality that I left. You'd think she'd be more appreciative of the fact that she got to argue a case in front of the Supreme Court. Turns out not so much. I was actually called, and I don't know why this isn't a word that you use more often, Mojo. The defense attorney called me a Svengali. Have you ever heard that word before?
Svengali. I've heard it. I have no retention. I've heard it, but I don't know it.
It's someone who manipulates women to great effect. And it sounds like Bengali. Word. Yeah, it's a good word. Anyhow, yeah, they called me a Svengali in open court. And again, all I did was just make them look foolish. I made them look foolish in court too. The attorney asked me because they pulled up as much stuff as they could about me, and they were like, "Sir, you've called 911 over the last 6 months, no less than 16 times. Can you explain that to me?" And I looked the attorney right in the eye and I said, "Absolutely, I'm very civic-minded. Whenever I see someone driving like a maniac or doing something that they shouldn't be doing, I inform the authorities."
So you're a snitch like a little bitch.
Is that,
got it.
Oh, really?
Damn.
So, is that what you call that, Missy?
I mean, like, to me, I see you standing on your front yard yelling, "Get off my yard!"
He's a Svengali bitch, is that right?
Apparently. No, I'm just civic-minded. Messy. It's also why at the time before TikTok, I called into local radio stations and the producers got to know my names. Even after a while, national radio. I've been on Neil Bortz a couple times. I was on Rush Limbaugh that one famous time I told you about because I made Rush Limbaugh look like a nitwit. But yeah, I like that kind of stuff. You don't? You're not civic-minded, Messy? I mean, I could always tighten up offenders myself, but that might get, what's the word? Oh yeah, messy.
I just don't know whose mind we're gonna take these civics from that I would find to be enjoyable, with you there. But I mean, it's a vibe.
Driving crazy. I don't think I'd ever call the police for it. Somebody driving crazy. But I could see driving by and seeing somebody break into something, possibly calling the police. But then again, you don't know what the hell's going on because you often see somebody that's locked out of their own car trying to get into their own car in some way, shape, or form. So then you end up causing a lot of trouble that doesn't need to be caused. But then again, when there are car alarms going off and everybody just drives by as somebody's breaking into the car because they think that that's just their car and they don't want to be involved in the process, then you can see a lot of car thefts that didn't have to happen too. So I don't know. Pros and cons.
Earlier this week here in Hampton Roads, somebody driving a Dodge Charger was driving so recklessly they smashed into the back of a car, flipped, and started a fire in the tunnel. This is the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. So I would hope that if there were instances where the authorities can be informed and then head someone off before they're injured, that would happen. It doesn't make somebody a snitch.
It is so weird to hear a fucking old school telephone. That's so fucking weird. Every time.
That literally sounded like a rotary dial.
A rotary dial.
I like it. It's my Batman phone.
I was just gonna say the phone on the wall with the cord you can stretch.
That's what it is too, I bet.
Hey, I got a question. I don't know if you guys want to keep going down the path of this conversation, but I was just hearing something this morning about, everybody's favorite mayor, right? Mandani.
Is that your favorite mayor?
Not mine, but everybody seems to love him right now. We'll see how it all plays out. But I just sort of feel like a couple things that sort of remind me of, and sort of fall into this theme of like, some people on the left are just sort of okay with or turned a blind eye to unorthodox methods, let's call it, of achieving their goals outside of policy and law. For example, like, a lot of people lately have been talking about this birthright citizenship, right? And I think the reason why people are for it still, even though it kind of had its day and I don't think it should be in play today, there are better ways to get people over here legally and reform the laws and, not incentivize people to break a law to come over here and then sneakily have a kid and that's how they become a citizen. That should not be the way to do it. And it's sort of, bear with me here. It's some similarities to what I heard this morning about what's going on with like public transportation in New York City with subways and buses. He wants to make it free, but his way of doing it was telling the police to just not arrest anybody for doing it. So now it's gone up like crazy, people not paying. It's costing like $1 billion now. And so to help pay for that, he's increased tolls and, that's projected to recover about 500 million of that. It's like, what are we doing here? And now the people that are trying to do the right thing, like continue to pay for a subway and drive their car and pay the tolls, are paying like double now just so that the people that are already wired to break the rules and laws get to benefit from just not paying. What are we doing here?
Yeah, I don't believe your story.
Yeah, and I think after Wendy Reyes, once that gets circulated some more, people are not going to be having babies here since they get deported and then can't come back for their kids' funerals under this administration. So, I mean, whether or not it gets taken up by the courts, which I don't think it should, that's a big deterrent for women having babies here.
But theoretically, though, wouldn't you agree, like if we could reshape it, that removing birthright citizenship, was never really intended to be for what it's been used for, and removing that, but then changing immigration laws to make it easier and faster for people to come over here, wouldn't that be the better way?
That has nothing to do with the baby.
Well, it does. It's just because that becomes the first generation of legal citizen that kind of goes around the
right,
system.
But the part that you're talking about, you should just go ahead and do, because yes, you should be doing that, making it easier for people to become citizens, which would help the parents of American citizens who are born on our soil. That would be how that kind of would work.
Here's why I don't believe your fucking story about the goddamn subway. Goddamn, I fucking hate you goddamn conservatives. You see a fucking headline and you grab onto it, you don't actually look into it. Okay, staggering revenue loss. The Citizens Budget Commission reported that fare evasion cost the MTA $1 billion system-wide. Unpaid subway fares accounted for roughly $350 million of this total, while unpaid bus fares took the largest bite overall at $500 million. This is a report, by the way, from 2025. Nothing that Mamdani has done has fucking led to this. Stop the nonsense.
Did you say $1 billion?
Yes.
Is that what you said?
Yes.
So are there no cops on?
So that is crazy, though.
At turnstiles?
Okay, whether it's crazy or not, you tried to attribute it. Wait. You tried to attribute it to Mamdani. That's fucking stupid. Stop doing that shit.
Mondani apparently has been the one that says that officially is saying like, hey, don't like look the other way.
They do that already. And the number that you used was from the year before, for Christ's sake. Before Mondani even took office, or before he even was even suggesting that this happens.
So let's just go with that, right? So if Mondani has not made anything worse and it already existed that way, conceptually though, are you okay with that? Because my whole point was like,
I'm not okay with you fucking talking about it in such a way. This is fucking stupidity. The only reason you know about this is because some ridiculous conservative said, hey, look what Mondani's doing. Otherwise, you wouldn't have given a fuck one way or another.
Okay, so take Mondani out of it then. I was talking about the concept of the people on the left that tend to look the other way about things like this. So even if he wasn't the cause of it, are you okay with that being the way that it's being done? Like, hey, let's just not enforce people who feel like not paying for fares for things. And that's how we'll make it free.
I'm good with it being state funded.
Yeah, do it more straightforward, right? I mean, the idea of that, but like defunding police, like all this stuff is sort of in the same category where it's like, I kind of understand what they're going for. It's just not the right way. It's going to incentivize the wrong behavior.
Incentivize. See, now I just told you a solution. I just gave you a solution that you just make it a state policy, and then you don't have to worry about it. You agreed with it, and then you continue to bitch about the way it is right now. I just gave you we just agreed on a solution. Why are we talking still?
It's interesting though on these panels though. It's typically people don't agree with everything you say, even people that are on the left. So it's interesting to hear
everybody agrees with
other
me.
People that might excuse it, because that's the part that I'm like, it sort of tells you something, right, about the mentality of people in different parties or on different sides. And it seems like there does seem to be this sort of trend of people on the left sort of looking the other way about something that, is achieving some goal, but like maybe is harmful in the way that it's being done. Like, again, police, defunding the police. That was a horrible idea. Everywhere where they've tried to do it, it was, it caused higher crime.
What did defund the police mean?
Everybody seemed to have a different meaning.
It meant that Mondani was going to shut down the police department. That's what it meant.
Yeah, and so Mondani apparently has also been doing that, been defunding sort of quietly the police. But look at any areas where that actually did happen, and crime went up, right? Like Oakland, these others. Like it was such a crazy thing to try to do. Somehow defunding police and reducing the police force. Again, I understand the concept of like redirecting money toward crime prevention, but that's not what ended up happening. And then they ended up like walking it back in most of the areas where they defunded the police in some way. They ended up walking it back, and in Chicago, like trying to figure out how to get police back in there again.
Where I'm at, LAPD has like $11.5 billion in their budget. How's defunding them gonna cause crime to rise? Like if they have $11.5 billion, then why are they doing such a shit job?
No, I mean, it's a fair critique. Better training, all that stuff makes sense. But to say that the way to fix it is to defund it is to me crazy.
Yeah, that's an offshoot of Democrats hate white cis males. White cis males are generally, the oppressors. Cops are oppressors. So it's like a train of thought. So they think by defunding the police and destroying and attacking the police, that's somehow a good thing, when it's really just performative politics.
It's funny that
because this administration did that too.
It's funny that you come up with these explanations, but no Democrat has said that. Somehow it's Republicans that think of it this way. What you just said.
Right, Mojo, and their candidate did that. Like your administration right now literally defunded police enforcement at the state level.
Wow.
Yes.
How did they do that?
They cut violence prevention programs. Over 365 grants were canceled. Programs have been paused and completely removed from certain states. For violence prevention, I can't say the word, intervention, training, things like that.
Trafficking.
What did
all
that?
the trafficking
What
was
did that do
defunded.
specifically?
Shut down all of the trafficking. What would you call it? Agencies?
Makes
Yeah.
them better
So-
cops, Stephen. Makes them better at their job.
No, I know. I'm just saying though, how is that actually defunding the police? That's what your claim
Because
was.
you're not funding them being better police. You're not doing that. You're actively defunding them being better at their job.
So how much was defunded, and what percentage of that went directly toward the better training of police? How much of that was
You're
taken
missing
out?
the point. You're missing the point. Their position was that the defunding should represent almost the total obliteration of policing, whereas they're objecting to a small decrease in funding for a specific purpose.
So we should fund cops who are horrible at doing literally the policies and procedures that they should have. We should continue to fund them because we don't fund teachers or nurses or doctors when they don't go by the policies and guidelines or laws of our states, countries, districts, municipalities, etc. So we should continue to give those people paychecks. Brendan.
I think that most of the electorate will agree that police in general are funded pretty well. I mean, how many municipalities have tanks now or armored personnel carriers? I mean, most even mid-sized metropolitan police departments have helicopters. I mean, police are funded really good. I don't think we would have the prison population that we have
And
if
that
police
helps
and
their
forensic
competency?
science wasn't okay. No, well, money doesn't generally help one's competency either. I think that politically, with regards to defunding of any project, the attempt is, at least on the federal government, to be more frugal with the amount of money that they pass out and lean more on state funds for individual police forces.
Brendan, if I want my child to learn something, I buy them a book. If I want them to have something to play with, I buy them a toy. You're talking about toys that we put funds towards, but we're talking about actual education, continuing education for these people on their jobs, even things like stress management throughout their jobs. These people are overworked 9 times out of 10. Understaffed. They do need those types of continuing education and things like that because it is difficult. I will grant them that, but you're not going to get that from buying them a new tank. They need actual resources.
Oh, you totally missed it. I can tell you though that when I was in the military, the thing I looked forward to the most was having meetings and discussions about anger management. Yeah, that was one of my favorite
Okay, well, I'm just
things.
gonna make it really simple, and then I'll mute Brandon because here's the point. Y'all brought up defunding the law enforcement, and actually the call for the defunding was not that. It was just the case that people don't want to pay incompetent people to police us and possibly unalive us. That said, your administration did though defund law enforcement for essential things that they do need to make them better law enforcement. And you guys are sitting here making this a thing that the left is, I don't know, some propaganda. It's kind of quite dumb. I don't really know your point.
What I'm trying to say is that there's a huge difference between the amount of destruction that the Democrats wanted to do with in the wake of the George Floyd incident and what the rest of the American electorate wanted. I mean, we were fine having conversations like, hey, body cams. Most municipalities now require a law enforcement to have body cams. But the type of deep cuts that the left was proposing at the time would have seen really high spikes in crime. And they were seeing other things like instead of police officers, send, healthcare workers, mental health specialists, that kind of thing.
Yeah. The thing is now, police officers have the body cams. So now we see when they go into situations and they unalive people, maybe unintentionally or maybe on purpose or maybe just out of the sheer fact that they're fucking incompetent. We see it now from the body cameras that they're using, and we realize that it would be much better for someone who is more well capable and trained in that situation to handle what happened to be going in there, not these raging fucking full of steroid pieces of shit backwoods corn eaters that go in there and on somebody's back for fucking 2 hours while they unalive.
That's such a broad generalization, but I agree with the
What happened in Jasper County 2 years ago. Actually,
yeah, there's bad people that are bad at their jobs, and I think that is one good thing that will come from these body cam footage. Is it will start to improve that. There's more focus on it, there's more attention on it. If certain departments are noticeably bad at that, then they'll probably be forced to improve it.
Yeah, but I think the purpose too would be to have the correct people on location or on site, rather than the wrong people that are have a training misalignment. So if you put a police officer that writes traffic tickets all day onto a call for a domestic violence dispute or a domestic dispute of some kind or another, then they're going to tend to go in with a different footing than somebody with a mental health or with a therapist background. So if nothing else, you should probably put those two people together in that situation, or just send out the therapist or send out somebody that's trained in talking to people about domestic disputes. I think we have mismatched. We've expected our police officers to do so many different things without being trained to do those different things. So when I talked about defund the police, I meant restructure the police departments so that we're sending the right people out to the right calls.
Yeah,
but that's such a bad way to phrase that, and that's my critique on a lot of things that happen on the left. That's why I always say that they need a better marketing team. Like, what if that's what you really meant? Then say that. But to say defund the police is not going to get people on your side with that issue.
I agree, but that shit doesn't fit. That shit doesn't fit on a bumper sticker. That's the problem.
Yeah, just like all men are.
You have to understand that.
Yeah, don't say that, fucking Brendan. I knew you were going there, you fucker.
Well, you also have to understand too. In the time of advocacy or campaigning, whatever, forming a movement, the slogan's not fit for your comfort, Stephen. Respectfully, it is fit for the message. And at the end of the day, even if it is the case that economic leverage was implied behind it, so effing what? It was meant for that. It was a literal protest to actual issues that needed to be addressed. And if you think they should have more funding, then you definitely should have kept funding that was there for the things that Mojo is talking about and the things that I was talking about. That's at the end of the day.
In fact,
I agree.
The fact was, you guys were pandering to criminals, and you paid the price
stop it
at the ballot box. So I looked for some
real quick.
As a criminal was on the ballot. Damn.
Hold on, I'll pass it back to you, Brendan. But I just wanted to respond to what she said. This is what I hear a lot, by the way, from people on the left. They're like, it's not meant for your comfort. It doesn't matter if you got offended. I'm not offended, by the way, and I'm not uncomfortable. What I'm saying is that what you should be, if you care about making actual change, then you should care about the actual message, and you should care about how people receive it and how they vote in response to it.
Is that what picture looks like?
Have you ever heard that relationship adage that you can sort of be correct, or you can be
sleeping on the couch
in peace and harmony? Well, I mean, like, the point is that, like, sometimes it's not about being like, I am correct. Sometimes it's about finding the way to end the argument. And if the way to end the argument is that, like, our side understands, they just want to restructure how policing gets done so that it's more effective, that's actually a pretty effective argument. You lose when you decide that the only way you can campaign and exist as a party is to reduce things down to the dumbest slogans on earth and then try to sell them to people who are not all stupid.
But see, I think y'all kind of lose me when you sell your concern on slogans, because if you were truly concerned and you had questions, you would have asked questions, and I'm sure you would have gotten more detail, kind of like we have here on these panels. It's not the case I ever seen anybody out here fighting for animal fur and they were just like, hey, let me tell you. No, you would have to ask said questions when you saw a PETA, whatever it's called, a commercial. I don't know. But that said, at the same time, it's kind of, I don't know what y'all are saying right now. Like, 1 minute you're saying that concern should be here, but yet you're saying that when concern was there, they said it the wrong damn way. Like, no,
I'm saying there truly is a wing of your party. There truly is a wing of your party that is insane, that truly does believe that we should just defund the police. There are people that are that reductive and unintelligent regarding politics. And then there's, let's say, the broad swath of people who recognize what you mean when you say that, or at least they don't think that the craziest among you actually mean what you say, and they give them the benefit of the doubt. And then there's a whole other half of America that's like, that's the craziest fucking thing I've ever heard. Like, how dare you speak to me like I'm a dumb 2-year-old?
But so how did me, Messi, and Mojo get a completely different narrative than you and Steven obviously did?
Because
some of you refined the message after the fact. Some of you had to refine the message after the fact, and you came on here and you said what they really meant. It's just never going to be an effective strategy to.
Why is it effective? Why is it effective for Trump then? Why has it been effective for Trump for the last fucking 10 years? Because Trump says some wild ass shit, and everybody that supports Trump goes on to explain what he actually meant by it. Well, what he was actually saying is, when he says no new wars, he means no new wars that we started, no new wars that have been going on for 47 years, no new wars that don't have to do with our resources, no new wars with what I mean, they will bend themselves into fucking pretzels to define what Donald Trump means when he says something.
Listen, that is a totally fair. That's a totally fair critique.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, but no matter what message.
Because we do it for the same reason you do. The difference is that when he's, executing the only righteous war that we've ever fought in the Middle East against the most.
There is that pretzel right there. There's that fucking pretzel right there. Zach. But the problem is that you fucking people voted for him when you didn't know what the fuck he meant. You voted for him when you didn't know what he meant.
First off, I agree that maybe many of the people on the red don't know what he means. I do. I see Trump for what he is.
When he says no new wars, you thought, except for Iran. Yeah, I'm sure that's what you thought.
He means we should endeavor not to fight 20-year-long wars for no reason.
This is going to be a 20-year-long war, you dipshit.
No, this the thing's going to be over in a couple months.
Bullshit.
So why did we strike them yesterday?
Yeah, did he have that press
conference? Because he keeps having to remind them what happens when they don't play ball.
We're in a ceasefire. You don't put fire. Oh my God.
When it's
Bruh. The Twilight Zone. This is like a literal. Oh my gosh. My brain's like losing. I can't even make words. Am I having stroke, Missy?
Basically, what Zach is saying is Trump's America does not understand consent. So, yeah, he has to force himself onto Iran.
So I think that what you're saying is fair, Mojo, with regard to politicians on both sides tend to do that. They'll oversimplify something or say something that's not exactly true, and then other people have to come in and explain behind it, which I think is always a risky thing to do. I don't think anybody should do that, but it's always risky, and when you do it and it doesn't come off well, and a lot of low information voters and people that just saw the headline and don't have time to see what it actually means, and they take it at face value, that's the risk.
By the way, to be fair, also,
like no new wars. Hang on.
No new wars is a thing we should actually do. Defund the police is not something we should do.
Hang on. Kind of like you just did, Stephen, when you came up here, when you joined the panel talking about some headline that you saw about Mandami and people riding buses. You just explained yourself to the audience, sir.
Oh, how so?
You did just that.
I was just explaining
did that.
What I had
literally just did that.
Yeah, and then we talked about it, and Mojo, corrected what the piece of it as far as being tied to Mandani, and it's a conversation we're having. I mean, I'm not going around like, how is it the same? I didn't create some crazy slogan and going around trying to champion it for everybody. I just brought up something I read this morning.
Right, but you did kind of frame it as if public transportation being funded by the actual public was just an atrocious thing, and it's some new socialist Democrat.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, no matter,
it's a different conversation to say we should make it free versus saying let's just leave it how it is but look the other way, so that the citizens that are following the law have to disproportionately pay for the transportation services.
How is it going to be free if it's not being funded or subsidized by dollars from somewhere? Probably taxation.
Yeah,
There's some policy or taxation.
That already happens. Like when
what you guys miss is that we have enough money to pay for all of our social services for free. We just waste 90% of it.
And that's still subsidizing, and that subsidized money would come from where?
Again, the place that it already comes from. They're just stealing and wasting your money. If you give me $100,000 to build a pool and I spend $70,000 on a new car for myself, I might not have enough money to build your pool. But that's not because we didn't have enough money to build your pool. It's because I stole your money.
Okay, everybody stop. Everybody stop. Striker, I was trying to speak. Go ahead, Striker.
I was gonna say, if I had a conversation about my aunt a while back when we were talking about funding for like a rail system in LA, and I voted yes, and I'll talk to her about it, and she'd be like, why should I vote for that? Because I drive a car. I don't ride the train. I told her, like, well, think about it, right? If you pay for it and they build it, that's gonna take people off the road that would rather use the train. So you'll benefit because traffic will be alleviated for you because there'll be less people on the road. So it's a net benefit for everybody when you fund these types of programs.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that point. In fact, I think, Alexis, you're misunderstanding what my actual viewpoint is on this. I'm not against some sort of subsidy for it, some sort of fair application of a fee that people pay for public benefit. I'm talking, and this is my whole point. The Mondani thing, I was wrong potentially about like him being the one starting it. My whole point, though, was that leftists tend to look the other way when something is occurring that is not right, but it's somehow getting some version of what they want to be the case. Like instead of having a tax or something that's evenly applied, they are totally fine with the cops, with the mayor telling the police just to look the other way and let people who don't want to pay not pay, lose $1 billion, and then put that on other people who are doing the right thing. So now they're paying for their fares and they're paying for higher tolls or whatever else. And you just sort of incentivize people that are likely to break the law to like do it because it's going to work out for them.
That's a good point.
Okay, so that's another point. I guess you're gonna have to explain to me maybe another time. But I will say this: at the end of the day, a lot of taxation is done unfairly because, again, we're targeting a certain type of taxation. Everybody won't fit that demographic. If I'm taxing property, people who don't have property will not be taxed. If I'm taxing sales, people who don't buy a lot of stuff or don't buy from a certain sector won't be taxed. That's how all taxes work. That said, there are corporations there who aren't being taxed the same as other places. At the end of the day, if you live in New York, your civic responsibility will be to pay whatever taxation they ask, period. And that's for everybody there. Those people are taxed on their payroll. So at the end of the day, it's fair. It's going to work out. You all are contributing to the society that you live in. And to Striker's point, even being less cars on the road cuts down on having to literally fill potholes and pay people to do that.
So there.
That's a fair point. But see, this is my point, Mojo, earlier, because you said, well, it should be free. We agreed. That's it. We should move on. Like, well, my point sometimes with bringing this stuff up is to see if there's anybody that actually disagrees with that. And it certainly seems like there are that seem to sort of think like it's just kind of okay the way it is. Like, okay, well, fine. People are skipping the fare and, it is what it is.
Yeah, so then you just dig in to try and get in an argument with somebody.
No, so when you watch TV and then halfway through there would be commercials and then you'd watch the rest of your TV show and you were like, God, that was awesome. I just sat down and I watched my TV show and it was free. And it was like, it wasn't free. They built a revenue system around commercials such that they could give you the TV show for free. Now, if it was,
I am so sick and tired of you fuckers doing this shit.
Services,
nobody says
services, and everyone steals from the streaming services, such that there is no revenue to support the TV shows. Eventually, maybe not in the beginning, but eventually, you don't have TV shows, or they start to degrade because they don't have budgets. And like that's what's happening is that instead of building robust revenue sources for the public services that we want to offer, and then being disciplined about how we spend our money, we have gotten to this point where we're like, we'll kick the can down the road. We'll sort of steal from the future because like it's not our problem. We'll feed the people. We'll send them on buses. Like that's cool, but like it's gonna come due.
People, I'm so sick and tired of you fucking people doing this. When I say free, everybody knows what free means. Everybody, quite literally everybody. They know that nothing comes for free, that somebody's got to build it, somebody's got to pay for it, somebody's got to give the service up or their labor up or something like that. Everybody knows that. You don't have to say, there's nothing free in this world.
Okay, so but I'm not saying that as in like it's not like a dig or it's not that you don't understand that. It's that like you need to ask the second question. When someone says, buses, it's not just how do you pay for it, it's how do you creatively pay for it? What are we doing wrong now with the tens and tens of billions of dollars we're taking in
how do you creatively pay for it?
Can't pay for buses.
How do you creatively pay for it? Okay, then you ask for people to pay for their bus rides and you just give them strippers on their bus rides. I don't know, what the fuck are you talking about?
It means you look at the budget and you say, wow, I mean, it turns out that we're actually spending blah, 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 blah. And that's a crazy cost. And so maybe if we restrict here and change here and add in here, like we can build a better system.
The problem is when you boil it down, when you really look at it, though, people just don't agree with where it should go. And that's kind of really what the main disagreement is.
Everyone agrees that it shouldn't be stolen and wasted. And that's what a lot of it's being done.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people got behind the whole message of Doge, and then they went in and didn't find as much as they said they were going to find. But the reality is, if you eliminate, if you assume we reach a point where we eliminate most of that waste, fraud, abuse, whatever, that we all probably stand behind that general message, then you're left with people just disagreeing with each other and where that money should go.
I mean, when you look at the homeless situation in LA, and they're spending tens of billions of dollars a year on 40,000 people who are homeless, you say, well, how much does that mean per person that we've spent on homelessness? Oh, it's like $200,000. Maybe instead of paying an entire structure of NGOs to operate such that they can give out tents, maybe we just build homes and not enrich NGOs.
All right, you lied about this last time. You were proven wrong about this last time, and here you are saying the same stupid thing again. 200,000. Yeah, you were proven wrong that it wasn't. Nobody was spending $200,000 per person. That wasn't happening. Yeah, you came up here and said that same stupid shit before, and you were proven wrong.
Hold on, you can say that, and even if, by the way,
you were proven wrong. They showed you the budgets. They showed you how much was spent. No, but yet you're still sitting here saying the same stupid thing.
Zach, he's trying to say cite your source.
Oh, so give me a second.
It's like Groundhog Day.
It is. They forget they've had these conversations before.
Figure out why we be talking about things that have to do with helping the general public or people with lower incomes. Everybody gonna talk about being more fiscally disciplined, but when it comes time to bail people out, we ain't never talking about discipline of corporations when they done wasted and shit away their money. That's kind of crazy how it's always fiscal discipline when we're talking about average people.
Crosstabs.
What were some of your, I'm sure you guys have put this out there in the past, but what are some of your ideas of how you would actually effectively tax corporations and have them not get around? I mean, it's never really been done, right? I mean, how are you going to be the first ones that effectively tax the billionaires and corporations?
Wasn't it in the 50s there was more, they were taxed more back then?
Yeah, 55%, I think it was the higher, 52. I think 52% was the highest corporate tax rate. No. What I would say is that you get rid of all subsidies to start out with, get rid of all tax loopholes, all subsidies, and start from scratch and start giving them away as necessary, create new laws surrounding it. But first of all, you have to get rid of them all first.
So it's that Herman Cain 999 plan, it sounds like.
I don't know what the fuck that is, but whatever.
You don't know who Herman Cain is?
I do. I didn't say I didn't know who that was. I said I don't know what that is.
Oh, he was basically his, we're going back again, and this is a reference to another sort of oversimplified slogan. But I think it was like do away with the whole tax code, and then it would be like a 9% income tax, 9%.
No, I didn't say that. No, I'm not saying that. I say you leave the tax code the way it is. I'd even say you could leave it at 21% right now. And then you come up with a new structure for the corporate taxes. You raise it back up to 35%, and then you throw in the legitimate loopholes. If they're going to expand their business, or if they are going to buy and prove that they need new equipment or something like that, sure. If you get this subsidy, if you hire this many people. And if you don't hire this many people, you have to pay the money back or something like that. If we set it up like that and we started at 35%, I think we can get money out of corporations. Now, what a lot of people will do is pay their salaries a lot higher, so we also have to tax the wealthy more too.
Or create some kind of auditing way or some oversight way to make sure they're not doing that. But, I mean, you keep saying it. It's their effective tax rate that they're not meeting. Like, the math's there. The rate that we have, it could work. But when you have people paying 3% of a said 20 or 21, that's not going to work. So we have to make sure that they are paying the actual rate as a corporation. Nobody's saying this has got to personally be, Jeff Bezos, but Amazon is Amazon, and Amazon owes us 21%.
I think they owe us 35%, but
Facts. Not 40 for real.
How many pages is the tax code up to?
Too fucking many. Thousands?
I mean, or almost tens of thousands at this point. Yeah. They should simplify it. I think the fact that it's so complicated allows people, and this is an 80-20 issue in the United States. It is so complex that people who have means hire individuals to help them, fjord the regulations. Or if they just made it a flat tax, it would be so much easier and so much harder to get out of. I mean, it should be a consumption tax, especially based on an economy that's not only are we huge consumers, but we often talk about the fact that maybe we shouldn't consume so much. So that a consumption tax, if you buy, whatever, 9%, 11%, whatever. This way you're not taxed when you save, you're not taxed when you take profits. There's no hiding.
A flat tax is regressive. A flat tax is regressive, and a consumption tax can be avoided by rich people.
How would they? Are you talking about just on like yacht sales, or are you talking? Because
Sure.
How would they avoid paying a consumption tax?
Yeah, you just buy the yacht in Europe.
Yeah, or write your toiletries off inside of your business.
So there's going to be people that can get around certain things in certain cases, but I mean, for the vast majority of purchases, you can't get around.
I know
for the consumption tax.
You are correct. So when you buy food, like poor people do, you got to pay that consumption tax.
No, you
look at that.
Exclude staples, though. That's my point. Like,
whatever it is, clothes, TV, internet service, your fucking webcam, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's going to be poor people that pay the vast majority of a consumption tax,
whether it's a
and
house,
rich,
a Honda, or hummus. It doesn't matter whether you're rich.
But it does matter because the Rolex is not going to be fucking taxed.
I got a solution. I think
it wouldn't be today, right?
It is
so
today.
Like, you won't capture some of it. Well, how is it today and it wouldn't be? You're saying
because we have jewelry stores that sell Rolexes, and if you put a consumption tax on a fucking Rolex, then they're just going to take a nice little summer trip to fucking Europe, write up a grocery list or a shopping list of some sort, and they're going to buy their Rolex, they're going to buy their fucking handbags, they're going to buy their fucking gold and silver all over in Europe. They're going to park their yacht in the Cayman Islands when they come back, and then or whatever it is in the Virgin Islands, and then they're gonna take a little shuttle back to the U.S. with all their little fucking goods in their goddamn suitcases, and they're not going to be taxed for it at all.
Well, some of that will happen. It already happens in some states within the U.S. that don't charge sales tax or charge lower sales tax. Like you go to Hawaii, they always advertise that, for example, or you buy in certain, but it wouldn't change behavior of the majority of purchasing. And again, I'm not talking about bread. I think there would be a list of things that would be excluded based on them being determined as sort of like necessities versus because I agree with the concept. If it's things that are luxury items or things that you could do without, having a slightly higher consumption tax for people across the board makes you kind of go, okay, well, maybe I should consider. We overspend.
No, they just fucking take a trip to Europe. Stop putting a higher consumption tax on it than any other good means that they're going to go to Europe even quicker.
Why are you so hyper focused on Europe making any money?
Because Hawaii makes money off of tourism and also off of their property taxes, which more than compensates for anything they would ever equate from their low population that lives there and buys year round. Like, that's why they don't need a sales tax.
Do they not have a? I think it's like a lower sales tax.
I'm focused, Brendan, on Europe just because it's simple. They could go to South America. They could go to anywhere and buy it. They can just cross the border into Mexico and buy it because that's what's going to happen. Is there's going to be a black market set up to buy fucking Rolexes in Mexico, so you don't have to pay the consumption tax in the U.S.
Right, but if I want to buy a Bugatti, I'm not going to buy a Bugatti in Detroit. I'm going to go to Italy and buy it. If I want same thing with a Ferrari. So long as I explain and whatever customs there are when I bring my Ferrari back to the United States, okay.
Yeah, but a Ferrari's going to be different because that is something that's going to be stopped and can be checked and can be tagged. A Rolex cannot. You just throw it on when you get on the plane.
Right. Well, again, tax evasion would still be a thing.
That's not tax evasion,
what
though.
I'm suggesting,
That's not tax evasion, though.
that would be an issue for the courts and for the legislature. What I am saying specifically is I'm offering a solution to the situation that we have now, which sucks. I mean, taking 30% from every poor person from every single check just to give it back at the end of the year, essentially a no-interest loan.
They don't have to.
The United States.
No, they don't have to take 30%. So you just tell them to file fucking zero or whatever. Tell them to figure out, create a system. If you want to do that, you just create a system where there's a fucking thing that they can claim on their W-2 to ensure that they're not paying any federal income tax at all off of each paycheck and at the end of the year.
Income tax wasn't even designed to be a permanent thing. Yet here we are.
Boy, you're just jumping all over the place. You want to go to a consumption tax? I bitch about that. You move on to...
But see, Mojo, the consumption tax, it wouldn't have to be something so large that it would motivate people to go put themselves out. I mean, maybe on the super large purchases, but if it was a relatively low amount, but it added up to a lot applied across the whole country, nobody's going to go out of their way to save on most items to save, whatever they're saving per purchase.
I'm starting fights in the chat.
Is that what the typing is?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out. I've seen these numbers before, but I think the consumption tax would have to be 35% or more on everything you buy in order to make up for the budget that we spend every year.
Well, that's where you couldn't, like, that just wouldn't work. It would just have to be like, okay, we're not leaning on the consumption tax to be the thing that solves things. It's just one more way to collect a little bit more revenue that will help offset.
Oh, well, see, I don't care about that, but he was talking about replacing income tax with consumption tax.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more concerned about like the properties, like your high ticket items here in the United States, and keeping the government running with an amount of money that wouldn't unduly burden the American people.
A property wouldn't be. You don't consume a property.
Right, I'm talking about more of a flat tax, more of a consumption tax.
I definitely don't agree with offsetting income tax with consumption tax, because then it does become regressive. It shrinks the economy when you have something that's that high and that much of a deterrent from purchasing things.
Well, and most of our property is owned by the state or the government, so they would never tax that. They're not going to be able to tax it.
Having them do their job with less money, I'm fine with. I think the government is absolutely bloated. We need to take some wind out of the sails.
I disagree that the government's bloated. I think we could probably get rid of some of the tax code. I'm okay with doing that, but bloated government, no. We need the people that work there. And I think that the failures of the VA after all the firings and the failures of other governmental agencies right now because they're not getting shit done just goes to show you that we needed that bureaucracy that has already been gotten rid of.
Which bureaucracy in particular, Mojo, are you fanboying for?
Well, the Department of Education, first of all, it's a lot harder to get funding for shit like that now, too, especially when you're talking about FAFSA and stuff. So the historically black colleges were unable to give grants and loans for a long period of time. And then when they did start giving grants and loans again, they don't know how much money they were going to be able to hand out every year. So they're being very sparse on the amount of money that they're giving out because they can't guarantee that it's coming in. So stuff like that. Software engineering, cybersecurity, these are things that the federal government pays for the federal government systems. And there are no new programs being written right now for that because they fired a bunch of people and a bunch of people were asked to retire and did take the retirement plan. So they are short-staffed and they are just giving up doing shit that they used to do.
Big balls can't handle it? That's unfortunate.
Big balls doesn't work for the government anymore.
I know, I was teasing, Mojo.
I know. Oh, Redacted's here?
Probably took a... Oh, shit.
This is, who said anything about cancer?